What's up, you guys? This is Dennis Sperling, also known as Uncle D, and I am back at you again with this very interesting conversation that has developed on my page. And we are basically discussing, or I'm laying the foundation for how we as African-American descendants of slaves, foundational Black Americans, those who were captured and brought to the United States, even before it was called the United States, how we can go about getting reparations. This is a question, this is a subject that's been thrown around my lifetime since I can remember. But for whatever reason, our predecessors, the Black men and women, the professionals that came before us, never boiled it down to some nuts and bolts and some how-tos and some step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. By my assessment, we have well established the case against European royals, European countries, but what we have not done is establish the culpability of the African nations and the crowns that preceded them, i.e. the African governments and the crowns, the royalty, the warlords, those people who preceded them, who allowed for slavery to happen, who had agreements with the different European royals as to how many slaves could be caught, whether they could set their forts up. There were over 60 forts, slavery forts in Ghana alone. And so along with Ghana, Senegal, Togo, Benin, the Gambia, Nigeria, all of these different locations at that time ruled by different kings and crowns and queens gave permission to these European slave traders to set their forts up and then wait for different individuals, different tribal leaders, subjects of the crown, the African crowns, to kidnap people and then bring them. False wars were started, under the auspices that we can take slaves who are prisoners of war, 6-7-year-old children kidnapped as though they were a prisoner of war. Really, wars were just started for no reason so they could do it. Now, here's the thing you got to understand. I'm laying this as a foundation for how we as Black Americans can be made whole again from the theft of our ancestors and our eventual being stolen and kidnapped and brought to the United States. Now, that doesn't just include what happened to Black Americans. This also includes our Caribbean brothers and sisters, Afro-Latinos, different South American and Central American states, all of us, millions and millions of Black people, Africans, who were stolen from the west coast of Africa and then brought and dropped off in the New World. This foundation is for all of us. This that I'm saying here, what I'm talking about, is for all of us to use to build cases. And I'm not talking about political. I'm not talking about political remedies. I'm talking about lawsuits where you actually file suits against the different governmental entities. Like you can sue the United States in federal court. You can sue these different governments. You can sue the country of Ghana. You can sue the country of Nigeria. And they do have holdings in the United States, which means they own property. They own things. So you can get your money. You can't seize what they own and get your money to get paid. This is what I'm concerned about. Now, a lot of you brothers say, oh, this is divisive. No, this is making us whole. Divisive was our African brothers and sisters capturing us and selling us to the European slave traders. That was the ultimate divisiveness. This, all we're doing now at this point, is making ourselves whole. This is it. And so for those of you who are saying those African nations that were responsible for this no longer exist, the American government would sanction. No, sir. No, sir. We're not going to let them get off that easy, period. Those same African nations were taken over by the current governments or some successor of that government. And they not only took on the power and the responsibility, but they also took on the debts and the liability. So FBA Investigations USA, I don't want you to be one of these people who are naysayers. See, a lot of you all, you're not lawyers. You've never litigated a case in your life. Many of you haven't even been into a civil litigation arena or courtroom. So you should just, instead of adding your input, just don't do that. It's annoying. And this is why we have had so many failures, because everybody has something to say, but nobody knows what they're doing other than the lawyers. Now, you got somebody like myself, wrote multi-million-dollar, I'm talking $100 to $300 million class action cases against large insurance companies, large chemical plant companies in Texas. And so I understand how this goes. And so I want you to not think that you already know, because you don't. Because if you did, then you would already have had the answers and we would have got this situation resolved by now. You and the people who came before you who were saying the same thing you're saying right now. So the question that I have to ask you all is this. Why do we as African Americans, West Indians, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latinos, and South Africans, South American Africans and Central Africa, in Central America, always allow our African brothers and sisters to escape the role they played in the slave trade? Is it that we don't know, or is it that we fear offending them? And that goes into us wanting to be liked as opposed to respected. They can still be our brothers once they pay us. They can still be our sisters once they make us whole. It's not on them. It's not after they pay us. It doesn't matter if they like us or not. We just want to be made whole. We as Black Americans are suffering and have suffering every time we build something up, because we live in the United States. You know, they blow up our little towns. We have no foundation. We have no Navy. We have no Army. We have no police force to defend us. And so, you know, no matter what we do, because we're in the United States and it has this racial history, everything we build is built on sand. It has no foundation. We're the only people in this world that have no land of our own. We have no country we can claim. Yes, the vast majority of us, all of us, are of African descent. Most of us from West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, but we don't have a foundation, and we have no one we can point to, one land we can point to. So they need to pay their part. You know, for the part they played, they need to pay their part for the part they played in our unlawful capture and enslavement. And that's pretty much it. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue our discussion on how we as African American, our African American brothers in this country, can get the kingdoms and the governments to be held responsible for the part they played in the transatlantic slave trade. So, you know, and then the people before me did nothing, which is why we are in the predicament today. That's exactly right. And I don't need you, FBA investigations, to get in the way of what I'm doing. See, at this point, you're a naysayer. And I know you don't think that. You think you're voicing, you know, oh, what about this? You just, it comes off as naysaying. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. That's what you need to do. So in the meantime, the first thing we want to do is we want to bring up this video footage, okay? Because we're going to talk about it. I want you guys to hear all the excuses, and I'm going to shoot them down like I've been doing for the past couple of days. So let's take a look at what we got here, all right? And check this out.
And for slaves during the transatlantic slave trade was fueled by the availability of a supply chain which involved African rulers and tradesmen who made a fortune out of selling people. Between 1525 and 1866, 12.5 million Africans were shipped to North America, the Caribbean, and South America, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. Only about 10.7 million survived the dreadful journey under bondage and slave ships. The slave trade contributed to the expansion of the most powerful West African kingdoms such as Mali and Ghana, as the business became one of the main sources of foreign exchange for many years. Britain banned the slave trade.
Now, what they're telling you, brothers, is that these African kings and African royalty, they played an active role. They knew, see, A lot of you all said, well, they didn't know what they were doing. Slavery existed on the continent for thousands of years, and they thought they were selling them into the same slavery. Okay, so the first slaves were brought to the United States from Spain down to the Dominican Republic, to the island of Hispaniola. And that was like, I think, 1501, somewhere like that. Check the dates, whatever. Bottom line is, from there to 1860, 85, you saying in that almost 400 year time period, those African kings never knew that what was happening to their black brothers and sisters? No, that's not what it was. They let greed take them over. Those queens and kings and all those people and all those folks who participated in it, they knew. And that's my whole point. See, my whole point is you black brothers and sisters, especially you're too goddamn forgiving. You're too nice. You want to get along. And that also goes into that whole simp mentality that you've been raised with. They owe you your money and you need to get your money. They need to pay you your reparations, not just the African corporate, not just the African companies and not companies, the countries and the descendants, the successors of those royal families, not just them. Everybody needs to pay you. Okay, you can start with these African companies or these African countries because they're a soft target. It's much easier to get a few $1 billion out of them and use that to litigate the rest of this of the funding. If we're gonna really do this, see if y'all gonna talk about it, that's good. But let's be about it. At this point, we've been talking about reparations for how long? 100-some years now. Everybody needs to pay. Everybody who had a hand in it needs to pay. And let's start where it all started from. This is what I'm saying. Now, don't be cowards. Don't be scary. Now it's time to put that work in. And all I'm asking you to do at this point is kick back and listen. Listen to what's being said. Okay? So, but bottom line is these videos are telling you that all these people knew what they were doing. Listen.
Trade in 1807 in the United States, later abolished it in 1865. Brazil was the last to ban it in the Caribbean in 1888, marking the end of the barbarism inflicted on men, women, and children of color and their descendants. There were recorded protests by West African chiefs and traders after the abolition of slave trade due to the loss of revenue. In West Africa, the slave traders were known as cabochers and they lived on the coast. They were usually appointed by the African rulers to deal directly with the European slave merchants.
Did you hear that? They were the people who were capturing you were appointed directly by the African rulers. Let's run that back because some of y'all don't believe what you're hearing. So I want you guys to hear this again. Okay, this is the history that you weren't told about your African brothers and sisters. I love our brothers. I appreciate that. I love my African brothers on the West Coast and everything, but that still doesn't mean they don't owe us a debt. They need to pay us. They need to pay for their participation in this atrocious system.
In West Africa, the slave traders were known as cabochers and they lived on the coast. They were usually appointed by the African rulers to deal directly with the Europeans.
The slave traders were known as cabochers, and they were usually appointed directly by the African kings, the royalty queens too, to kidnap Africans and bring and sell them to the white slave owners. They were appointed directly. Okay, what does that tell you? That means that the king knew exactly what the hell he was doing. So all this talk, they fought wars against them. No, they didn't fight wars to stop them Europeans from coming over there taking us. They participated in it. They were getting paid. They had agents out. Yeah, man, go get some of them Negroes from up in there and bring them down there and sell them to them white men. We need this money. That's what they did. They did that. Period. So stop making excuses for them. You're hearing the facts.
Slave merchants. Here are some notorious chiefs and cabochers who were actively involved in selling their own. 1. William Ellison, 1736 to 1770.
This man right here is very important. I want you to memorize this name right here. I'll run it back. Listen to this man. Listen who he is.
Involved in selling their own. 1. William Ellison, 1736 to 1770. He was a prominent 18th century Ghanaian, best known for his wrongful enslavement in the West.
This man was from Ghana. He was on his way to Europe to do something for the king of Ghana at the time. Okay, he got caught up in the slave trade himself. They took his black butt and dropped him off in the Caribbean, In other words, they said, no, you coming with us now, William. Come on, hop off that boat, and we're gonna put you in these chains and take you over here and work you like a slave. So this is the king's man right here on his way to London to do some business for the king, and his black behind got caught up in the slave trade. Now listen to him. Now I want y'all to hear what happens to this man, right? Listen.
Indies and diplomatic mission to England. He was both prominent among the Fonte people and influential among Europeans concerned with the transatlantic slave trade. His father was John Correntine, chief cabochere and head of the Animabo.
His daddy was the chief cabochere. His daddy was the chief kidnapper of other black people to bring them to the Americas as slaves. In other words, this man's daddy right here was helping capture people and bring them to the New World. And this guy right here, and his son, or this man right here, was the son of the chief cabochere, and he got caught up. He was known amongst the English royalty and known amongst the African royalty. And let's hear what happened to him.
President Ahmad, government who was a slave trader and an important ally for any trader in the city. His father sent him to England to gain an education and be his eyes and ears in Europe. The ship captain entrusted with Ansa's transport sold him into slavery in Barbados before reaching England. He was discovered in Barbados years later by a free Fonte trader who alerted John Correntine.
So you hear what happened? His daddy sent him to England. Like, you going to England, get you education. I'm the chief slave catcher. I'm going to use this money that I'm making out here. And what we going to do is we're going to send you to England, and you go over there and you learn everything. And, you know the royalty, everybody knows. His daddy was the chief cabochere, using the money he earned as a slave catcher and selling our people, our black brothers and sisters, his own black brothers and sisters, off to the Europeans. His son now gets caught up in the situation, and they take his butt down to Barbados. Now, hear how this story ends. You would think he would learn. So when we say stuff like, oh, they don't know what's happening, or they was just kidnapping certain people, anybody could get it. If the slave kidnapper, right? If the chief of the African kidnapper's son gets kidnapped himself, what do you think that stands for? How do you think anybody else is going to escape this? Keep listening, though. This is what's cold about this cat right here.
Correntine petitioned the British to free his son. The Royal African Company, the English company operating the slave trade, freed him and transported him to England. He was received as a prince in England and gained the respect of London's high society. It is noted that he watched a live performance of a play depicting a wrongly enslaved African prince. He fled the theater in tears to the surprise of the audience. The play likely reminded Ansa of himself. He returned to Animabo and took up work as a writer at Cape Coast Castle. He later worked as a slave trader, too.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This man, okay, so let's run that back by you brothers, you hard-headed black American brothers and sisters who don't believe that fat meat is greasy. That man, daddy, was a slave trader. That black man from Ghana, his daddy was not only was he a slave trader, he was appointed by the king to go capture slaves inland, right? Take them, sell them to the white man, right? His own son got caught up in that situation. The white ship captain was supposed to take him to England so he can start college. The ship captain said, "No, we're gonna make this hard left. I'm gonna take you down to Barbados and I'm gonna get some money for you." And so he ended up getting caught up, going down to Barbados, and end up being a slave. And he witnessed all the atrocities. He saw how it happened. He saw the beatings. He saw the buck breaking. It was so bad when he saw a play. They had a play, right? Here's the funny thing, right? Y'all say they don't know what's going on. The man was at a play. It had been going on so long, by the 1700s. They had plays, and it's like, imagine going to a movie, seeing what's going on in America, and this is a documentary, right? And then you say, well, we don't know we don't know what those slaves, those blacks are doing. They're slaves just like they are here in Africa. They have all the rights that they have. They got plays about the atrocities going on over there. So everybody knew what was happening to the Africans who got captured and sent to America. They knew that they were not the type of slaves that we're dealing with in the motherland at the time. They knew. They had plays about it. That's like going to a movie telling you this is what's going on over here. And you say you still don't know? You got a man whose father was a slave catcher himself in Africa. His son get caught up, get taken over there. And then he comes back and becomes a writer in Ghana and writes about these things and ends up becoming, and despite what he knows it to be, ends up becomes a slave catcher himself. So how can you say our African brothers didn't know what was going on? How can you say that they didn't know the atrocities that we were dealing with on the continent? This is 1700 that we're talking about at this point. How can you say that? You just sound foolish now. All you black brothers who are making excuses for you sisters and brothers who are making excuses for our African brothers, they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew what type of slavery they were selling us into. They knew it. And it's great that they're apologizing now, but they still need to pay us for the harm that was caused. They knew it. Not that that matters, because if you do something harmful to somebody and you don't know the likely outcome, oh well, you're still responsible for the outcome. That's like shooting shooting up into the air and a bullet comes down and hits somebody. You may not have meant to kill anybody, but you still responsible for that murder. All right, same thing. But see, here's the situation. They knew exactly the conditions of slavery that existed in the New World at the time. And they knew very well that they were very different than the conditions of slavery that had existed on the continent of Africa. They knew it was not the same. They made plays about it. This one man who was damn near Ghanaian royalty, who was the son of the king's man, he went over there, experienced it, came back and talked about it, wrote about it, saw plays about it, and then end up being a slave of him damn self. So my thing is, why are you brothers and sisters still in denial here in the United States about what our African brothers do? They knew exactly what was going on, period, and they need to pay for that. I'm not saying they need to go to jail. I ain't saying we need to put them in prison, but they need to pay us. They need to dig into the coffers and they need to pay us. Our reparations, they are responsible too. This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Their money, the reason that your heart is up here and your wallet is somewhere else is because, yes, you can forgive them with your heart, but your wallet needs to also forgive them too. So let's continue.
Ifunroy Nubu, 1810 to 1887. She was a politically significant figure in Nigerian history because of her role as a powerful female aristocrat and slave trader in pre-colonial.
So this is our Nigerian sister, right? She's a powerful aristocrat. She was involved in it too. So your kings and your queens right here. We talked about some Ghanaian people now, prominent Ghanaian citizens. Now we're gonna talk about a prominent Nigerian sister right here. This is her. Okay, she benefiting too. Everybody's getting rich off of this. So when they start telling you, oh no, our African brothers, they didn't know what was going on. They fought wars against this, and you know, that's a damn lie. That's just you trying to romanticize a relationship. They didn't care a damn about your black butt. They wanted the money. They got the money. They was trading you for all sorts of stuff. This is part of your history. Let's go ahead and get it.
Colonial Nigeria. She was a major figure in Lagos during the reigns of Ibadan, Oluwole, Akitoye, and Asunmu. In December 1851, and under the pretext of abolishing slavery, the British bombarded Lagos, dislodged Kosoko from the throne, and installed a more amenable Akitoye.
The British had to bomb this lady and get her out of this. Okay, slavery's enough. It's messing up what we trying to work for a little while. You got your money, fine. You got to end it now. Okay, you're messing up the money. All right, at the point where slavery became something that they didn't want to do anymore, whatever, the white folks says she didn't want to end it. They had to get her up out of there. Okay, they had to get her up out of there. Now, a lot of you are still stuck on the fact that, the country of Great Britain didn't exist at the time. The country of Nigeria didn't exist at the time. The country of Ghana didn't exist at the time. Well, in 1619, the United States didn't exist. It didn't come into fruition until 1776. Okay? The United States it was a colony of Europe until 1776. But don't you think that the U.S. government, which inherited the responsibility and the debts of those colonies, don't you think they're responsible for that slavery that started back in 1619 when they brought us over here? The first African Americans? Yes, you do. So what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters, is that even though what is called the country of Ghana and Nigeria and Togo, Benin didn't exist, they were actually kingdoms at that time. Those governments took over the responsibilities and debts of those kingdoms. And so because of that, they inherited that. And so they are responsible. Just like when your mama and your daddy die, you get their money, but you also get their liability and their debt. You got to pay the taxes off before you get the house. If somebody sued them, you inherit that debt, that judgment. You need to satisfy that judgment. Same thing. All right. Stop being so hard-headed and with all these damn no's and you just sound like a bunch of scary Negroes. That's what you sound like. So toughen up. Let's continue.
As of Lagos, the Wakatoes signed a treaty with Britain outlawing the slave trade. Tinubu subverted the 1852 treaty and secretly traded slaves for guns with Brazilians and Portuguese.
She still insisted on selling slaves. She's okay. Well, I'm gonna sell it to Brazil then. Because remember, slavery in Brazil didn't end to the 1888. The slavery, it was outlawed, right? So by 1850, she's signing a treaty with Britain, but still selling black folks, kidnapping and selling black folks out the back door to Brazil. Still doing it. Still. That's greed. These are not, look, you love romanticizing Africa. These are kings and queens. This is what your kings and queens were doing. Now, not all of them, because, but the ones that were around at the time, they were doing it. I'm not talking about the ones that was back in the 1213, some of them actually, but the bottom line is this is what was going on. Stop running from it. Run to the truth, not away from it.
Traders. 3. Francisco Felix de Souza, 1754 to 1849. Francisco Felix de Souza was a major slave trader and merchant who traded in palm oil, gold, and slaves. The Afro-Brazilian migrated from Brazil to what is now the African Republic of Benin.
So Togo, Benin, that's where a lot of us are from. This dude was in Brazil. He saw how the Africans who were brought from Africa into Brazil, how they usually worked them for a year straight, and most of them died after a year. So you can't tell me that this man, once he made it back to the continent, didn't relate stories about how the Africans were being treated in the Americas. I mean, these people, this was a triangle. This went on for 300, almost 400 years. From they would communicate. They just like you. They talk just like you talk. They go to the bar, have some ale, a little beer. You know what I'm saying? Get a little fish and chips, right? And talk about what they've been doing and what they've seen. Family, that's what I'm telling you. So for you to still sit up here and say, "Oh, they didn't know what they were doing. It was different," you just sound like a damn fool at this time. You just sound stupid at this time, fellas. This man started off in Brazil. Went from Brazil as a slave trader to Africa, right? And then kept up with the slave trade. He knew Brazil was one of the worst places to be. One of the worst places to be. They worked your black butt to death. It was so easy to get slaves from Africa to Brazil that they wouldn't even bother trying to maintain them. They would just work them to death, get rid of them, get a new boat in, period. So how can you say you don't think this man right here, De Souza, you don't think he was telling people, yeah, man, we worked them niggas to death over there, man. We kill them. And probably with a little Portuguese accent. We worked them to death, and they were kill. Yeah, they know exactly what was going on. So stop being so ignorant. Stop romanticizing Africa. Give everybody the blame they're due. And remember, this is a money conversation we have. But who's responsible for paying the money? Okay, this is what we're talking about. Let's continue.
He has been called the greatest slave trader. De Souza continued to market slaves after the trade was abolished in most jurisdictions.
This black African Brazilian man was the greatest slave trader. Okay, he was the greatest. Okay, that's what he's the greatest slave trader. All right. When y'all say, "Oh, our brothers didn't know what they was doing," this man was he was the Michael Jordan of slave trading. This cat right here. All right. So let's continue.
He was apparently so trusted by the locals in Dahomey that he was awarded the status of a chieftain. His early years in Africa are well documented in a long article in Portuguese by Alberto Costa e Silva entitled "The Early Years of Francisco Felix de Souza on the Slave Coast." Although a Catholic, he practiced the voodoo religion, which is consistent with his Afro-Brazilian background, and even had his own family shrine. He was buried in Dahomey. 4. Doña Ana Joaquina Santos y Silva. Doña Ana Joaquina Santos y Silva was a very renowned personality in 19th century Luanda. She was an Angolan elite of African and Portuguese.
Rwanda. That's what he means. Rwanda. So you got another woman in. So she's very another prominent one. So basically, the rich black folks in the royals were making plenty of money selling black folks. Period. They, this is what you. I hope you're getting the point now, family. I hope the blinders are coming off and you won't be so silly anymore. Let's keep watching.
Descent. She became rich from selling slaves in her region to slavers who wanted black people to ship to the Americas. Until the early 2000s, Doña Ana Joaquina Santos y Silva's home and warehouse for slaves were still standing in Luanda's Cidade Baixa area. It was turned into a court of justice after it was demolished and rebuilt. There are still remnants of Angola's slavery past dominated by Doña Ana in the capital Luanda. 6. Nabi Az-Zubair, 1842 to 1900. He was a Sudanese warlord and slave trader who established a powerful empire east of
Sudan. This is a warlord. Okay, these are your kings and whatnot right here. These are your kings and prominent Africans. So this is what we're doing right here. This is so when you say the blacks didn't know what they were doing, they knew just what they were doing. That's somebody there who got a picture of this man with a head. Now some of y'all, well, how do we know it's true? Look it up. Google the name. Just in the Wikipedia. You don't believe that? Okay, fine. I mean, it's only so much I can do. If you don't want to believe it, you just go right on ahead and don't believe it. But this is the case that'll be proved up if we ever gonna get reparations and we're gonna make everybody pay. That's gonna have to include our African brothers and the governments and the predecessors of those governments. All family, prominence, whatever they have, land on it. Oh, and look, if this is making you all uncomfortable, I can't wait till we start talking about the Black Americans and the prominent Black American families who own slaves. Let me give you a hint. If your daddy or your granddaddy or your great-great-granddaddy owned some land in South Carolina, Alabama, or Mississippi, then he probably was a slave owner. And so he's going to have to pay you and your family. Y'all going to have to pay reparations too to the rest of us Black Americans who didn't own that. Amen. Oh, that's going to make you real uncomfortable. We'll get to that next week. Yeah, so again, so keep on. There's something in here for you. I got something for you, baby. We're going to make it happen today. We're talking about a lawsuit. All right, we're talking about reparations. So you got to pay. You got to pay what you owe.
To Lake Chad. In today's Chad, he worked as the right-hand man of the Sudanese slaveholder Sabir Rama. He conquered empires and was killed by the French after he slaughtered their emissaries.
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute.
Brutalized.
I always got somebody in here. So Akil Haru says the nuance is missing. The conversation is not as simple as us against them. We come from groups that were fighting against each other. See, this is the ignorance that I'm talking about. See, this bless his heart. Okay. He's saying basically we come from different tribes and the different tribes were, fighting against each other, and they would take on prisoners of war, and then they would sell them and they would use them as slaves. And the slavery that we had in Africa was different than this. You're romanticizing this foolishness, brother. They knew exactly what they were doing. If you missed the broadcast yesterday, I showed you how they fabricated wars. They fabricated wars to go out and take Black people, children. They fabricated the wars. The Europeans were complicit in that. Look, man, we're going to give you 50 guns. You go pick a fight with this tribe over here who, they ain't do nothing to you, but that's all right. We just need you to we need you to go in. We need you to, it's like saying they had weapons of mass destruction. And so you just use that as an excuse to go in there and invade them. Okay? That's ignorant. Akil Haru, stop it. Just take it, brother. I know this upsets your strongly held beliefs. And it forces you to see your African brothers and sisters for exactly what they were. Greedy, opportunistic. I know it does that to you. I know, brother, I understand that. But you're going to have to accept this uncomfortable conversation and move on with it, period. Because this is the facts. You don't have to like it, brother. But see, I'm interested in reparation. I'm tired of having this conversation. We need to get reparations. We need to get but ain't nobody doing nothing about it. And when you dig right below the surface, you got to, okay, who we going to sue? Well, we going to sue the white man. Okay, which one? Well, we're going to sue Lords of London. Okay, Lords of London is the insurance company that insured the merchandise for the white people who was transporting it from the coast of Africa to the New World. Okay, I can see that. But why? But we're gonna sue the white people too. Those are the ones that bought the insurance policies. They're the ones that received the stolen merchandise. Okay, well, who actually stole the merchandise and sold it to them? Well, history shows that the white folks wasn't running up into the hinterland. They wasn't running up into the the interior Africa fighting mosquitoes. They had all their forts set up on the west coast. They had 60 some forts set up in Ghana alone. Well, what about them? Don't we want to sue the people who actually stole the merchandise? Don't we want to sue the people who actually went out and prosecuted the false wars so they can capture the people? Yeah, you got to get everybody. You can't just if the police look, okay, who got you break in the house and you steal the TV, and they don't get the thief. Who do they get? They just get the person who bought it. You get they got charges for the person who bought the stolen merchandise, i.e. our African brothers and sisters, but you don't get the people who stole it, who stole us. That's stupid. That's stupid, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's greed. Stop romanticizing our African Akil. I actually have studied this for years. Well, you ain't been studying it as a lawyer would. Maybe you studying what you want to study. But we're gonna study it for the truth of what it is today, Akil. And I understand you got your African heritage and Haru, and you're going back to Kemet with it. And I get it, brother. I appreciate what you're trying to do, and your heart's in the right place. But we're not talking about your heart right now. We're talking about making our African American brothers and sisters here in the United States whole. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about reparations. We're talking about lawsuits. And when you got to figure out who needs to be sued, brother. You got to sue the thief also with the person who bought the stolen merchandise. Now get this work.
Named Mohammed bin Khalfan bin Khamis al-Barwani, Rum Eliza was a Swahili slave and ivory trader in East Africa in the last part of the 19th century. With the help of Tipu Tipi became Sultan of Ujiji. At one time he dominated the trade of Tanganyika. Stories associated Rum Eliza and his parties with the kidnapping of women, cutting off men's genitals to be captured and sold as eunuch slaves, cutting off legs, arms and hands, piercing of noses and ears, burning villages and killing.
So what this is an East African slave holder. Okay, now you guys say, African slavery in Africa wasn't that bad. Did you hear what they said they did? Do you hear what they kidnapped women, captured slaves, right? Captured men, cut their balls off. You don't think that was pretty damn harsh, brothers? That's pretty goddamn harsh. To me, that sounds like some pretty harsh slavery to me. I think if that was the type of slavery that was existing in Africa, it was pretty hard. So they kind of knew what slavery was going to be about. Slavery was bad. No matter it was on Africa or not, it was horrible, matter of fact. So stop. So they knew it was bad. Even the slavery that they had in Africa was horrible. So stop making excuses, but they didn't know when that best to cut that out. The slave could become the king and marry and own property. No, not all of them. It wasn't universal. They wasn't giving out like brochures on how to do slavery. It was bad. Keep listening.
Belgian forces under Francis Tanis launched a campaign against slave dealers in 1892, and Rum Eliza was targeted until he fled. 7. Al-Zubair Rama Mansour. He was a slave trader in the late 19th century and later became a Sudanese governor. He was at odds with the British Governor General Charles Gordon and was referred to as the richest and worst, a slave or king who...
The richest and worst in Sudan. These are your African kings right here. This is on the East Coast. So the richest and worst. So when you Black Americans say, our brothers would never do that to us, they don't know. They didn't know what kind of slavery they were selling. This Africa, he's the richest and the worst. Okay, I know. Y'all know the white man is making this history up. This can't be true. Right. All right, keep on. Y'all, you go on, Valid. Go on, look up in the encyclopedia yourself. Read for yourself.
Had chained lions as part of his escort by England. General Gordon, who was sent to Sudan to suppress the slave trade, was opposed by Al-Zubair. 8. King Gezo. He was king of Dahomey, in present-day Benin, from 1818 until 1858. The Bight of Benin was the second largest exporter of captives, after West Central Africa.
Now, here's the thing. Benin is one of the tiniest countries in Africa. And did you hear what they say? One of the largest exporters. You understand what I'm saying? And look, let me tell you something. Wishbone, L7, stop using the Lord's name in vain. Don't tell me what to do. Body work, you shouldn't say African brothers and sisters too gentle because it definitely is a classic. No, it's not. Okay? No, it's not. Everybody can get it. They had African royalty. Didn't you just see? You must have missed the early part where I had somebody got their ass kidnapped. And their daddy was the goddamn slave trader himself. He was the king, appointed by the king. Anybody can get it, sir. Y'all stop that. I don't need you. Why don't you do it? You do this. You do this. You sit up here and you do this. You don't like it. You're uncomfortable with this conversation. Too bad. It's going to be had anyway. This is what we're doing today. Now let's continue to listen.
King Gezo, like his predecessors, was feared for his military power and his numerous slave raids. He had an army of several thousand female warriors, the famous Amazons.
Now, this dude, right? That king, right? That king right there. He was notorious. He had his army. He was slave raids. This is the king, right? This is the king. The king did this. This is your African kings right here, kidnapping your black asses and sending you to the coast for the white man to purchase you. He even had those famous Amazonian warriors was helping him out. Look at that. He had a whole army of women helping him out in his army. Let's keep listening. Y'all romanticize this.
From the 1720s to the 1860s, Dahome's trade was conducted mainly through the port of Wita and was oriented principally toward Brazil. He suffered a British blockade of the ports of Dahomey in order to stop the Atlantic slave trade. He also dealt with significant domestic dissent and pressure from the British to end the slave trade.
All righty then. Let's move on to the next one. All right. Now I want y'all to listen to this. Okay, so what did we just learn from here? We learned there was a whole lot of African kings and royalty and up citizens that were out there getting rich, selling other black people into slavery. That's what we learned. Now check this out. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to talk about Africans' perspective on slavery. All right. So a lot of y'all take up that so-called African, like, no, they weren't selling their own black people. These people weren't like them. They were from different tribes. This is the argument that you have. So I want y'all to keep listening, but I get it. They thought of us as different, like the difference between Republicans and Democrats and Crips and Bloods. And if you're from on the hill and I'm from in the valley, then we're different, even though genetically you're identical. This is what I'm trying to say to y'all. So let's hear the Africans. Let me go on back to where I was at. Hold on. An African view. Let's take a look. Okay, this is y'all's argument. I'm gonna go ahead and eat this up too. All right. Let's see if we can get this in there. So this is this African brother here. He's talking about his perspective. You guys make sure. Let me see any good questions in here. Let's see. We don't have anything real. Y'all just talking at this point. I think he issued an apology, King, with the female soldiers at Black Panther. You guys make sure y'all contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. This is a conversation that needs to be had. We need it. Y'all need this on today.
So what do most Africans think of the slave trade today?
If you go in the streets and ask people what they think about slave trade.
And if you can hear it, if you can hear me, push the number 1 button. If you can hear what's being said, push the number 1 button. Whether you like this or not, if you think you need this conversation, hit the like button. You don't have to like it, but do you think we as Black Americans need this conversation? Because see, this is the second day of this. We haven't even got to the stuff where I'm going to tell you about what Black Americans were doing, how we were enslaving our own people, how as Black Americans, some of us former slaves ourselves had slaves and owned land. But if you appreciate, hit this #1 button. And also, please contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. The link is on the screen below. If you appreciate it, go ahead and contribute. You know, this is what you do. You're not getting this anywhere else on the internet. But go ahead and get this medicine.
Trade. Everyone told that self-trade is bad. If you ask them why you think this is bad, all they can do is give you the moral reason. I believe the reason is because the scripture says that God has given us a conscience, which is able to tell us right from wrong. All the reasons that they're going to give you were moral reasons, because Africans, we've got good moral.
Now, I love my brother and I appreciate what he's saying. But he's saying we're gonna give you more reasons. It's bad. But they got rich. I agree it's bad. We especially as Black Americans and Afro Latinos and Caribbean Americans, we do agree was bad. And what happened after we were kidnapped and brought to the New World, that was even horrible. That was even worse. You see what I'm saying? But we're talking about this in the context of reparations. What he's basically doing is apologizing. I get that. That's cool. And I accept your apology. But now we want our money. You see what I'm saying? We talked about the Nigerian government. We talked about the Ghanaian government. We talked about Benin and the people involved in that. Okay, you apologize. You accept fault. Now it's time to pay up. This is where we at now. So we appreciate the apology, but we need our money. Okay? But I hope I have dispelled the fact that our African brothers and sisters at the time did not know what they were doing. They were complicit. They played a part. They knew exactly what was going to happen to us when we got here to the New World, whether it was in the United States, Central America, Caribbean, South America, Brazil. They knew exactly because they had people who were in these different places who came back, told them, and even many of them became slave traders themselves. So they knew exactly what was going on. You don't think they reported to the kings and the different royalties was happening? You don't think after 380 some years? Huh? You don't think that? You don't think the British government said, hey, we got to cut this out. It's time to end it. It's bad. And they still fought through that. They had African, they were rebelling because they wanted to keep slavery going because they were getting rich. They did it for the money. They did it for the money, family, period. They did it for greed. They did what human beings do. They looked out for #1. And I'm sure we had heard all the excuse. Well, if we don't do it, somebody else gonna do it. And I'm just trying to make money to feed my family. I'm just trying to make money to take care of the kingdom. All the reasons that people make excuse to do horrible things to each other. But we'll listen to the young brother. Let's listen to the brother.
Good morals. So everyone's going to answer from this perspective that it was bad. Why was it bad? They'll tell you that selling your brother or selling your people is bad. But who said it's bad? No, it's going to give you a definite answer. So the general perspective is self-trade was bad. Why? Because of more reasons. That's all.
So what do you think of the slave trade?
To me, self-trade is a form of judgment on Africa, a form of judgment on the tribes, the families. God has been judging different nations, different people all the time. And I think that was our turn. Because for example, if you read the Bible, you see that every time the children of Israel sinned against God or went astray, God will judge them, even sending them into slavery. Because Africans, they worship the dead, so much wars and hatred and witchcraft, superstition. They loved nudity. They loved walk naked, which is a form of judgment. We had knowledge.
So what he's saying, this dude, bless his heart, he's trying to blame the Lord for it. Okay, that's one perspective. We get that right. Well, it happened, but okay, no, it happened because you were greedy. It happened because you wanted to, your kings and people were trying to get rich. Now let's put it in context. We were talked about the other day, and I'm so proud of myself. I was able to sneak up on y'all with this conversation. Y'all didn't know it was going to happen like this. So we talked about Mansa Musa and all these great kings. We talked about Mansa Musa traveling from Mali to the seat of his power, all the way making his Hajj in Mecca in 1330, 1332. The whole world saw how much money was how much gold and money was on the west coast of Africa. Got it. Appreciate that. What did they do? European countries were broke at the time. They were suffering from a famine. They needed this. They needed the wealth. They needed the spices. So they then did what? They took they bottoms and they moved their hot cells and decided that they were just going to go ahead and invade Africa, okay, and rob and jack and take everything Africa had to offer. And that's what they did. They came down there, they waged war. Same thing the Vikings did to the British. They did that to each other all the damn time. That's what they did, okay? They came down there, they invaded it, they took what they had, they waged war, and then what happened after that? Then they said, well, you know, we broke down here in Africa. What we gonna do? We need to make money. We got to keep the kingdom going. So now what? Now what they got? Now what? Now well, we got to sell our own people. That's what they did. They start selling their own people. But greed. I get it. They were in a tough situation, but it's no different than the D boy who grows up in a bad neighborhood, and you know, he said, well, I got to sell this heroin and this crack over to this pregnant woman over here because I got to make money to feed my family. I get it. You made a financial decision and you decide to look out for number one as opposed to the group. I get it. But you still got to pay for that. That's all I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Let's see it for what it is. They got to pay for that. They have to pay for what they did. We want our money. Black Americans have been sucked. We don't have our own land. We don't have our own language. We don't even have our own religion. We don't have. Many of us don't even know our own last names. It's just only recently because of the genetic test that we able to see at least which part of Africa we from. And some of us have been lucky enough blessed enough to be able to figure out what tribes we from. And then that's beautiful. And I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is you owe us something. This is what I'm saying. You owe us something. We want our money. We want our reparations. You see what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with us wanting to be made whole. And let me see, Wishbone L7, you are distorting your own message by disrespecting the Lord when you use his name. Amen, Wishbone. Amen. I think the Lord understands at this point. Hallelujah. All right, let's continue forward.
Team here. I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture.
Now, I like this brother, okay? I like this brother. What he's going to do is he's going to present to you all the notion that Africans were not selling their own brothers and sisters into slavery because they didn't see us as their own brothers and sisters. Because we were from different tribes, spoke different languages, ate different food. We liked our bananas, we liked our plantains green, and those people over there, they like their plantains yellow. And so because of that, we totally different. We call a dog, we call a river a ubugu, and they call a river a bufufu. So we just totally, even though it's the same damn river, we totally different people. So we should be free from any liability, free from any feeling of being morally compromised or immorality, because you know they wasn't our brothers. This is what this brother said. God bless him. So I want to give him a shout out. What's the brother's name? Brother's name is Home Team History. Look, I appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. And we're gonna use this good information. We're gonna let the people see it, and I'm gonna give you the counter arguments to it. But fair use, he talks about Atlantic slave trade fallacy of blacks selling blacks, as if we weren't. Let's listen to him though. Listen to what he's saying, right? He never actually say black people didn't actually sell other black people. He just tried to says, well, we weren't really brothers. You know, we weren't really the same people. Listen to the brother. I love him though. I appreciate it.
And worldview. And today we're going to talk about the Atlantic slave trade and the fallacy of blacks selling blacks.
And he's also going to tell you that many of these people didn't consider themselves black. They referred to themselves by different trade. But but guess who thought they was black? The damn Europeans called them all black. They knew what the hell they think. Let's keep listening.
That was a little more in depth. And a lot of people have actually been asking me to, remake this video pretty much. And so here it is. So initially I thought I would never do a video on this because, I already thought that, people knew so much about the Atlantic slave trade. Boy, was I wrong. The historical perspective on this topic has literally been murdered and adulterated nearly in totality. Like, nobody has any idea what went down. And other people tend to take bits and pieces of information just to make a point and take it completely out of context. So, of course, when people talk about this topic, they tend to say, well, black people sold other black people, right? And so they leave feeling vindicated as if this statement is some sort of trump card. Okay, so the problem with this statement is that it's disingenuous to begin with. Here's why. You can't take a 20th century mindset and apply it to 16th and 17th century people.
All right, so what this black man is saying, what this brother is saying, he has a very good page, a lot of information. He's saying you can't say that when we call ourselves black here in the 20th century, which is from 1901 or 1900 to 1999, we call ourselves black in this country. And now you're trying to apply that to a 15th or something that was going on between the 15th and the 16th century. I'm sorry, 1500 and 1599. Those are two different things. That's disingenuous. In other words, he's not saying that the people in Africa who sold each other to Europeans, who kidnapped, fought with each other, made up wars, sold each other. We're saying that they don't all consider themselves black. No. But let me ask you this question. In comparison to the European traders, in comparison to those men who set up those white men from Europe who set up those trading posts along the coast of Ghana, West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Gambia, Senegal, who had more in common? The Europeans or those Africans who lived next to each other, ate the same food, intermarried with each other, fought with each other, lived there for thousands of years? That's the question. Clearly, they knew that we had more in common with each other than we did those Europeans, and they knew exactly what they would do. These people have been intermarrying with each other and all kind of, you might be a Crip, you might be a Blood, but your mama and your daddy were from different gangs too, but they seem to have got along great. No different than this tribal stuff. That tribal stuff went only so far, it didn't even go that goddamn far. Yeah, they fought wars against each other, but they still was the same people, intermarried with each other, all kind of stuff. They knew, in effect, we were brothers and sisters. They knew that. And they knew they were selling us to outsiders, to strangers who are not from this land. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And so what this brother is doing is, and God bless him, it's a good try. He's trying to, he's arguing semantics. No, we weren't the same. We weren't black. Yeah, but you knew you had a lot in common. You knew y'all had, for the most part, 99.99% everything in common. And these Europeans were totally different people. You knew that. Whether you want to call it brothers and sisters or not, yeah, you were different tribes, but you knew exactly what you were doing. So let's keep listening.
It simply doesn't work like that. There was no Black power or Pan-Africanism back then. Like, Black people didn't become Black until they came to the New World. They shared a similar culture, they shared a similar experience, and they began to speak the same language. That's when they became Black people. For example,
now he's about to tell us about the different tribal differences and all that. I get it. Let's listen to the brother. And much respect to the brother. He does great work on his page. No disrespect. But what we want to do is we want to understand that this is a good try. But when you really pan in the context of a lawsuit, this would fail.
In Western Africa alone, there are thousands of different ethnic groups who speak a different language, have different cultures, and have completely different worldviews and religions. So why in the world would they view each other as the same when they don't even speak the same language? You know, I find it interesting that people are willing to accept the differences between Europeans and Asians, but when it comes...
The thing is, Europeans know they're the same. They do. They intermarry. The French and the Germans and English have been intermarrying with each other for thousands of years. I believe the current Queen Elizabeth is descended from German royalty. So they do see each other as the same. Yeah, you might speak a little different, but you can look at yourself and you can look at your Black brother and then these African brothers. They can look at themselves and they can look at that European who's coming off that boat with those chains and say, that man is totally different than this man over here. Yeah, we might be from different tribes, but we got a lot more in common than we do with that European. These are the arguments that you're going to deal with. Oh, no, they were different. Basically, this is the, oh, no, they were different. They didn't see each other as brothers argument. This is different people. This is the argument that we get.
To Africans, they all of a sudden want to paint one broad stroke and completely ignore the diversity. For example, when the Romans pretty much went into Northern Europe and were raping and pillaging the entire region, nobody ever then goes and looks at that history and says to themselves, wow, look at all these.
So now he wants to talk about the fact that you know, the Romans being a Mediterranean people, the Greeks being a Mediterranean people, they had an Asian influence, they had some African influence, they had the Central Asian influence, and they were basically people, they had color to them. They looked like Italian. Look at Italians and look at somebody from Scandinavia, which is Norway or something like that. They white, you know, they got the blue eyes, the blonde hair. Those are the white Anglo-Saxon product, whatever. Those are the really white people. But so now he's trying to say, well, you know, they're different. They, you know, and he's getting to the point that the Romans and they considered like the people from Gaul, which is France, Germania, which is German, and the Britannias, considered them like savages. And so he's trying hard, bless his heart, like, y'all don't do white people like that. That's basically this argument. Y'all don't do white people like that.
White people brutalizing other white people. The Romans even made slaves out of their northern European counterparts, like the Germanic tribes, the people of Hispania, and the Celts themselves, aka other white people. Now, given that history, you'll never hear a soul say, wow, look at all these white people selling other.
They actually do see differences in themselves. Matter of fact, when the Italians got to the United States, they had signs up that said no Italian. The largest lynching in America was Italians being lynched down in New Orleans. Check that out. That's how they treated Italians, and they treated many of those. They even call them Southern Europeans are treated much different than Northern Europeans. So they know that they're different people. It's just for the convenience of racism, white supremacy, that they make them honorary white people, so you know, so they can get their numbers up. So bless the brother's heart, and I appreciate what he's doing, but you know, this argument fails.
White people into slavery. What a crime. Well, why don't you hear people say that? Well, because people understand and respect the historical differences and the historical perspectives and the diversity of that region and of those people. The Romans and the Greeks seem to have made it very clear that these pink-skinned Northerners were not like us. Marcus Cicero.
The difference between those pink-skinned Northerners and those Italians is like night and day. All these Africans on the west coast of Africa, whether you are from Nigeria or Ghana, Togo, Benin, they all looked alike. Their languages were just a little bit different. They all looked alike. They was one big Negro. Okay, they all looked alike. They no real phenotypical differences. They eat the same food, built about the same way. So it's to say that you're trying to compare a little short Italian man to some big white boy from Norway is totally different. Their hair texture is different, eye color different. Italians look like they mixed with something. If you look at dark hair, black eyes, they look like they got a taste of something. Matter of fact, if you go places like Sicily, they don't quite know how much African they have in them, as a matter of fact. So, you know, this is one of the arguments you'll hear, but let's continue.
Hailed by historians as one of Rome's greatest orators, had this to say about Northern Europeans, specifically from Britain. It has been ascertained, too, that there is not a scrap of silver in this island, nor any booty, except from slaves. But I don't fancy you will find any literary or musical talents among them. Or let's take, for example, Strabo, one of the Western world's most adored Greek philosophers.
So
he makes his opinion of Northern Europeans pretty clear. In reference to the natives of Northern Europe,
all right, so this is him trying to explain that Europeans see themselves as, white people see themselves as different. Why can't black people see themselves as different? So we're just going to skip ahead, all that. I get that. We understand that part, but I want to get to the meat of his argument so we can address that, because this is something you have to deal with.
The underlying premise of this whole black people selling other black people idea. Well, people who use this adulterated logic are really trying to say, your people did this to themselves. We brought about this bad slavery thing. The problem, once again, is...
And see, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is you played a part in it. We're saying that these African tribal leaders, African kings at the time, who were then usurped by the government and inherited their debts and liabilities, are responsible because they actively depended on the wealth attained from the kidnapping and selling of other Black people, other Africans, other tribes, nearby tribes, and they gained financially from that. They were unjustly enriched in the terms of the law, and they did it illegally because they made up false wars, alleging went on raiding parties and said, well, we've been at war with these people. That's why, and they did it under false pretense just so they could go kidnap people and take them to the coast and sell them to Europeans. This is what we're saying to you, brother. So let's keep listening.
This 21st century or this 20th century blanket logic framework, that's the problem. The thing is, there was no we. It was always Fulani versus Mandinka, Songhai versus Maasai, Mbundu versus Bakongo. All these people.
He's saying it was always this versus that. But see, what he's not saying is that might have been how it started off. That's what it looked like on paper. But in real life, when you got out there, all you needed was a body count. You needed numbers. You needed as many numbers as you can get because you need to get as much money as you can get because the king said, y'all better get me 100 Negroes, and I don't care who they are, because we need this amount of money over here. They had orders to fill. So on paper, okay, yeah, this is what we're supposed to be doing. But what happened was they clearly began to turn a blind eye. Anytime you say, look, man, give us 50 guns, we're going to go over here and rob these, we're going to go over here and pick a fight with these people, shoot them up and bring. All that went out the window when the money came into play, son, brother. That's what happened. All that went out the window. So you're trying to look at this. This is what they said, or this is what I want to believe. That's not what was actually happening, though, bro. That's not what was happening. And so that's what we're addressing right now. So in the question of who gets sued, they definitely get sued. And on top of that, the malice was there, and so they deserve to get sued. Yes, they owe you compensation, but it's damn near looking at wanton reckless disregard for your own rules. If you saying that it was just supposed to be this tribe versus that tribe, but then you know that they were still going out getting people from tribes that they weren't sometimes their own damn tribe, right? It lets you know there was wanton reckless disregard, and you're looking at a punitive sort of response. So let's keep listening to the brother.
People saw themselves as inherently different, just as much as the Romans saw the Celts and the Germans as other.
Mm-mm. See, the problem with that is the Romans and the Celts and the Germans and the French, with the Gauls, they look very different than the Romans did. You know, they look very different, and our black brothers don't really look that different. We eat the same food, have some of the same habits and hunting grounds, and irrespective of them telling you that our language was different, it wasn't that goddamn different. They the reason that Africans can speak some of them 6, 7, 8, 9 different languages is because they're close enough. They have the same roots. You see, many of them. That's what's going on. But let's continue.
So now that we're scholars now and we truly understand that we can't take a 20th and 21st century logic and apply it to 16th and 17th century people, let's really try and understand what actually happened. So let's talk about the nature of slavery in West Africa itself. No matter your 21st century morality level, which was in all likelihood attained via historical hindsight, slavery is not just slavery. In other words, there were different kinds of slavery throughout the world. And slavery in West Africa was overwhelmingly in the context of what some may.
So what he's trying to tell you, what he's about to tell you now is that the slavery in Africa was different, and the Africans didn't know what type of slavery was happening when they were selling their non-brothers and sisters, according to him, into slavery in Brazil and in the Caribbean. And I just showed you some of the most notorious slavers in the continent were black, at least 2 of which had been to Brazil and the Caribbean and saw with their own eyes how their brothers were being treated, sisters being treated, and they still remained active in the slave trade. So irrespective of what this brother said, and I appreciate the scholar. This is the comfortable scholarship that he's giving you. See, this is how we go on living with ourselves. This is how our African brothers are able to now, well, it wasn't that bad, and we didn't know, and we're sorry. No, you did know. You knew how horrible it was, and sorry is not good enough. We want our money. You see, that's where we're at. We want our money. You knew it was horrible. You knew it was bad. We want our money. You see, and I appreciate what he's trying to do. He's trying to soften the blow and make, our African brother not feel so bad, and make Black Americans and West Indians and Afro Latinos and all of us ancestors who was captured and brought up it not feel it's not that we don't like. We didn't know. You did know. You knew because you had people going back and forth. You had people who were over in Brazil, like I showed you, the guy de Sousa. He lived in Brazil, moved to the west coast of Africa. He was yeah, of course. You had the other man whose daddy was a slave trader, an African slave trader. He got caught up and sent to the son got caught up and sent to Barbados, was an actual slave in Barbados for a while, and then came back and apparently had PTSD from the experience. So when he saw a play about the slave trade, freaked him out. He had to leave the theater. They were making plays about the atrocities of slavery, even back in the 16 and 1700s when this young man is referring to. So it was that bad. But anyway, let's go on. Let's talk a little bit more. We want to move on down the road. So I get where he's going, but these are the arguments you're going to deal with. If you guys appreciate this conversation, if you're uncomfortable with it, if you learn something new, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I want to give a shout out to everybody who's contributed to the Cash App and the PayPal. Again, we are talking about this in the context of reparations, and we want our money, and we're tired of talking about it. And so now we're going to figure out who needs to get sued for us to get our money. We established that the British royal crown, and the British government and the American government, was complacent in it. And so there's some liability there. But we seem to always skip over our African brothers and sisters and the governments that played a part and the prominent families over there. We don't want to talk about how much they owe us. But in order for us to be whole, we need everybody who is responsible to kick in. You see, they need to get in where they fit in, as they say back in the day when I was a young man. All right, and they need to pay also. There's culpability, there's liability, and so all that is met is there, and they need to do what they got to do, and we need to make sure we're prepared to enforce that through lawsuits. So let's move forward and look a little bit more. Let's see what else we got here. Now this is an interesting conversation right here. This is another one, right? This is another I believe this guy's name is Professor Gates. He's Barack Obama's friend, right? This is the one that got arrested in front of his house, the Harvard guy, right? Harvard professor. So he's over here in Ghana somewhere, and he's about to talk to one of the princes who's going to say, do you think the king, the king is going to say, well, did the king know what they were doing? Do you think they knew? Let's listen what's that.
The Ashanti sold the Europeans prisoners of war and their own criminals. A large part of their wealth and glory was based on slavery. I wanted to know if they had.
Now, what we're doing is we're digging into the different tribes, right? So this is the Ashanti tribe. It's a black girl who's a singer in America named Ashanti, right? The Ashanti was some of the biggest slave traders on the West Coast. All right, so now we're going to talk to the Ashanti prince and see if his daddy knew that he was selling black folks into slavery and what type of slavery it was going on. They made their wealth doing this. They made plenty of money doing this. So now we're going to talk about, so he's going to, just listen to what the brother has to say. All right, let's check this out.
Any regrets? So I asked the king's son, Ohiniba Adewese Poku.
The whole slavery episode was an unfortunate history of Africa.
It's unfortunate. The whole slavery era was unfortunate. You got to do better than that, Prince.
It depleted the human resources of the empire. What perhaps the empire could have achieved was lost through this trade, you know. So much as we, as I said, do regret, you know, that era in our history, you know, perhaps it was a sign of the times, and we couldn't have done otherwise.
Do you think?
You hear that? The man said we regret it, but it was a sign of the times. It was what was being done back then, you know. I mean, you know, basically, in other words, everybody was doing it, man. You know, we had to get our money too. So, you know, it is what it was a sign of it. It was unfortunate, but, you know, we had to get our paper, man. This is what the king's son, the prince, is saying about your ancestors being sold into slavery. This is what this African prince is saying.
The Africans understood how horrible the transatlantic slave trade was.
Look, you heard that? Did the Africans understand how horrible the transatlantic slave trade was? Let's listen to the response to this.
Perhaps it was a sign of the times, and we couldn't have done otherwise.
But do you think the Africans understood how horrible the transatlantic slave trade was?
No. I mean, no, I don't think they knew. I mean,
No, I don't think they knew. No, I don't think they knew. This brother is saying, no, I don't think they knew how horrible the transatlantic slave trade was. And I just showed you guys earlier before we got started that this system, which lasted for about 388 years, had people going and coming back to Africa, and some who were over there in Brazil came back to Africa and became slave traders. One of the king's man, who he assigned to be a slave trader, a representative for him on the coast in Ghana, the king's man, which would have been this guy's ancestor, that king's man, his son was kidnapped, taken to Barbados, was a slave for some time, then ended up back in Ghana, right, and became a slave trader himself and a writer. And you telling me your right-hand man, his son gets kidnapped and brought and taken to Barbados and treated as a slave for some years. There has to be a petition to get him free. And then he's finally brought to, he don't say nothing to the king. He don't say nothing to his daddy about what happened to him. This man is so stressed out about the situation. He walking out of plays depicting slave. They got plays about what the slave trade is like. And you telling us you don't know, Prince? That doesn't add up. This man is not telling us the truth. Okay, that's what this is. Listen to this now. Listen to this.
As I said, you will regret, you know, that era in our history. You know, perhaps it was a sign of the times, and we couldn't have done otherwise.
But do you think the Africans understood how horrible the transatlantic slave trade was?
No. I mean, I don't think they knew. I mean, if they had known, known about the horrible stories that these brothers and sisters were going through when they were being transported, not only from our coast.
You hear what he said? He said, no, they couldn't have known. If they had known, they would have said, hell with the money. We don't want the money. We want it. No, brother, they knew, brother. You see, this is everybody denying it, but everybody knew.
But through the transatlantic to Korea, and then the transatlantic route to the States.
And here's another thing. So even once you got brought to the coast, they put you in these slave dungeons. And on the continent of Africa, you didn't have a right, accordingly, apparently, to take the life of a slave. But in those slave dungeons, which were still in the continent of Africa, still in Ghana and all of, they took it. They took your lives then. Women were subject to rape then. Men, boys, all of that. So this is what was going on, family. This is what was going on. This is a lie, period. He knows exactly what's happening, period.
I don't think they would have continued doing it. You know, I mean, besides, there was no means of knowing. You know,
He said there was no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing. You got people coming and going. They did know. What you talking about, Prince? They did. You got people coming and going and pointing out what happened, and they still slave trade. So this is just, it's not truthful.
Brutalities that underwent.
Perhaps the people around the castles might have seen how horrible it was.
They might have seen some aspect of it, but those of us, that's us who were in the interior, had no means of knowing.
They had no news of knowing, even though the people were being taken from the interior, typically by other people from the interior, who were going to the coast and seeing everything. I mean, see, it's just, look, fam, this is like children denying that they knew who took the cookie and where the cookie went. Anybody with some common sense is going to tell you the king and the prince and all these people making these decisions, they don't know what's going on, period. It's your job to know exactly what's happening. But I understand why he's not he's apologizing, but we didn't know, but I'm apologizing. So this is what we're dealing with. So let's move on to the next one. On to the next one. Let's take another look. Let's see what else we got here.
World. But one institution stands out for both its global scale and its lasting legacy. The Atlantic slave trade, occurring from the late 15th to the mid-19th century and spanning 3 continents, forcibly brought more than 10 million Africans to the Americas. The impact it would leave affected not only these slaves and their descendants, but the
Let's take a look at this
Americans
next.
to the Americas.
Now,
The impact it would leave affected not only these slaves and their
So
descendants.
just to put it in context where we are now, we are talking about reparations. We're talking about who needs to be sued generally. This is the second part of a series. We started yesterday where I'm telling you that I'm showing you testimony and historical stuff that you can find on YouTube. All the references are below. I'm helping you shoot down all the arguments that our African brothers didn't know exactly what was going on. Our African brothers and sisters and the kings and the royalty and they didn't know what was happening. They knew exactly what was going on. So they are not innocent. Their hands are not clean. Okay, their hands are not clean in this atrocity. All right, and you need to stop treating them like that. Their hands they were culpable. Period. They are culpable. They are responsible, and they owe us reparations. Also, they have to pay for their part. If you want reparations, you make sure you sue everybody who's responsible. And this is what we're talking about here today. And this may be an uncomfortable conversation for many of you because many of you have these strong held, romanticized views about Africa, and you love Africa. Y'all want to go to the trip home, and you want to go back through the slave castle, the door of no return. And I get it. I understand where you're coming from, and that's fine. But some people don't. But what I think we as Black Americans, those who are descended from the slave plantations in the United States, I think we're entitled to reparations. I think that we're owed reparations by everybody who's supposed to pay, not just the European countries, but also those African countries and companies and families. I think they all owe us money, along with those African Americans who own slaves in the United States and the colonies. I think they all have to pay. Everybody has to pay. Everybody needs to pay. Everybody needs to pay their portion of what they owe for the atrocities committed to Black Americans in the United States. And, if I was from Barbados or Jamaica or Trinidad or, I don't know, Barranquilla, Colombia, I would say, they need to pay those people too. But I'm speaking on behalf of African American descendants of slaves in North America. We want our money. We want to get paid. And I think we, are primed to be the tip of the spear of this thing. We can set this thing off. A few lawsuits in New York City and different places around the United States where these trees and companies have assets, bank accounts, property. We start seizing some property and whatnot. I think and fund some more litigation. This is where I'm at. This is what let's create a roadmap. Okay, but let's go ahead and continue watching what we're doing here, and let's get this thing going.
but the economies and histories of large parts of the world. There had been centuries of contact between Europe and Africa via the Mediterranean. But the Atlantic slave trade began in the late 1400s with Portuguese colonies in West Africa and Spanish settlement of the Americas shortly after. The crops grown in the new colonies, sugarcane, tobacco, and cotton, were labor-intensive, and there were not enough settlers or indentured servants to cultivate all the new land. American natives were enslaved, but many died from new diseases, while others effectively resisted. And so, to meet the massive demand for labor, the Europeans looked to Africa. African slavery had existed for centuries in various forms. Some slaves were indentured servants, with a limited term and the chance to buy one's freedom. Others were more like European serfs. In some societies, slaves could be part of a master's family, own land, and even rise to positions of power. But when white captains came offering manufactured goods, weapons, and rum for slaves, African kings and merchants had little reason to hesitate. They viewed the people they sold not as fellow Africans, but criminals, debtors, or prisoners of war from rival tribes.
Isn't that convenient? I'm gonna view you as different, so I can do bad things to you and not feel bad about it. That's what a tyrant does. So it doesn't matter what they viewed you as or what they thought of you. They committed a crime. Okay, period. Crime of unjust enrichment. They stole from you. They stole you. They took all these things from you. So they're responsible for it. But it's interesting. See how they keep coming up with that, oh, but they saw you as different. They saw you as different. This is the problem. They're different. No, that was just your reason. Let's keep listening. Let's keep listening to it.
Telling them, kings enriched their own realms and strengthened them against neighboring enemies. African kingdoms prospered from the slave trade, but meeting the Europeans' massive demand created intense competition. Slavery replaced other criminal sentences, and capturing slaves became a motivation for war rather than its result.
You heard that?
To defend themselves from slave raids,
Did
neighboring kingdoms.
Did you hear that? War became a motivation. Let's listen to that again. At least it's the truth, right? I appreciate that. Let's hear this truth. Listen to this truth. I want y'all to hear this.
And capturing slaves became a motivation for war rather than its result.
So capturing slaves became the motivation for war rather than its result. That's what I've been telling y'all the whole time. They would manufacture wars just so they can have a reason to go out and capture people. That was the motivation. So when you hear people say, oh no, the slaves were just prisoners of war, they were people captured in war. No, the war was fought so that they'd had a reason to go out and capture Black people. These were wars of false pretense. They got weapons of mass destruction wars. This is fake. They did it for greed, family. They've done it for greed. This is greed here. This is good old-fashioned, green-eyed human greed here. Period. Stop making excuses. Stop romanticizing our African brothers and sisters. Stop it.
To defend themselves from slave raids, neighboring kingdoms needed European firearms, which they also bought with slaves. The slave trade had become an arms race, altering societies and economies across the continent. As for the slaves themselves, they faced unimaginable brutality. After being marched to slave forts on the coast, shaved to prevent lice, and branded, they were loaded onto ships bound for the Americas.
Now, after being marched hundreds of miles to the coast sometimes, shaved for lice, and branded, then they were put on boats, packed in on boats, and shipped off to the New World. Where did they do that on the motherland? Where is it that they did that anywhere in Africa? Those people who were involved in the slave trade, those Africans who were involved in the slave trade, they already knew this was a different institution. They already knew it was going to be different. They already knew that. They did it. They didn't care. They wanted the money, period. They wanted the money, family. You guys have to you got to just go ahead and accept that and get away from this distorted view, this romanticized view of what our African brothers and sisters thought. They already knew it was a difference.
About 20% of them would never see land again. Most captains of the day were tight packers, cramming as many men as possible below deck. While the lack of sanitation caused many to die of disease, and others were thrown overboard for being sick or as discipline, the captains ensured their profits by cutting off slaves' ears as proof of purchase.
Did you hear that? So it's not to confuse the slaves that just got brought into the fort with the slaves that I just bought. I'm gonna go ahead and cut their ears off so you'll know my slaves from everybody else's slaves. This is what was happening. This is proof of purchase. You don't think that that's cruel? You don't think that those other African slavers saw that this is what was happening? This was the practice? Y'all still believe our African brothers and sisters who you don't want to offend or make upset? You don't think they owe us money for that? Because you don't think that they knew there was some difference between the slavery that had existed on the continent and the slavery that they were selling our other manufacturing wars to sell our other brothers and sisters into? You don't believe that yet? If not, you just a damn fool. I mean, you just a damn, sounds like you're a fool. Let's keep listening.
Some captives took matters into their own hands. Many inland Africans had never seen whites before and thought them to be cannibals, constantly taking people away and returning for more. Afraid of being eaten, or just to avoid further suffering, they committed suicide or starved themselves, believing that in death their souls would return home. Those who survived were completely dehumanized, treated as mere cargo. Women and children were kept above deck and abused by the crew, while the men were made to perform dances.
What do you think women and children being abused by the crew means? That means sexual assault, rape, molestation. That's what that means. That's what they were doing to our brothers and sisters. That's what they were doing to the. Now the thing is, you got to understand, only a small percentage of the crew were women and children. The vast majority of people, the vast majority of the kidnapped Africans were grown men and boys. That's who did slavery. Black men did slavery, damn near by themselves. Up until about 1806, 80%, it was about 80 to 20%, 80% of the slaves brought to the New World were men. It wasn't until after 1806 when Europe, the European countries, Great Britain outlawed slavery, the export of Africans from the West Coast, export of Africans from Africa into the New World was outlawed, and they began to target ships, slave ships, sinking ships, kidnapping ships, and whatnot. It wasn't until then that they start bringing women. But for the most part, about that first 300 some years, it was just black men. They work you to death and replace you. There was never any intent to have an African population in the New World. What they were going to do was work you to death, you die, and get rid of you. It was only after they outlawed the export of slaves from Africa that they began to bring women over and have breeding farms. Before that, this was just the black man's problem. Ain't that something? Keep listening.
In order to keep them exercised and curb rebellion. What happened to those Africans who reached the New World and how the legacy of slavery still affects their descendants today is fairly well known. But what is not often discussed is the effect that the Atlantic slave trade had on Africa's future. Not only did the continent lose tens of millions of its able-bodied population, but because most of the slaves taken were men, the long-term demographic effect would.
Most of the slaves taken were men. That's the thing I just said. That's something that we never talk about, but let's continue listening.
Was even greater. When the slave trade was finally outlawed in the Americas and Europe, the African kingdoms whose economies it had come to dominate collapsed, leaving them open to
In other words, after slavery, these countries had become, these kingdoms and countries had become so dependent on stealing, kidnapping, exporting other black people that when Europe outlawed it, said, okay, that's enough Negroes, we don't need no more, the kingdom just collapsed. That's how dependent they had become on slavery. And you don't think they turned a blind eye to the atrocities that they saw? You don't realize that that's why that prince said what he said to Dr. Gates? It was just a sign of the times. In other words, we had to do what we had to do to get our money. Because see, once it was over, the whole economy just collapsed of those different kingdoms. They were dependent. Slavery was the lifeblood of those African countries. They knew exactly what they were doing. They did it for a reason. They did it for greed. They did it for convenience, period. That's it. They knew what was happening.
Conquest and colonization. And the increased competition and influx of European weapons fueled warfare and instability that continues to this day. The Atlantic slave trade also contributed to the development of racist ideology. Most African slavery had no deeper reason than legal punishment or intertribal warfare. But the Europeans who preached a universal religion and who had long ago outlawed enslaving fellow Christians needed justification for a practice so obviously.
See, what they're looking justification. How do we justify? Now, we've been dealing with these Negroes for 2,000 years. They taught us all our religions and science and math and astrology and all these things. But we need to figure. We knew about Mansa and all these big kings and Songhai Empire. We know all of it. But what we got to do is we got to justify a reason for doing these people like this. And so we got to come up with some racist reasons. We got to look at, well, they look like monkeys and their heads are bigger. So that means they're more apt to be slaves. They had to make up reasons about genetic inferiority, knowing that the Africans had colonized, knowing the Africans had all this wealth. We talked about this. We know about the great leaders. On one hand, you're dealing with this king who is shrewd and knowledgeable and educated, and the same people that you're stealing the same people that you are enslaving on one side of the ocean. You're saying for some reason, the minute they go from here over here in that 6, 7, 8 week period, they become less than human beings. Over here, you married to their daughters. Over here, you married to their daughters. You're dealing with the king. You're enjoying their wealth and all that. You're looking at the great dynasties and kingdoms they built. But when they get over here, all of a sudden they descended from monkeys and they're justifying this foolishness. They had to figure out some kind of way to reconcile these atrocities that they're committing with their Judeo-Christian beliefs, which says we know goddamn well this is wrong. You see what I'm saying? But we have to find a way to justify what we're doing. So, just same thing the Africans did. Well, they different than us. Those people over there, they're different than us. So that's why we're doing it.
We at odds with their ideals of equality. So they claimed that Africans were biologically inferior and destined to be slaves, making great efforts to justify this theory. Thus, slavery in Europe and the Americas acquired a racial basis, making it impossible for slaves and their future descendants to attain equal status in society.
In other words, we had to make up reasons to justify our wrongdoing, and so we just start making up stuff out of midair. They're less than us. That's how they justify it. That's how they justify treaty. They know it was BS. They know it was BS. They've been dealing with Africans for thousands of years. They know Africans had advanced civilizations while Europe had just come out of the Middle Ages. I mean, they were just out of the squalor and death that they were involved in, and Black Plague. So they had to find a reason to justify. Everybody was out for themselves, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So we as Black people, you don't know anybody any excuses for wanting your reparations. Everybody who owes you needs to be paid. They went for self. You need to go for self. Get your money.
In all of these ways, the Atlantic slave trade was an injustice on a massive scale, whose impact has continued long after its abolition.
All right. I hope you guys appreciate this. So basically what we learn in here, family, is that greed was the primary motivation for our brothers and sisters in enslavement. They manufactured wars. They justified the things that they were doing based on BS reasons. Okay, this is what we've learned. I know it's uncomfortable. This is supposed to be an uncomfortable conversation, but at the end of the day, there's no way we can undo what's happened to us as Black Americans, as Caribbean Americans, as West Indians, as black people from South America, Brazil, Central. There's no way we can unjustify the atrocities committed against our ancestors, but we should be willing to hold all the culprits responsible and force them to pay us in a judicial proceeding. Portugal, Spain, Great Britain, France, along with Belgium and any of the other European countries involved in the slave trade are as responsible as those countries like Ghana, Togo, Benin, the Gambia, Senegal, Nigeria, Uganda. All of these are also responsible. Those who inherited those countries, those governments, who inherited the wealth of those royals, who they took over from, all of them are responsible. And they're still there, along with those families. Now, here's the other thing I want to share with you. There's African Americans who own slaves in the United States. 70% of the slave owners, and here's the cold part about it, the vast majority of them were black women. Black women own more slaves than black men. If it was a black slave owner, more than likely it was a black woman. Look at the stats in South Carolina. We're going to talk about that too in the next couple of days. We're going to have a lot of uncomfortable conversations. This is what we're going to do here today. We're going to talk because we're setting up let's have a honest conversation of reparations. If you want your money, then let's talk about it. Let's have this honest conversation. If you don't want to have this conversation, we'll stop talking about reparations. Period. And you can't be the client who says, well, I was injured and I was in the car with my brother and he ran a red light. But I don't want to sue my brother. No. Well, then you don't want me to be your lawyer. Period. Get up out of it. We sue the people at fault. We're going to sue your brother and whoever else was at fault. Period. For the construction, we sue your brother, the construction of the intersection. So we sue the city. We sue everybody. You don't get to pick and choose how I go about accomplishing the goal. The goal is to make you whole again as a client, as African Americans. You don't get to pick and choose which countries I sue. You just collect your check. You say when it's enough. You say, okay, well, we got our trillions of dollars. That's enough now. That's all you get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose the strategy. And that's part of the problem. You want to pick and choose. Oh, well, I don't want to sue my own brothers and sisters that make things uncomfortable at the next family get together. So what? But you don't want reparations then. You got your apology, go about your business. But for those of you who want reparations, those African countries have culpability and they are responsible too. And they owe you. They owe you for the harm that was committed against you as Black Americans, Caribbean Americans, those of South America, Black people from South America, Central America, whose ancestors were kidnapped from Africa and brought here. And they knew what they were doing at the time. So get your money, man. That's what we're talking about today. Get your money. Don't let anybody slide away from that responsibility. They all owe you. Okay? That's the main thing, man. But either way, I hope you guys, even though this is an uncomfortable conversation, I hope you appreciate what I'm doing here. I'm looking at it from a litigation point. I'm looking at it from, let's say, and I'm going to have a group of lawyers come on here. We're going to talk about this. But the first damn thing I had to do was establish to my brothers and sisters who should be sued. I mean, that's the first thing we had to do. Everybody's responsible. Anybody who had their hand in the pot needs to be paid. You heard what the man said. After the slave, in 1807, after slavery was outlawed, the whole damn country, the nation, went bankrupt because they were basing their whole economy on slavery, stealing Black people and selling them to Europeans. You think they care what tribe you were from after a while? Hell no. They was getting anybody and everybody they could stuff on those boats. They didn't care. And you guys need to recognize that somebody don't care about you. Okay, cool. You don't care. That's cool. But you're going to pay me. You can. Here's the thing: you can still love your brothers and sisters in Africa. Go on over there, do the return thing. Go ahead, enjoy yourself. Go over there and and have a good time. Go to the motherland. Enjoy it. But that still doesn't have anything. You fulfilling your heart's desire has nothing to do with you filling up your bank account with money that's owed to you in the form of reparations, whether it be money, land, citizenship, scholarships. I don't know, reservations. I don't know, whatever. But it's owed to you. However you decide to however it's paid to you, however you able to collect it, that's not the question. The question is, who owes you, right? And where are they? That's the first question. Who owes you? Where are you? Where are they? And who has standing to sue? Those are some of the things we need to talk about. Okay, that's it. Now let's not all that. Our brothers didn't know what they were doing in the motherland. They was innocent victims. They got rich. You just sound weak at this point. you just sound weak. You sound like you want to pick and choose who you suing. You sue whoever's responsible. That's all I'm saying, family. But either way, and shout out to my African brothers. I don't hold anything against you. We just want our money. And I am an advocate of Black American men, period. And I love my African brothers and my West Indian brothers and all that, but I'm an advocate of Black American men, period. That's my choice. Just like, if you go to court, you got some people who are your clients. It's not my job to look out for the other lawyer's client. I'm looking out for my client. You see what I'm saying? And my client are my brothers who can trace their ancestry back to the plantations of what is now the United States, period. And I mean, look, don't get me wrong, my biological father's a West Indian dude. My biological father's an Afro-Caribbean dude. But I'm still an advocate for Black men, Black American men specifically. So in the rank of things, my first primary client, or the person I advocate, or at least in the social aspect of it, in the court of public opinion, my first I would say the person I'm concerned, the people I'm concerned most about are Black American men. Period. Because I'm Black American. Yeah, I know. I get it. I've been to these countries before. They treat me like I'm a Black American man, so that's why I am. I've been to my father's home country. I come down here to the Dominican Republic all the time. But I'm still a Black American man, so that's who I advocate for. That's my squad. That's my team. I love my brothers in Nigeria and Ghana, and I'm happy to see you. I like to see you in the United States. I want to see you live well and do well. But that doesn't mean your government doesn't owe us money. That doesn't mean that all of those European nations don't owe us money. We want our money. We tired of talking about reparations. We want our money. And by my assessment, we ain't got to file one big lawsuit. We can pick them off one at a time. Certain class action, a group of Black Americans who can trace their heritage back to this country, that country, from this tribe, that tribe. You can trace it back. You go ahead and file that lawsuit. Get a nice class action lawsuit going against the country of Ghana. And the trip home, that return home will be a wonderful day. Yeah, we came here on slave ships. We flying back first class. You see what I'm saying? It's not. Then you go after places like Nigeria. Then you go after Togo, Benin. You just sue them all. You named this different European, and you use the money you get from suing one of these countries to fund the litigation against the other countries and the other corporations. And you just go on and on. It might last 20, 30, 40 years. You're getting your money. You're getting your hand. You getting whatever it is you owe. Whatever it is you owe, you're getting. It's not that complicated. It costs $402 to file a lawsuit. Yeah, it's going to be millions of dollars in litigation expenses, but that's why you begin to sue. And you build it up. You get case after case after case. You get class action here, class action for that. Period. But see, the main thing is I need to get you Black Americans on the same goddamn page. Stanley Collins will never get reparations. See, brother, that's the problem. You'll never get reparations. I've heard many people tell me you're never going to get that client any money. It happens all the time. You make a choice, you get an offer they can't refuse. You look, okay, this is going to happen. We can litigate this case for 12 years, 15 years, and you give us $1 trillion. Or you could, we could do it for 5 years, 10 years, whatever. And, you can appeal it if you want to, but you could settle for a nice, $750 billion, whatever. And then we'll move on to the next country. But Stanley, you can't say that it'll never happen. You can't say that. You don't know. You're not even a lawyer, Stanley. Lawsuits happen all the time, Stanley. Class action suits happen all the time, Stanley. So how can you say it'll never happen? I'm not asking for it, Stanley. I'm not asking them for reparations. I'm demanding it, and I'm willing to go out and I'm telling you, brothers, how we need to go about doing it. So it's a plan. Or the first thing the way you make it happen is you plan for it. So don't be so negative, Stanley. All that negativity out there in these YouTube streets. Get your money, man. There's nothing wrong with it. We're just talking about it right now. This might be something that our children deal with in the next 20, 30 years. But we better get it soon, because as Black Americans, we are slowly disappearing in the Black American community. 25% of our so-called Black Americans don't even have origins in the United States. Many of them are African, West Indian, Colombian, South America, all that. We need to go ahead and get this lawsuit popping. That's all I'm saying. But if you guys appreciate this very uncomfortable conversation, if you find it to be educational, cool. Stanley said, I'm not being, you being negative, Stanley. You don't even know, Stanley. You're not a lawyer. You wouldn't know. You just talk. Maybe you just in disbelief. It can happen, brother. Just about filing the right lawsuit, right time, right judge, getting all the information together. That's it, putting enough pressure on the defendant. It can happen, brother. But the bottom line is we need to change the mindset. See, when you start saying it can happen and other people get behind you, look, the Native Americans got their money. The Jewish people got their money for the Holocaust. The Japanese people got their money for those concentration camps. Why Black people can't get their money? Why Black Americans can't get their money from these African countries and these European countries who benefited from the slave trade? And again, I keep having to tell you, I understand many of those countries didn't exist, but the governments that succeeded those countries do exist. They inherited their liability and their debts. Okay, just like when a corporation takes over another corporation, that new corporation is responsible for the debts and the liabilities of the old corporation. All right. So either way, appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and try and enjoy my birthday holiday here, but I feel like this is important work, and the fact that I'm here in Hispaniola, where the first Africans were brought from Spain to the New World back in 1501, I just feel motivated to talk about this. We were talking about great African leaders and whatnot, but I think this is an important conversation, and I just want to be one of the people who sets us in the correct direction. That's what I want to do. This is my contribution. You see what I mean? To my Black brothers. You brothers have to lead the way on this thing. Our lovely ladies are complacent. They happy with what they got. They trinkets. And they'll come along and get whatever little money they can get if you can line it up. But they're not going to really do anything. You can give these sisters all the degrees that you want to, but they're beholden to the dominant society. It's on us to begin to get our money, get our reparations, be leaders, get on out there and make this a better place, a better world for our children, our Black boys and girls. And let's set an example. We want justice. See, slavery wasn't about race. It was about money. You see, it wasn't about color. It was about money. Those African countries and kings and people, they were Black. They didn't care about us being Black. They wanted money. That gold was more important than the color of our skin to them. They had no loyalty to us. You see what I'm saying? Let's see, JT Fell said, just leave Dominicans alone, go to Jamaica. Why? Why would I do that? Why would I do that, JT Fell? Why would I do that? All of this is where my African brothers and sisters landed. All of this. Everything, all these countries in the world benefited from trapped, stolen, kidnapped Africans. This whole world belongs to me. The whole world is mine. See, it wasn't a problem. See, it wasn't a problem them capturing us and bringing us over here. I go anywhere I want to go. It's all mine. Our people pay the debt for this, brother. JT fail, just leave the man. Man, please. I'm as comfortable here as I am in Texas. And I don't know if you know the history of Texas, but Louisiana, Alabama, all those other places, y'all cut that out. See, that's what happened in the first place. See, JT fail is people like that. That's the reason. And our African brothers use that as an excuse to kidnap. Oh, he's from this tribe. They from that tribe. They don't like us. We don't like them. We're going to wage war on them and sell them to the white man. It's people like you, JT Fell, you the reason. That mentality. But that's all right. You'll learn. Anyway, you brothers and sisters, I love you. I appreciate what y'all doing, contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Let's see. I want to try to give a couple of shout outs to a few people here before I leave, because everybody's been so kind. This has been a very boring conversation, but I want to give a shout out to Broke Genius. Thank you so much. Who else? Who else we got in here? Let's see. Not too many. We got Afro Analyst. Salute, Uncle D. I appreciate you. I don't think we got anything on the Super Chat, on the Cash App. Let me see. I'll double check before I get out of here. Yeah, let's see. Nothing on the Cash App. That's all right. I think you guys need this. Let's see. But either way, y'all be blessed, man. It's Uncle D. And let's see. JT Phil said, I'm Dominican. We're not the same as African American. No, you in America. You're not a Dominican. I don't know if you know Dominicans, but once you move to America, they consider you an American. Just know that. You're not a Dominican anymore. You're a gringo. That's what you got to understand, JT Phil. The fact that so just recognize that you are an American. Dominicans are different. Jamaicans, you're different. You move to America, you're an American. You're an Americanized person. That's what you are. Bless your heart. But you keep on thinking that. But I'm not going to let you sidetrack me from this conversation, man. JT Phil. I am Dominican. We are not the same. No, you are an American. You're not the same as Black Americans, but you are an American. If you were in the Dominican Republic, you would be a Dominican. But you are a gringo. Never forget that. You probably don't even speak Spanish well enough to even be considered a Dominican or anything like that anymore. But either way, you go ahead and keep on. Let's see. I actually live in the DR. We are not. No, you are still a gringo because you speak English, senor. That's the problem. You are not. Anyway, let me cut it out. I'm having too good of a time, man. Either way, y'all be blessed. Love you guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, if you're enjoying the content here at Dennis Sperling Unfiltered, make sure you support it by sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And also, hit that little notification bell in the corner so that you'll get notice of each and every one of our live feeds.
Hey, what's up, you guys? This is Dennis Sperling, also known as Uncle D, and I want to continue my series related to the African slave trade. We kind of started off talking about African heroes and great African men, kings, and whatnot. And we ended up segueing into one of the darkest periods that the world has ever seen, and that has to do with the transatlantic slave trade. And some of those same men that we venerate as heroes, those same kings and emperors, we have to also acknowledge what they did. So what I want you to do, guys, is just kick back and we're going to listen to this. But in the meantime, before we get started, make sure you join the membership. Make sure you become a member. Make sure you join Dennis Sperling Unfiltered. Shout out to Jason Webb. Thank you so much. Shout out to my new member, 8. I guess this is in Russian. I can't really say that. But before we get started, I wanted to make sure I acknowledge that. Here's the thing. We as African Americans tend to romanticize our relationship with our African brothers and sisters. We fail to allot to them their fault in our kidnapping and being sold away to work as slaves in the New World, i.e. North America, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. The truth is, as told by their own scholars, the ruling kings on the continent knew exactly what they were doing. This is something that we as African Americans have to face. We have to accept the fact that after 350 years in that time period, at some point, probably very soon after the commencement of the first triangular slave trade, i.e. the Transatlantic slave trade, African rulers knew exactly what they were doing. They knew they were selling us into what became a lifetime of slavery, and a lifetime of slavery for our children and our children's children and our children's children's children. This is not what slavery in America, they knew this was not the slavery that they had in Africa. They knew the type of slavery. They had to have heard the stories and how we were being treated and how we were being mistreated, how our children were being enslaved, and how we could never escape slavery and its brutality. Yet they continued to capture other Africans and profit from it. This is something that we as African Americans, West Indians, Afro-Latinos, all of us who are in the African diaspora who ended up over here, who were victims of the slave trade, have got to go ahead and accept. Now, I'm laying this out for the points of a greater discussion of reparations. As a trial lawyer, I'm not emotionally tied to who I sue. I just want to make sure I get the proper people who are at fault. And so I'm not going to get the buyer if I'm not going to also get the seller. I'm going to get everybody. And in this particular case, we understand that the white Europeans who benefited from our capture and in purchasing us, we understand that they are culprits. We understand that they benefited. We understand that they paid someone a wage. But it is important for us to realize that we also have to, if the prosecutors say, indict the co-conspirator, i.e. those African nations, kings, and tribes who benefited. Now, for those of you who say, oh, well, they were just selling victims of war, they were just selling that been going on in Africa for centuries. Well, that's true, but it's also not true. That's not the whole story. At a certain point, not only did they begin to just kidnap or take people who they had captured in war, POWs, and sell them, but they began to make up wars. They began to instigate wars with their neighbors just so they could have a reason to capture more people and sell them into slavery. On top of that, they didn't even need wars. At some point, they were just roving around the country, capturing people and putting them in slavery. They were literally laying in waiting to capture people. So all of that is going to go out the window. And it's not going to be me saying it. It's going to be these people who I would deem are experts. So without further ado, make sure you get the Snapchat, the Cash App, and the PayPals going. I appreciate that. But in the meantime, I'm going to let this video play, and we're going to watch it. And then I'll interrupt it from time to time when necessary.
"500 years ago, Europeans and Africans met for the first time on these shores. The encounter created the slave trade and changed the world. The slave trade remains a missing chapter in our history, yet Britain led the world in the exploitation of human cargo. This story is not just one of slave raiding by Europeans, but slave trading by Africans. Greed led African kings to sell 12 million people across the ocean. This is not a tale of a trade which grew by accident, but one of a global business created by royal appointment.
The Royal African Company is to be incorporated to set to sea as many ships as shall be thought fitting for the buying, selling, and bartering of gold, silver, negroes, slaves.
Fair use.
Nor is it simply the story of passive, suffering Negroes freed by heroic white crusaders, but one of black uprising. And above all, this is not a tale of a dead past.
Now, before you guys get caught up into it, understand that they initially said this was a global business, and there were approximately 12 million slaves, or at least I believe that's probably a moderate number. I think it was possibly higher. I mean, who actually keeps a totally accurate count? But 12 million is the number that we'll just use that as a starting point. Okay, but let's continue and review this thing.
It still shapes the way Britons live today.
William Beckford and his father, Alderman Beckford, to put it bluntly, owned my ancestors.
It brings some Britons face to face with a heritage they've never before confronted.
My grandfather was what I'd consider probably a very charming man, and in his young days he was quite a dish. Actually, he really was.
And for the first time, Britons, black and white, discover a common ancestry. It's an ancestry rooted in a past when British ships carried African slaves. Bristol. This sleepy port was once a mercantile powerhouse which dominated the transatlantic slave trade. Ships that wrenched millions of Africans from their homes crowded the Avon for a century. Yet a visitor today sees a city stripped of any reminder of that cargo. Bristol has turned its back on the trade that made it rich.
I was simply amazed. And I think that really in the 20th century, Bristol went through a long period of denial. There really was, as it were, a participation in this wider world.
The city's authorities have long resisted efforts, especially by the black communities, to mark its slave trading.
All right, so basically what's going on is you're finding out there are a lot of towns and cities and whatnot in Europe. They want to forget the whole slave trade happened. They just want to say, yeah, we made our money, our people who made money, they got their money, and then they move on. Bristol was actually a town in England where they manufactured pots and other hardware and whatnot. And so what they were able to do is sell that to the African kings, right, and emperors. They wanted their pots, like cooking pots, right? This is what I'm talking about. We try to say, oh, they needed guns and horses and tobacco and whatnot. No, they traded a lot of us for cooking pots and stuff like that. This is the stuff that they traded us for. And so they were able to do that and swap those things for slaves. And then the ships would go to the New World and get sugar and tobacco and bring that back to England, and they swap that. And that's why they call it a triangular slave trade. But let's continue watching.
Past.
There has been a genuine fear
Let me know if you guys can hear this. Can y'all hear it? If y'all can't hear it, let me know. All right, can you hear it?
Fear than denial.
But in early March this year, the first sign of change appeared. Bristol's dignitaries gathered for the opening of a new footbridge. It was a small step, but a victory for the campaign to commemorate one of the slaves who lived in Bristol, a man called Pero Jones.
We are here with our friends to show our respect to our ancestors who lived and died in this city as enslaved Africans. It's often not known that in 1725, Bristol alone enslaved 16,550 Africans in that 1 year.
It's a bridge that helps us come to terms with, to understand, and sometimes to confront a shared past. A past that contains, for many of us, great sadness.
This moment is a sign that Britain is waking up to its slave trading history. Pero Jones belonged to a Bristol family, the Pinneys. Britain's slave past does not start with Africa. It begins in 17th century England with the British Empire's first slaves, white men. The founder of the Pinney dynasty, Azariah, was farming in Dorset when he was swept up in a rebellion against the king.
The Duke of Monmouth landed in Lyme Regis in June 16th.
All right. So they're about to talk about how they enslaved Irish folks and whatnot, but that's not, we're going to skip this part, slide ahead a little bit. Okay. Go straight to that.
Grandfather's enslavement probably made John Pinney uneasy about owning slaves, but the scriptures stilled his conscience.
I can assure you I was shocked at the first appearance of human flesh exposed to sale.
But surely God ordained them for the use and benefit of us. Otherwise, his divine will would have been made manifest by some particular sign or token.
He was motivated by commerce, but in doing so, it seems that he regarded his slaves as his principal asset, and he looked after his asset. I flatter myself to say a word respecting the care of my slaves and stock. Your own good sense must tell you they are the sinews of a plantation and must claim your particular care
and attention. Humanity tempered with justice towards the former must ever be exercised. They surely deserve it, being the very means of our support.
They should be kept clean of ticks.
The demand for the Pinnish sugar was huge. To meet the demand, they needed more slaves, but they had to raise cash to buy those slaves. They turned to the merchants in the city of London for help. The money men were prepared to give loans to planters, but it was the higher profits from the slave ships that offered the best returns. The city wanted that business all to itself.
Now, I want you guys to keep in mind, we're still talking about one little town in England. We're not talking about the rest of Great Britain. We're not talking about Scotland, Ireland, France. We're not talking about Portugal, Spain. We're not talking about the Danes. We're talking about one little town, just to give you an idea of what they were doing. But let's continue forward.
The king was always ready to trade favors for cash. He granted a royal charter which gave a single London company, the Royal African Company, exclusive rights over the slave trade. In return, the royal family became its biggest shareholders.
Charles II, by the grace of God, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland. To all to whom these presents shall come, greeting.
Okay.
Whereas Guinea, Benin, Angola, and South Barbary, and the Soul.
This is important. I don't want you guys to miss this. what he basically said was that the King of England, in exchange for what we would call stock in the Royal African Company, I'll give you exclusive rights over the slave trade. And so what does that mean? That means that the kidnapping and sale of Africans from the west coast of Africa made that British monarchy rich. Before that, you heard what they were saying. They were borrowing money. They were trying to borrow. You guys still can't hear me? They were borrowing money, trying to get people to give money. They didn't have any. Remember, these folks had just come out of the Dark Ages. Remember that. They were just coming out of the Dark Ages, a couple hundred years out. They didn't have money. They had gone down to Ghana and Mali and robbed them of the gold and stuff they had, but they didn't have any sort of businesses. They didn't have any natural resources. So what? They got into the slave business. So let's continue back with this thing.
And only trade and traffic thereof are the undoubted right of our heirs and successors, and whereas the trade of said regions is of great advantage to subjects of this kingdom. The Royal African Company is to be incorporated in the name of our dearest brother, James Duke of York, His Highness Prince Rupert, Anthony Earl of Shaftesbury, Henry Earl of Arlington, His Grace the Duke of Buckingham, John Earl of Bath. We hereby grant unto the same Royal African Company of England to set to sea as many ships as shall be thought fitting for the buying, selling, and bartering of gold, silver, negroes, slaves, goods, ware, and manufactures.
The company's men would let nothing stand in the way of their drive for profits. They already knew that slavery was widely practiced in West Africa. In most African nations, it was an alternative.
All right. So this is where most people stick on. They say, oh, well, slavery was widely practiced in Africa, but the type of slavery that the Africans were doing on each other, you know, you could end up being the king, you know, you could own a slave, and, you know. So what we like to do as Black Americans, we like to romanticize and say, yeah, for that 350 years that our Black brothers and sisters were being kidnapped, stolen, and taken to the New World, i.e. North America, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, and the Caribbean, those Africans had absolutely no idea at all that it wasn't the type of slavery that that the brothers and sisters were, you know, used to on the continent. Oh no, they didn't know. They didn't know it all. They didn't know they would be kidnapping their brothers and selling these people, and then their children and their children's children would be slaves. They can be slaves. Their whole line of people would be. They didn't know that. Oh my God! So for 350 years, we talking about from 16 something, 15 something, okay, 16 something, all the way up into 1880. They didn't know it all. That's just naive to even think on that. That's just. It would be stupid if somebody still believed. Especially the fact you have written accounts, you got people, the same people shipping them over there, taking it back, shipping it over there, do it. How many times they've been doing this 30 or 40 years? Don't you think they had stories? Don't you think those sailors were coming back telling stories? Don't you think the Africans who participated in it eventually found out? You're ignorant and foolish if you think these African kings and lords didn't know. That's just crazy. No, the truth is they were in it for the money, they were in it for the profit. They did it for the bag. So stop romanticizing this. They knew exactly what they were doing. So we'll move forward now.
Alternative to a prison system.
Those who committed crimes, convicts, could be sold into slavery. If you owe the debt.
Now, I want you to pay attention to this sister. This is she is at the University of Ghana. She is a professor there. That's her name. Look her up. Send an email, follow her on Instagram, whatever. This is what these African scholars are saying. So you pay very close attention to what she is saying. All right? Listen to what she is saying about what they knew. This is a studied woman who understands exactly what the kings and whatnot knew. She's going to explain it to you, and you got to listen to it. All right? And y'all make sure y'all get the likes up and the contributions. I'm going to put the link at the bottom. Fair use, by the way. Fair use.
It could be sold into slavery. sometimes through deceit, or you could be tricked into slavery.
Slaves were also acquired as captives of Africa's wars. Europeans had long been part of an established system for bartering them.
The first Europeans who came to Ghana were the Portuguese, and they arrived in 1471. And when they got here, they found that there was a brisk trade in slaves between Ghana and its West African neighbors. And for 100 years, Portugal remained on the coast of Ghana and took part in this coastal trade, going to Senegal, bringing...
For 100 years, Portugal remained on the coast of Ghana. Did it say that they went into the hinterland? Did it say they set up some posts 100 miles in? No, those white men waited on the coast. And those African kings and tribesmen and all those, they would bring the captured Africans to them. That's what they would do. They would not go into the land. White men didn't enter into the mosquitoes and snakes and alligators and all. They didn't run up in that land. It was Africans that went in and captured us and brought us out, and they did it for profit. Okay, and you Black Americans have got to recognize that it is what it is. Now, here's the thing. Crimes have been committed. Nobody's going to suffer for that. But what we're talking about right here is in the context of reparations. In other words, who owes us money? You see what I'm saying? And you should not have a problem for being compensated, even from your brothers and sisters, for unpaid labor that you or your ancestors performed. Loss of land, loss of life, loss of happiness in life. This is what we're looking for in the context of who owes us as African Americans, Caribbean Americans, South Americans, South African Americans. When I mean Black Americans who ended up in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. Who owes us? And we have to start with the people who actually came into our villages and kingdoms and kidnapped us. You can't sue somebody unless you have all the necessary parties. Your case will get dismissed.
Goods from Senegal, from Nigeria to Ghana, and bringing slaves in exchange for gold. And this was the situation before the transatlantic slave trade was introduced.
The Royal African Company had no interest in the coastal trade. They wanted slaves to ship across the Atlantic. They found a ready supply in local prisoners of war.
When you went to war and you defeated the people, you took captives home. So we decided what to do with the captives. How many slaves do we need for farming? How many do we need for the army? How many do we need for domestic work, etc., etc.? After they've gone through all those logistics, the excess goes through the Atlantic slave trade.
The image we have today.
I have to address this comment. See, this is the problem that we have. Someone says, named Big K says, no one is going to pay Black Americans anything. We have to be real. You know, I've heard many insurance companies and many big corporations tell me that we're not going to pay your client anything. And then you file a lawsuit and then you begin to take their things from them after you get a judgment. That's how that works. What this should say is nobody's going to pay us voluntarily. But once we do the homework, once we do the work, we come to the realization of this is what happened. Then you file suits. You file suits wherever you need, as many lawsuits, wherever you need to do it at, wherever they have property, wherever this country, Ghana, Nigeria, all these places, whatever they have property in the United States, and then you seize it. You're not asking for anything, Big K. You're taking it. This is just like they took us and our ancestors. We're going to take what's owed to us. We're going to take our money back. That's the whole point of reparations, sir. So let's not be a stick in the mud before we even get started. But this is why a lot of Black people, especially people like myself, don't want to get involved in it, because you got folks like Big K right here who say, oh no, they ain't never going to pay us nothing. They don't have to want to do it. It doesn't matter what you want to do. There's a debt that needs to be paid. We can prove it. And here we go. The main thing is getting everybody on the same page and getting out of this fantasy world that our African brothers had nothing to do with this. They did. And they are part, along with the European kingdoms, the European nations and crowns, and our African crowns and everybody else, companies, they had something to do with it too, and they need to pay. Everybody needs to pay. That's where I'm coming from. Everybody needs to pay. All right, so let's continue.
Of the slave trade as mass kidnapped by Europeans couldn't be further from the truth. For both sides, this was just business.
The African role in the transatlantic slave trade must not be.
I'm gonna run this back because y'all need to hear this. This is a crucial point. I need you guys to hear it from another African scholar. Okay, hear this carefully.
The image we have today of the slave trade as mass kidnap by Europeans couldn't be further from the truth. For both sides, this was just business.
The African role in the transatlantic slave trade must not be swept under the carpet. The greed factor was there. Kingdoms made money, they rose as a result of the trade. Big, powerful people.
This also, another doctor, okay, another professor, another African scholar in Ghana saying the African role in the slave trade must not be overlooked. Kingdoms rose because, okay, let's put this in context. Mansa Musa makes his trip in 1330. The world realizes that Africa, Ghana, the west coast of Africa has all these riches. European raiders do what they've been doing to each other for hundreds of years. They go down there, they set up shop, they start robbing and jacking. All right, they start, you know, it's only so many of them you can fight. They come in just like the Vikings would come in and raid the British and the French, you know, the English and the French. They came in robbing and jacking. Give us all you go. Give it to the point where, you know, Ghana was now broke. They running out of money. Like, man, so what do we have now? Here we are 100 years later. They've taken all our gold and riches. We just showed the world all we had. And then they came and beat our army and took it all. And so what do we have left to sell? Well, we don't want to just be powerless. We need to do something. We need to make some money some kind of way. Oh, y'all need Negroes? Oh, we got plenty of Negroes over here. We're going to start selling the Negroes. So they start selling their own people to enrich themselves, to put money back in their coffers. This is what this man is saying they're doing. Now, he didn't go as far as that history, but those of you who've been following my page, I'm putting it in context for you. They ran, it's not like they were overwhelmed. They had money, overwhelming money. They'd always been slave trading in slaves, but not like this. Not this now. You going to just pick and fight so you can enslave people, so you can sell them to these Europeans who need to tame this wilderness over here they call the New World. So this is what's going on. Y'all make sure y'all get the likes up. I hope y'all enjoy this. I hope this conversation is uncomfortable for you. That's what I want it to be. All right, but let's run that back again because I need this, y'all to hear this. Everybody in the back, listen, okay? Listen to this. You need to hear this, all right? This is the doctor. Let's listen to the doctor again.
Besides, this was just business.
The African role in the transatlantic slave trade must not be swept under the carpet. The greed factor was there. Kingdoms made money. They rose as a result of the trade. Big, powerful people.
Active collaboration.
The company found that African kings were just as greedy as England's own royal family. They were willing to supply exactly what the plantations needed.
Did you hear that? The African kings and African families were just as greedy as the European families and kingdoms. They were just as greedy. So why is it that we romanticize our African brothers and pretend as though they had nothing to do with it? Oh, they was just victims. They didn't know. They knew hell. They knew what was going on. They did it for the money. They wanted the money. They traded your black butts for the money, brothers. I can trace my first ancestor back to a slave plantation in Virginia called the King Plantation. I was told by my some relatives on my mother's side of the family that, oh yeah, you know, our first ancestor, he called himself, he was brought over here as a king from Africa, and he called himself Washington King because he found out that that the first president of the United States was named Washington and he named himself King. That's not how he got his goddamn name. He came from the King breeding farm in Virginia, and that's why he was one of the king slaves from up there. I found that out on my own a few years back. My own people trying to romanticize this. It was a horrible condition we were sold into by our own people, and we need to stop running away from it, especially if we're calling ourselves gonna get reparations. Everybody needs to pay. Uncle D said it, and if you don't like it, I don't care. Everybody needs to pay. The black ones, the white ones, the Europeans, the European nations, the African, all of them, everybody. That's the only way justice will be found. Irrespective of color, we're looking for justice.
The slave owners in the West Indies, they preferred slaves from the Gold Coast. You know, they said these were very hard-working, hardy slaves.
Local businesses sprang up to supply the transatlantic market. The European traders had no need to round up the slaves.
Okay. All right. So Big K is back again. Big K said, thank you, Big K. I appreciate you. Big K, I appreciate you for giving the $5 super check. Okay. How can you successfully sue African countries for crimes committed before the countries existed? Well, just like any corporation, when you take over a corporation that is in debt or has committed a crime, that new corporation takes up all of their debts and all of their assets. One of the debts that the kingdoms who occupied the space we call Ghana had, or one of the crimes they committed, which left a debt, was the kidnapping of other Africans and selling them off to European corporations. That is a debt. They inherited that debt. They did that crime, that corporation inherits it. Same thing for that government. That government inherits the debts of that, the crimes of that kingdom, they inherit that. And so because of that, what? Those are the people you sue. And I promise you that the good governments in Ghana and Nigeria and all those places, they have property here in the United States. They own assets. They have things just like every other corporation. And those are the things that we would go after primarily, or we could work out some sort of payment plan. I don't know, but that's something that we'll deal with later. Let's get Big K. I appreciate you, but and I appreciate the contributions, but you gotta let. It's almost like you don't want to let it play out. You understand what I'm saying? But let's continue.
The Europeans themselves did not go inland to the villages or to capture slaves. They remained at the forts and the.
Did y'all hear that? The Europeans didn't do what? They didn't go inland. So for that 350 some odd years, the Europeans didn't go inland. What did they do? Let's listen to them again. I want y'all to hear that. Here's another black professor. This is another black professor telling you guys the same thing. They didn't go inland, fellas. The Europeans didn't run up in the bushes and get these Negroes. Oh no, it was other Africans doing, and they knew what they were doing. But let's listen to this other black professor.
He found that African kings were just as greedy as England's own royal family. They were willing to supply exactly what the plantations needed.
The slave owners in the West Indies, they preferred slaves from the Gold Coast. They said these were very hard-working, hardy slaves.
Local businesses sprang up to supply the transatlantic market. The European traders had no need to round up the slaves.
The Europeans themselves did not go inland to the villages or to the town to capture slaves. They remained at the forts and the castles. And it was the African traders who sold the slaves to the Europeans.
You heard that? You said the Europeans didn't even leave the slave. They didn't leave the castles and the forts. They stayed right there and waited for the Africans to bring them to them. So these other Africans would travel hundreds of miles inland and kidnap other Africans and bring them to the shore, march them to the shore. This is what our own brothers did to us. And we just how can we romanticize that? You didn't have a bunch of white men, with battalions of army men running in there and capturing black folks. They didn't do that. This was Africans doing it to other Africans. We can't romanticize that anymore. Either we're going to deal with it like grown men and women, or we're going to forget about it. But you can't sue one and not sue the other one. We got to sue them all. Let's tell the whole story. Tell it all. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. That's what we're doing today. Amen.
What happened was that there were middlemen who would meet the inland traders bringing the slaves. They would buy these slaves and then in turn resold them to the European merchants in the castles.
Rival European powers were building castles to protect their cargoes. Within a century, there would be a fort every 3 miles on what used to be called the Gold Coast. It came to be known as...
Did you hear that? There would be a fort. There would be a fort every 3 miles. Do you know how many miles that is? A fort every 3 miles set up to barter and trade and purchase slaves and ship them over to the New World. Every 3 miles. And you telling me these Africans, our African brothers, because they're still our brothers, you saying that they didn't know what they were doing? You telling me that was did they have a fort every 3 miles in Africa for trading slaves? No, they didn't. They did not. They knew it was different. And so why is it that you're allowing that? And here's the thing, you know, I know, see, we fantasize as African Americans, we fantasize about going home, we fantasize about our African brothers, but that still doesn't mean they didn't do us wrong. They did a wrong to us. This was wrong. This was wrong on so many levels, and they did it for money. They did it because they wanted money. They did it for pots and gunpowder and whatever newfangled stuff Europeans were bringing down. They did it for those things. And we allowed them to do it, period. But let's continue.
The Slave Coast.
Yeah. They did it so often, they renamed it the Slave Coast. Okay, so they knew what they were doing.
The Royal African Company appealed to its major shareholder, James II. He began a string of garrisons, motivated possibly by the national interest, but more likely by his own profits. Every time a British ship was sighted, its sailors could rely on a welcome from the fort and from the African settlement next to it.
We took up our old anchorage opposite Cape Coast Castle and made arrangements for commencing our old business of gathering a cargo. Our first object is to lay in stocks of rice for the slaves on the passage to the West Indies. You will naturally think it must be difficult to transact business with these people from ignorance of their language. But they have been for so many years trading with the English that all the traders have broken English enough for the purpose.
The Europeans, the English should come there so often that the Africans learn to speak English from them coming down there. They've been working with them so much, capturing other black Africans and shipping them off. That's how often they were down there.
The transatlantic slave trade dominated West Africa. For some kingdoms, selling slaves became an economic necessity. And all along the...
What that means is, it's an economic necessity. What that means is that kingdom was dependent on its welfare, on the trading and the capturing or the stealing, the kidnapping and stealing and selling other Africans. That's how dependent this kingdom was on these crimes against humanity that were committed against those of us who landed in the New World after being captured and caught and sold. The whole kingdom depended on them selling us. That's what these people are saying to you. That's what these African scholars are saying to you in this video right here. Fair use.
Coast, new trading settlements were springing up.
In the 17th century, the Atlantic slave trade became the most important activity on the coast. We find that almost every town, coastal town, And almost every European fort and castle was involved in slave trading. So we have about 65 slave markets in Ghana alone.
Look, I mean, okay, this is an African scholar telling you, brothers and sisters, there was 65 slave forts in Africa alone, on the coast. 65 alone. The most important thing coming off the west coast of Africa for 300 some years, over 300 years, was slavery. And you telling me our brothers and sisters didn't know what they were doing? Are you telling me this? Now you sound foolish. But more importantly, here's what I want you to understand. And I'm gonna say some things that's gonna hurt some people. Those of you who are Black Power, you're into Black history. Why is it that you never tell us this and put it in context? See, I'm looking at it not as a historian. I'm looking at this as a litigator. And I'm seeing these people who participated in these parties, these corporations, these royalties, these royal families. These are necessary parties to this any litigation moving forward having to do with reparations. You can't sue you can't sue London. You can't sue the Royal Crown in London and not sue the Royal Crown in Ghana. You can't sue England and not sue Ghana, Nigeria, and Togo, Benin without suing. They're all in it together. So why is it that you haven't laid that out? Why is it that you lie to our people so much? You so-called pro-Black and Black historian. Why is it that you don't tell our people the truth? That our own brothers and sisters sold us into slavery and they owe us a debt, along with the white man and everybody else involved in it. Why is that? And this is why so many young Black people are just so discontent with this whole pro-Black movement and the Black historian. This is because they know you're lying. You're telling them half-truths, and telling a half-truth is just like telling a lie. Okay, so again, I'm looking at it from a point of a litigator and what is important to making sure that everybody involved played a part, and then we'll sort out what their part was. But we at least got to get to the point where we say, you dismissing that. Oh no, they didn't know what they were doing. Oh no, they were just selling criminals of war. They were just selling people who they were selling anybody they could get hold of after a while. Didn't you just hear that woman, the doctor, say that this was their primary source of income? The kingdom would fall unless they don't even have enough prisoners of war to sell. They were kidnapping folks who had nothing to do with any war, didn't have any problem with anybody, period. They were selling anybody they could get. That's where we at. And I'm very disappointed at these Black scholars for not saying this. And this is why a whole generation of Black folks don't even want to hear about Black history, period. Because they know you're full of lies and you're doing it for your own benefit. You're trying to follow the status quo in your college. You don't want to offend anybody because you want to keep your damn job. You want to keep writing grants. You want to keep it moving in the same direction so you can get paid, so you can get that tenure. You faking it. And the brothers and sisters are tired of it. Period. That's why the reparations movement hadn't gone anywhere in 100 years, because of folks like you in charge of it.
The Africans could hardly have anticipated the consequences of all this, but the bargain they struck with the European slave traders transformed the continent. What started as a local tradition turned into a monster that eventually swallowed 12 million people.
Slavery existed in societies that had no prison systems. It was part of the punitive measures against criminal conduct, criminal behavior. Slaves lost their liberty. They went away, maybe into the neighboring state or the neighboring nation, but only for a season. It was not a long-term loss of liberty. And the children of the slaves, of course, were never slaves in that context. But here, of course, with the transatlantic slave trade, you have a final separation. People went away and they never came back.
Slavery would spirit millions away from the continent. It would be the cause of war and torment. And it would drag both Africa and Europe into a harsh new era.
In the indigenous system, especially in Ghana, no slave owner had the power of life and death over the slave. But in the castle, you could do anything to the slave. You could kill the slave, you could maim the slave, you could mutilate the slave, you could punish the slave as you liked.
All right. So what you just heard her say was that in Ghana, where this slave castle is, no slave owner had the right to kill or take a slave's life. But here's the thing. At this castle, which is also in Ghana, they could see, oh, damn, them slaves that we just dropped off over there, they getting killed, beat up, raped, all kind of stuff is happening to them. Damn, they going into a different kind of slavery. Even from that point right there, they understood that this was a different kind of slavery than the slavery that they had been used to for hundreds, maybe thousands of years on the continent. You could see right there, when we drop these people off, we don't even treat them this bad. So damn, what's going to happen when they put them on those boats and send them over there across that water like that? They knew then that it was a different kind of slavery. You on this side of the door, you get, you like damn near a family member. But as soon as you go into this castle, you getting treated like worse than stray animals on the street. They can kill you. You see, this is, you cannot tell me that our Africans are some of the smartest people on this planet. They built all these great institutions, sophisticated science, math, astronomy, traversed the world. And you telling me they couldn't figure out after 350 years that the slavery that they had in Ghana and the other parts of West Africa and Central Africa was different than the slavery that they sold our African ancestors into who landed here in the United States? You're a damn fool if you believe that. At this point, you're just faking ignorance. Stop romanticizing these crimes. All of them have to pay, period. If we're talking about reparations, everybody who's responsible has to be held responsible.
Cape Coast Castle in modern Ghana, the headquarters of the Royal African Company, a place of misery and terror.
So here we go. Hold on a minute.
They lived in the dungeons as though they were animals, so they weren't given enough food.
All right, here we go. So we got another one. Freeman Network says this. He says African tribal slavery and European chattel slavery are not the same thing. Yeah, we get that. That's not the question, Mr. Freeman, the Freeman Network. The question is, what did the Africans know in 350 years? The question is, did they know that they were selling us into this sort of horrible system that would even hold our children and our children's children in bondage? That's the question after 350 years with Africans going and coming and people being kidnapped and then released after 10, 12, 15 years, and then they themselves coming back and becoming slavers. This is what I'm trying to ask you. I know, see, we like to romanticize our African brothers' involvement in this atrocity. We like, oh no, they didn't know what they were doing. We want to allow them to plead the benefit of ignorance. Oh no, they didn't know what they were doing. And I'm telling you, yes, they did know what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they did it, and they did it anyway because they wanted the money. They did it for the money. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brothers and sisters. And until you guys begin to accept that, you will not get the justice that you deserve, because you won't have everybody involved in the horrendous crimes that were perpetrated upon you and our ancestors. That's what I'm saying. You need to begin to go ahead and grow up and accept it for what it is, period. Stop living in this fantasy world. Stop doing that to yourselves. You're lying to yourselves. It's time to stop now. We need to become a more mature people. This is the 11th hour, period, brothers. Now cut it out. Let's continue watching.
They were prisoners. We have the condemned cell where turbulent slaves were kept. And a lot of them were turbulent because, I mean, if you live in your country and somebody comes out here and takes you into captivity, you wouldn't take kindly to that.
Slaves were packed into every space. They could be trapped here for months. There were only two ways out, to the sea and the slave ships, or to the graveyard.
They had to go to the bathroom in the dungeons. They were fed in the dungeons. Their whole life was in the dungeons. And that was very uncomfortable, very unhealthy. There could be some epidemics, no windows. They really were confined to those little rooms.
The fort became a byword for cruelty and rape. The Europeans' moral restraint evaporated under the African sun.
Most of the colonial officials who came onto the coast came without their wives. So most of them became mistresses. They doubled up as domestic servants, as mistresses, concubines for these officials.
So basically, what that's telling you is some of the lovely ladies said not only were they were concubines, mistresses, these white men came down there with no wives. They had no wives with them. So what were they doing? They was messing around with the African women, period. That was what was going on. And you can't tell me that those lovely ladies, many of them didn't volunteer for the job. I just refuse to believe that also. I believe that they played a part and they knew exactly what they were doing, period. So let's continue watching. Now it's gonna get even more uncomfortable for you all. Because I'm basically gonna tell you that a lot of our sisters, our lovely African queens, godmothers, mother goddesses, they played a part in this. They helped facilitate it. They cooked for them. They kept them safe. They adopted them adopted these white European slave owners into the family, kept them clean. Remember, they didn't have anywhere to stay. Where do you think they were going to stay? Huh? They wasn't traipsing off into the hinterland. They wasn't going inland. They were sitting at the castle with the concubine, that African concubine princess and queens with them. Let's keep listening. This is going to get painful for y'all.
For some of the female slaves who lived in the dungeons, the governor saw, in inverted commas, some of the female slaves. And when they were found pregnant, if they were lucky, they were set free.
The Europeans had no shame about declaring their conquests. In Cape Coast, families still carry names like Gonzalez, Coleman, Frith, and De Silva.
You had the European merchants intermarrying or having local African women, and their offspring, called the mulattoes, also growing in number. As the slaves were brought in, not everybody was sold and shipped up. Some remained. And so one would see a kind of a cosmopolitan life growing along the coast.
The West Africans tolerated.
I don't think that registered to you all, what that man just said. A kind of cosmopolitan life was growing on along the coast. That means we out here making money. I got this European man, I got this baby. He done let me go free because I got his kids for him. Translate the fact, let's fast forward to 2021. My man, I got a baby, he buying me Birkin bags. Yeah, you know, he's shipping the Africans over, but you know, I'm good. The whole west coast of Africa, right? Cosmopolitan lifestyle. Slavery has brought in, the capture of other Africans has brought all kind of wealth and money and riches to the west coast of Africa, which was otherwise at that time poor and broken. So it was because of our capture and enslavement that other Africans became rich. People personally benefited from it. It was greed, family. They didn't give a hot damn what happened to you after you got on that ship, as long as they got paid. That's what I'm trying to tell you all, family. This is what I'm saying. And so when it comes to the question of who owes us reparations, all of them do. Those European countries, those African countries, those African families, those European families, they all owe us money. And I'm gonna give you something else. Very soon, we're gonna talk about the Black Americans who also had slaves in the United States. We're gonna talk about them too, because they are part and parcel, not only the American families, the white families, but the Black American families that held slaves in the dozens, in the hundreds. Everybody has to pay. This is where we at. If we're gonna file suit, if we're gonna be serious about it, we can't hold back. Everybody's got to pay. We need our money.
The traders' brutality because European military backing gave them power, and they needed to import cheap brass and iron tools for farming and cooking. The Africans were always hunting for a better deal. It was the small English town of Bristol which offered that deal.
Okay, now we're back. We're back to the Africans were always looking for a better deal. They needed their farming tools and their pots and their pans. And so what happened? Little town of Bristol, right? Little town of Bristol is up here in England. They got these manufacturers. We can do this. We can make these little widgets and gadgets, and we can sell them to these Africans, and these Africans can give us money and blah, blah, blah. And they'll go over there to Europe with those Africans, go to the Caribbean with those Africans, sell them, get sugar cane, tobacco, bring it back to England, and we'll all get rich. That's basically what's happening. This is the triangle. Get the likes up. I hope you're uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable, you need to hit the like button, because more people need to feel like this. We all need to get on the same page. Y'all serious about reparations? Well, I'm here now. Let's talk about it. Let's get the conversation going, but let's have an honest conversation. See, I'm one of those lawyers that's gonna tell you, you know what? Either you can take this deal and get 15 years, or you can risk the chance of going to jail and be there for 100 years. Choice is yours. 5 o'clock, I'm going home. But you're gonna pay me anyway. Questions? Yeah, I know you don't like that, but I'm the perfect person to deliver this conversation to you, because I don't care about your feelings. I'm telling you, as a trial lawyer, especially a civil litigation attorney, if you're representing a plaintiff, you need to figure out each and every person who might be responsible for the harm caused to your client. And if I'm looking at this as a lawyer determining, well, who owes us African Americans, American descendants of slaves, foundational Black Americans, who owes us reparations? Who's responsible? Well, I can't sue the buyer without suing the seller, right? I can't sue the purchaser without the enslaver without suing the kidnapper, right? That makes no sense. You're missing somebody. You got to figure out who's more responsible. Maybe 20% his fault, 80% his fault. I don't know, but everybody got to pay is the thing. This is where we at. And the reason this is so upsetting to me is because, like many of you, I've heard hints of this, and throughout, I'm a 46-year-old man, and no African scholar has ever really broke it down to me like this. And I'm a lawyer, and I'm looking at it. This is what's upsetting to me, because our African scholars have not been honest with us. Our so-called Black power Africa, they have not been honest with us. They have not told us the truth as Black men and women. And it's unfortunate, but that's why we have to lead ourselves, and don't worry about no damn leaders. But let's go ahead and continue.
Local mineral deposits gave the city a unique advantage. Bristol could make high-grade metal goods cheaply. Factories spread across the Avon Valley to meet the new African demand.
This is what's known as a guinea pan that was used as one of the trade items that filled the Bristol merchant ships that sailed to West Africa. And for several of these, one could exchange a slave in the early part of the 18th century. And it was because these small factories on the Avon Valley were able to develop an industrial structure to manufacture these large quantities cheaply that basically Bristol was able to develop a slave trade in the early 18th century.
Bristol's golden age was dawning. The families who transformed the city used their wealth to buy huge estates. Abraham Elton's descendants still live in his stately home, Clevedon Court.
Well, he was very much a self-made man. He came from a rather humble background. He was apprenticed to a mariner and became a master mariner, but clearly had a strong entrepreneurial flair, and finally became a merchant.
Abraham spotted the opportunities in metals. He bought land bearing extensive deposits of copper and began to search for new markets.
He was looking for an outlet for his copper products. He had the raw materials for the business. He had the copper works. He had an outlet with the Bristol brass industry for the copper, but naturally he was looking for wider markets.
Abraham's seafaring connections told him that Africans would pay good money for high-grade brass. He seized the opportunity.
A wide number of people were involved in stocking the slave ships. So something that seems completely unconnected to the slave trade, such as the brass industry.
So this white man said, I got a buyer down here that wants to buy my brass products. I don't care where they get their money from. I don't care if they get money from Satan himself, okay? As long as they can pay the price, I'm gonna get involved. This is what this white man in Bristol said. Now, we can hold them responsible, that's easy. But it's difficult for us as Black people, as descendants of Africans, to hold our own brothers and sisters responsible for the part that they play. Now, you know, we got to deal with that. But let's go ahead and get back to this. This is an important, this is the business need. This is the driving forces. This is all this we need to understand.
Was actually very much geared to an export market to the West African coast, because West African warlords wanted brass pots. And so most of the brass pots were directed for what they called the Guinea trade.
Abraham was an aggressive cost cutter.
Yes, he said brass pots. He said brass pots. These African kings and warlords traded us for brass pots, like pots to cook in. Pots. That's what we were worth. And y'all don't want y'all money back. I want my money. Let's keep listening.
He and others spotted that with a simple redesign, the ships that took their metal goods to Africa could also carry slaves to the Caribbean. They could then bring back sugar to England. At a stroke, their costs were slashed and their profits doubled. Their insight gave birth to the triangular trade.
All right, so basically what he's saying, what this narrator is saying, the people in Bristol figured out how they could ship the ships. I mean, change the ships, small alterations. They can take their products, their manufactured goods, to the African West Coast. And then from the African West Coast, they can use those same ships, reload, take those ships, fill them up with African slaves or Africans who have been captured, because that's what they were. They weren't slaves, they were captured Africans, human beings, and ship them over to the Caribbean. And then from the Caribbean, come straight back to England, right? And fill up again, go back down to the West Coast of Africa, back to the Caribbean, back up to England, back down to, so it was called a triangular trade. This made things so much easier, because now what? It's like they use one ship for it's like a big U-turn, a big round trip. Instead of going here and coming right back there, then going here and coming right back there, then going over here and coming back there, they just use the same ships and went in a triangular trade and made and mechanized this thing, man. That's what they did.
What you tried to do was to fill your ships on the outward journey to Africa. You would then be paid for the slaves you took on the next leg of the journey, and then the third leg bringing the sugar and the tobacco back and the rum back to Bristol, which you then sold on. So
just to be clear, the ships in Bristol would take the copper products and all those manufactured goods to the Africans. They would pick up some money there, okay? The Africans would then fill up the ship with captured Africans. They would then take those Africans to the West Indies. They would sell them, pick up some money there. And then they would come back to Bristol and sell the sugar and the rum and all those other things that they picked up from the West Indies and sell that in Bristol. So they was making money at every angle of that triangle. They were making money everywhere. So they were maximizing. The time spent and their resources. So it was a win-win-win all the way around for them. That's what they mean by triangular trade. It was profitable. It's just so profitable to keep doing it. And everybody involved was making money. And it didn't matter if Africans were being torn away from their families and kidnapped. And, it was no longer just tribes being, warring against other tribes. They was taking anybody. What did a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old boy have to do with a war between some tribes? They was killing everybody. Everybody wasn't at war, but everybody was a potential profit to be had. That's what's going on now. Free for all.
That you minimized as far as you could your financial risks.
The Bristol merchants had succeeded in surpassing the Royal African Company. They gave the African customers what they wanted at half the price.
It was not an exchange of unequals. It was an exchange of equals. One must remember that many of these African societies were very complex. They're very urban in places. Some of the cities were very large, and therefore they were not going to have shoddy European goods. So it required great skill in getting the right sorts of commodities. And the Bristol merchants in particular were...
Did you hear what this man said? This man said that they weren't just trading with some people who just fell out the trees. They were sophisticated. They had cities, not like a city like New York City, but it was cosmopolitan. It was urban. They had bars and pubs, and you couldn't just give them anything. They wanted high quality products. This is what they demanded. So you're not talking about ignorant people. That's not what we're talking about here, brothers and sisters. You can't even say that they were being taken advantage of. They knew what the difference between a high grade pot and the other stuff, than stuff that was low quality. They knew exactly what was going on. Stop fantasizing and believing your African brothers and sisters didn't know exactly what was going on. That's the whole point of this conversation I'm having with you. This is one video, and there are dozens and dozens of them on YouTube. You don't even have to read anymore. Back in the day, you had to read. We didn't have YouTube. You had to read. You don't even have to read anymore. You got the scholars bringing it right. You got some PhD level conversation going right on YouTube. And it's right there for you. But if you guys want to talk about Quavo and Cardi B, we can do that. We can cut this show right now and talk about that, because I know that's what you're looking at on YouTube. But again, it's all right here, brothers. You cannot allow our African brothers to plead ignorance. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew what was happening to us. They were willing participants, as this professor here is saying. They were equals. There was no disadvantage involved. They were equals. And the Africans were looking for the best price for what they can get. So they would negotiate. Man.
Very skilled at bringing together these different items which were acceptable for trade.
The breakthrough in Bristol sent slave trade profits soaring. The city's restless merchants would use those profits to begin an historic shift in British life, the Industrial Revolution.
Okay. What this is saying, that's important. What that just said is that this industrialization of this town, Bristol, brought about the industrialization of Europe. It changed the lifestyle of everybody and how they were living there. The money that was coming in, the riches, the wealth, it changed everything, family. This is what the sale and enslavement of our Black brothers and sisters who were sent to the Americas, whether it's North America, Caribbean, South America, Central America, the vast majority of which were sent, the vast majority of Africans having been sent to the Caribbean and South America, not North America. But the bottom line is their capture and their theft, their kidnapping changed the whole world. It just industrialized Europe, which means it modernized it. It got them rich. The houses got bigger. The cars got fly. They didn't have cars. That's what I'm saying. All right, on our backs, with our blood and sweat.
Among Abraham Elton's circle of friends was Thomas Goldney, who had made a fortune from a single successful voyage. He ploughed some of the money into the work of an old family friend, Abraham Darby. Darby was experimenting with new ways of making high-grade iron goods. He moved his works to Shropshire, where he started to smelt iron with coke, a revolutionary process. The iron produced in Coalbrookdale was tough enough to make tools that would not bend or break. It opened the way to the modern age.
These experiments took place in 1709, and they're generally considered to be the point, the defining moment at which the Industrial Revolution begins. What developed was a remarkable partnership between the people who had the know-how on the one hand and the people who had the money on the other. What the Shropshire Ironmasters were trying to do was to find a source of coke-fired bar iron that was acceptable to the African market. And it was this, to some extent, that inspired the industrial developments that took place.
Okay. But what they're telling you is these Africans were picky. They had to develop an iron that the Africans would accept. We're not just going to accept anything like mine. You can't come down here with your fake steel and iron. We want the best that you have to offer. That's basically what they're saying. So the Africans say, nah, we're not taking that. You're going to send that back. You're going to get us some high quality steel. We're not paying the price you asked for it. And so they had to begin to do, the technology had to catch up with the critiques of the purchasers. So we're talking about people who were trading as equal. These weren't some stupid people on the West Coast. These people had built civilizations. These people had built the Mali empire, the Songhai Empire. They knew exactly what they were doing. These were sophisticated people. They weren't fooling our brothers and sisters. They knew exactly what was going on. So, this is what this conversation is about.
The Goldney-Darby partnership also inspired Ironbridge, the cradle of the Industrial Revolution. This great leap forward is usually attributed to the native genius of British engineers, but it owed much to the demands of the African trade.
The Africans made them step their game up.
By 1700, ships were pouring down the Severn Valley to Bristol, carrying goods destined for buyers on the West African coast.
To get a voyage to work, the merchants had to gather in commodities from the Bristol region. Many of these came from the Severn Valley, and it was the ability to get those commodities together that actually allowed the ships to trade with Africa and for the whole economies to work. So in some ways, the Industrial Revolution allowed the slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, to be economically viable, to actually happen. Because without the Industrial Revolution, the commodities would have been too expensive and the African communities would not have been willing to trade.
In Africa, Bristol's iron was so valuable, it became a kind of currency.
Trade is all done on the principle of exchanging one piece of goods for another. All kinds of goods are priced by the number of bars of iron they're worth. Say 4 muskets equal to 40 bars, tobacco, beads and cloth, 20 bars. The total is more or less according to the value of the slave, so that supposing the bar is worth 1 shilling and 6pence, these goods would purchase a slave worth about £9 sterling, which at present is about the price of a prime slave.
The sugar trade with Bristol had made Nevis rich, but it was a tedious backwater. John Penny, now a successful sugar planter, longed to come home to Bristol.
The magic of the gold rush was over. A lot of people were coming back to this country and trying to bring money they'd made in Nevis or in other West Indies back to this country. And he was one of those too.
They had made so much money, they were tired of making money. Imagine that. They left, they were broke. They went over there and made so much money that they were tired of making money and they were ready to go back home to London, back home to England, rich. Imagine how much money you have to make to be tired to grow up broke and then be tired of making money. Imagine that. This is what we at. This is where we at now.
Penny had built a great house, Mount Travis, on the island of Nevis, and acquired 13 sugar estates. His grandfather had been a convict. He was returning to Bristol the equivalent of a millionaire. But he didn't leave.
His granddaddy was a convict. That basically, he came from nothing. His granddaddy was a nobody. He went over there and made so much money, he was coming back as a millionaire. It reminds you, this is at the time where they had kings and queens and lords and stuff. And you know, he was basically a peasant, a nobody, and he came back a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? He had more money than the royalty, so to speak. This is where we at.
It all behind. As he sailed away from Nevis, he brought with him the ultimate status symbol of the prosperous West Indian planter.
Listen to this.
A slave he had named Pero Jones. Pero was separated from the last of his African family, his sisters Nancy and Shaba, when he set off for England, never to return.
Here's another thing you gotta have. Not only having black slaves was also considered a status symbol. Even going back to ancient times, having a black slave in Greek and Rome was considered having a status symbol, because remember, the blacks were where they got, it would be like me having a white driver drive me around town as a black man in America. Like, damn, you got a white boy driving around? Okay, you know, it's a status symbol because they're supposed to have a higher social status than you. The Romans looked to the Africans or the Cushites, or whatever you want to call it, the black people, the darker races, and that's where they got their learning from. That's where they got the science and astrology and the gods and all that stuff from. And so to have one of those people as your driver or your slave was a status symbol. So when this man said he brought an African back to England as his slave, that's also a status symbol. Okay, keep that in mind.
Penny and Pero moved into a brand new house in Bristol.
He built the house that we're now sitting in. He acquired land in Somerset. He still had land and houses in Dorset. He continued in the sugar business, trading with the plantations in the West Indies at a time when sugar was becoming increasingly part of the diet.
England probably seemed strange to Pero the African, but the sight of a black man was far from unusual in Bristol.
Now, see, here's the other thing I want you guys to understand. This man here, he wasn't just the only white man doing it. It was so many other ones. They, you know, you hear these English people talk this awesome blah, 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 blah. They sound so sophisticated. They made that money. They were trading with Africans on the West Coast. They made that. That was blood money that they were making. They got that wealth through blood money, through the sacrifice and pillage and the purchase of Africans who were then shipped off to the New World and worked to death. Our ancestors. This is where this comes from. So don't be impressed by Europe, because see, before that, they had nothing. Until they began to go to Africa and straight up rob Africa, strong arm, taking, robbing, jacking, threatening, taking the gold, taking the wealth, and then broke Africa down to the point that Africa then began to sell its own people to begin to regain wealth and accrue, the kingdoms did. This is where they got all that from. So you should not be so terribly impressed by Great Britain or Europe, all that, because they built their wealth not just on Africa's natural resources and minerals, but also on Africa's people. See, this is what you got to remember. Don't be so impressed by that. Now, I say all this with no animosity. I'm not emotional with this conversation. I'm talking to you as a litigator. We have to establish who is at fault. Clearly, we've always held the Europeans at fault. They've gotten rich. But see, some of us are afraid to look and look southward at our African brothers and sisters because we romanticize that. You got to stop doing that. But let's go ahead and continue. We're almost finished with this video. Then we'll open it up.
Many merchants kept slaves as valets and housekeepers.
He may have started as a slave, but he is described as a servant or valet. And he looked after John Penny personally. One imagined bringing his shaving water, setting out his clothes, and so on. He was working for John Penny for 32 years.
On Jumpin's return to Bristol, he found a city more interested in spending money than in making it. Complacency would cost Bristol dear. In 1794, the Bristol poet Romain Thorne wrote an epic poem in praise of the city. It somehow neglected to mention the slave trade.
Now look at that.
Majestic Bristol, to thy happy port, prolific commerce makes its loved resort.
Even the white people knew they was wrong. Why wouldn't they? You made all this money doing a slave trade, right? You neglect to mention, that this is how your money came about. That's like a drug dealer who spent his entire career earning his millions of dollars selling crack cocaine and marijuana and heroin. And then once he launders his money, he cleans it up. He just have everybody thinking he owned a McDonald's or Kentucky Fried Chicken or a damn cell phone shop. That's how he made his riches. They don't want to mention that, you see, because they knew it was wrong. They knew, as much as they try to justify by calling Ham's Law or saying we were doing these African a favor by stealing them from their home country and separating them from their children and wives and husbands and villages and language and religion and spirituality. They knew, even though they tried to they still knew they were wrong. They knew they were wrong. And that's why they wanted to try to forget about it. They wanted to shoo that and hush that evil up under the rug, and hopefully nobody will dig it up. But oh no, we're going to dig it up because we're going to talk about it in the context of who owes us as African Americans, all of those people who were kidnapped and brought from Africa to the New World. If we're going to have a conversation, the civil, in the context of civil litigation related to reparations, we must hold everybody accountable. There's no more that shoe short. You can't hide it. Let's talk about it. But they knew it was wrong. That's my point.
Gallant ships with spacious sails unfurled, waft to thy shore the treasures of the world.
The docklands were the heartland of Bristol, and you had lovely residential houses being built just across the street from the warehouses by merchants who were all growing very grand by the 1720s and 30s from what was a pretty money-grubbing and hands-dirtying trade. And then if you walk across to Queen Square, there were at least 8 African merchants in this square that was developed in the 1720s. It was one of the first provincial examples of what people call the urban renaissance, the beautiful Georgian explosion of houses and facilities in the urban center. And it was very much financed and driven by people directly involved in the slave trade. And the whole square was really peopled by those, not only in the Africa trade, but in the West India, Carolina, and Virginia trades. They were all in it. And these were the same people who, while they're shipping slaves from Angola to St. Kitts in decks no higher than 4 foot 2 inches, they're also investing in the Theatre Royal. They're becoming patrons in banks. They're investing in the new private libraries. So
basically, while they're dealing in blood, right? They're kidnapping people and they stacking people 3, 4, 5 levels high and sending them bodies and bodies. They know you stacking these people in here 20, 30, 40%, sometimes more of these people are going to die, right? Mind you, you got a wife and 4 or 5 mulatto children down in Africa, right? So these are human beings. These are the same people you've been dealing with for years, hundreds of years. The European, you say, oh, they're dying on ships that you're financing and putting over there, and you making money. All these hordes you're doing, and you got the nerve to invest in arts, in plays, in the opera. You sitting there all sophisticated, as though you're I'm better than now. You sitting there all sophisticated and you killing people with your actions for money. And that's what the Europeans are doing. We don't have a problem blaming the Europeans for that, but the Africans were doing the same thing. Our African brothers were doing the same thing. They knew what they were doing. And you can't tell me they don't. You can't tell me they didn't.
You have this strange mixture of brutality and gentility.
Brutality and gentility.
Just very much part and parcel of this triangular trade.
In Bristol, wealth bought respectability. The men who had made their fortunes from the slave business craved social recognition.
They bought respectability. In other words, everybody knew they were barbarians. Everybody knew they were savages. Look at the savage stuff that you do. You separating mothers and children and fathers and families, and now you coming in here trying to be a patron of the arts and buy your way back into genteel society. And they were allowed to do it for the right price. That's so cold about it. That's what the Europeans did. And the crazy thing is, like I said, our brothers and sisters went along with them hand in hand. So we can't let them off. Anything we say the Europeans did, our own brothers did the same damn thing to us. It's a cold game.
Trader or a merchant in the 18th century was still to have low status. You were still shown the back entrance, as it were. So that when you came into vast sums of money, which is what the slave merchants and the traders in slave-produced commodities acquired, you had to buy yourself into society. Now, the way to do that was simple. You had to build a mansion, a pile, hopefully in the neoclassical, Neo-Palladian style, to show that you had learning or that you understood the classics. And then you had to patronize art.
Thomas Goldney was now one of Bristol's commercial aristocrats. He created an estate in the newly fashionable district of Clifton.
This is what they did with the money.
The elegant veneer concealed the hard-nosed businessman.
In his garden is where essentially all Goldney's interests can be linked symbolically. Out here we have the harbour, where he could see the ships coming in, the slave ships going out, his commodities, his industrial goods coming down from Shropshire. He then lays out some wonderful gardens, including over here a tower, which is in fact an engine house, which contained a steam engine, the type that was used to pump mines, which his investments up in Shropshire, the Cobledale Company, were producing. But he used it not to pump mines, but to pump his own water gardens, to recycle water backwards and forwards.
The splendour of the Goldney estate had one main purpose: to impress Bristol's social elite.
So this is you know what basically what this dude is saying is, now that I've gotten all this blood money and I've done these horrific things, I got to clean up my reputation and let me get these gardens and this self-pumping pump and water my gardens, and I'm gonna have flowers out here and whatnot. This is what they did. This is, to me, is like when dope dealers say stuff like, well, I just did this to feed my family. I just did this atrocity to feed my family. And they sitting around there, and women walking around with expensive purses, and the children got all these nice things and whatnot. He didn't do this to feed us. He wanted to be rich. It was greed. You could have said, okay, I sold 10 slaves. I got enough money. My family is good. I can put my boy through college. I'll be a blacksmith. No, he wanted to be filthy rich, super rich. That's what he did. He did it at all costs, period. But so we understand the European aspect of this. Let's move forward. And let's move on to what our brothers and sisters was doing, okay? Back in the motherland, because that's what this conversation is supposed to be about.
He was very ill and now at Ashton for a change of air. I much doubt his recovery. One or other of us visit him 3 or 4 times a week.
Now this is
he has waited upon my person upwards of 32 years.
This is the African that he had brought back, the one that was in his servitude for 32 years. The brother ended up drinking himself to death and just got drunk every day because he missed home. You got him up in cold ass England, and he's up there for 32 years. Oh, he's not a slave, he's a servant. Well, why couldn't he go home then? He still wouldn't let him go. Even on his dying day, wouldn't let him go. You see what I'm saying? So he died up there of drunkenness and probably homesickness. But he wasn't a slave though, right? But he couldn't leave. Let's keep
I cannot help feeling much for him. Notwithstanding, he has not lately conducted himself as well as I could have wished. Phineas sent him to Long Ashton, just outside Bristol, where he convalesced, but then sadly died. And there is rather a charming, almost an obituary of saying how much he had come to know and to like him. Then there's the sting in the tail, even though at the end of his days he died of drunkenness. But still, he starts off by speaking well of this servant.
Pero did not psychologically survive once removed outside of his own black community. And basically, once he came to Bristol, he drunk himself to death.
Pero, I am sorry to inform you, died a few months ago after being almost useless, caused by drunkenness and dissipation. Almost ever since we left Nevis in 1794, his conduct has been very reprehensible, insomuch that his mistress and every branch of my family have urged me to discharge him and send him back to Nevis with an annual allowance.
Pero never made it back to his family in Nevis. The only records of his life are John Pinney's letters.
Okay.
But 200 years later...
So basically what they're saying is, his whole family said, send that black man back down to Africa, let him be alone. And he said, nah, he ain't sending him. He'd rather have him die up there, drinking himself to death, than send him home to Africa where he belongs. That's a response to all of those people, those clowns, who say that, oh, we did the Africans a benefit by kidnapping them from their motherland, by kidnapping them from the interior and the West Coast and the central part of Africa and South Africa and bringing them to America. We did right, but they had a better life. That's a damn lie. Their lives, especially those who lived in the Caribbean and South America, specifically Brazil, was horrible. And here's the thing, even this black man who lived in the comfort up in England with all them gardens and serving that white man for 32 years, even he drunk himself to death. He wanted to go home. There's nothing like going home. All right, there's nothing like having the comforts of your own people and your own language and your own customs, your own traditions, spirituality. And so you didn't do them a favor, even if you think dressing them up in your little European clothes and having them walking around like your pet poodles is benefiting them. No, it didn't. And so let's end that. So all you Africans who say, oh, you are better off now than we are. Hell no. We'd rather be home, and it should have been our choice whether or not we want to leave or not. You all can hop on airplanes. You can hop on Delta and American Airlines. You can fly from Accra over to New York, and you can go home. We can't go home. We don't even know where our home is. Some of us don't even look like our relatives. We've been passed around, and our mothers and uncles and fathers and whatnot have been sexually assaulted, and men forced to have. We don't even know our home. So don't say you did us a benefit, because that's another defense they try to throw. Oh, y'all are better off. America's a great country, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, for you, because you had a choice of coming here.
His name is commemorated by a bridge, a symbolic link between Bristol today and its slaving past.
And we reflect on the life of Pero, the man after whom this bridge is named. Pero, a black man, brought to a strange land in circumstances of servitude. So it gives me great pleasure to name this bridge Pero's Bridge, to honor his memory, his name, and the struggle that he represented. Thank you.
By the time of Pero's death, Bristol's gentlemanly traders had been ruthlessly pushed aside. There was a new pretender to the crown of England's leading slave port.
Well, Bristol's heyday in the slave trade, per se, was in the early 18th century, from 1698 till the 1740s, really. And then because she hadn't innovated the port to accommodate the larger ships, because there was a traditionalism about Bristol society, mercantile society, that was not as entrepreneurial, didn't seize the opportunities, as well as newer ports like Liverpool. We find that Liverpool eclipsed her by the mid-18th century and became much more important.
Location had made Bristol the master of the African trade. Location also proved the reason for its downfall. The Avon's retreating tide would regularly leave ships grounded on the mud. But the slave trade was expanding and needed bigger ships. Ambitious captains started to look for ports less awkward than Bristol.
It was a very difficult harbour to develop. And so really, effectively, Bristol was squeezed out of the trade by the bigger, more profitable ships from Liverpool, rather than the rather smaller scale activity that Bristol merchants developed in the 18th century.
Bristol's dominance of the trade with Africa had come to an end. Its merchants had made fortunes and now moved on to other ventures. But their partners in West Africa had no such alternatives. The Africans were trapped in the business of selling people. A ship's captain could buy 100 slaves at a time in the Salaga market, and the demand from the plantations would not let up. African supplies reached further inland. Raiding parties were now spiriting away thousands of slaves.
No, the raiding parties were now spiriting away thousands of captured and kidnapped human beings from the African continent. They were not slaves. They were human beings. That's what they were. They were people. All right. They weren't slaves until they got thrown on them ships and forced to work. Before that, they were human beings. Don't let them use that word, oh, they were slaves, as if they were going inland and getting people's slaves that they had already had, because of some sort of war that happened. That's not what was happening. They were stealing anybody and everybody they could get hold of. They had look. Do you understand what they said in the 1700s or in the 1700s, which is like 1601 to 1699? They had that little port up there called Bristol. But they had so much of a demand for captured Africans to come to the New World. They had to get bigger ports and bigger ships, so they had to move the whole location to Liverpool so they can get bigger ships. They had to fill those ships up. So what did that mean? Those Africans on the West Coast who kidnapped us? That means they had to go further inland to capture Africans. All of them were not victims of war. All of them were not people who owed debts. At this point, I would say the vast majority of them were anybody they could get hold of and catch and lock and shackle up and take to the slave ports, of which there were at least 63, is what I'm saying. In Ghana alone, by the way.
People intentionally raided and kidnapped people into slavery. It was not like that before the Atlantic slave trade was introduced.
People intentionally kidnapped, intentionally raided and kidnapped people. This is what this African scholar said. It was not like that before. When she said people, she means African people intentionally kidnapped, intentionally raided and kidnapped other African people. These weren't wars now. They were just running up in there stealing anybody they could get hold of. This is what this African scholar at the University of Ghana is telling you. This is what this woman is telling you here. You don't believe me? That's fine. I wouldn't believe me either, but I'm going to believe this expert. This expert is who I would rely on in court to testify as to the facts. And this is what she's saying is happening. Period. So stop running from this. Let me run this back so y'all can hear this again, because some of y'all are hard-headed. You refuse to believe that fat meat is greasy, as the folks in the South used to say. So let me let y'all hear this again.
People intentionally raided and kidnapped people into slavery. It was not like that before the Atlantic slave trade was introduced, because you had enough for the indigenous system. So why should I kidnap?
The traders hit upon a new strategy. Wars between African nations always meant captives for sale. So the slavers supplied arms to some nations and encouraged their kings to wage war on vulnerable neighbors.
Now you see how slick that is? They will tell you in history, oh, the only people that end up being slaves were the losers of the war. But they never tell you, oh, we just gonna manufacture some more so we can have a reason to run up in here and steal people and take them overseas. That's what's said now. We just gonna manufacture what it's just like, you know what, we gonna make some stuff illegal so we can have a reason to lock you up. Doesn't that sound familiar? Jim Crow? yeah, you loiter, you stand out here for more than 15 minutes, you loiter, and I'm gonna give you 20 years in jail. And while you're in there, we're gonna have you do some slave labor. We're gonna have you do the same labor that your people just got emancipated from, and we fought a war for. The convict leasing program. This is what we're gonna do. So it's slick, family. Don't believe that foolishness. Our African, look, the Europeans will look, we're gonna give y'all 50 guns, and y'all go over there. Now that's not enough to do any damage to any of their ships. That's not enough to fight against them, but it is enough for you to go over and take over a tribe or a group of people who may be, 300-400 deep, capture all them and bring us to here. Bring them to us. You just got enough, you got enough to do damage to yourself. You're only dangerous to yourself, not us. That's how they would halfway arm them. And the Africans went right along with it. Listen to it again.
People intentionally raided and kidnapped people into slavery. It was not like that before the Atlantic slave trade was introduced, because you had enough for the indigenous system. So why should I kidnap?
The traders hit upon a new strategy. Wars between African nations always meant captives for sale. So the slavers supplied arms to some nations and encouraged their kings to wage war on vulnerable neighbors.
When there was peace, it means there were no captives to be sold as slaves. And therefore, the slave trade would tend to decline at that particular moment. And then when there were wars, then of course the captives would be brought, and then the slave trade would be flourishing. So in a way, or to a large extent, the slave trade depended, I think, heavily on the conflicts between the local African peoples.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Y'all didn't hear that. Basically what he said was, when there was no conflicts, the slave trade would diminish. It would decrease. So they had to go out there and manufacture conflicts so that they could have more slaves. So when they tell you that, these Africans were mostly just victims of war, they were just POWs of war, and that was something that was traditionally going on in Africa thousands of years, that's a damn lie. That's a lie the Europeans made up, and the Africans went in and enforced it. They all went in cahoots together. We just gonna make up some more so we can have some more POWs so we can sell them as slaves. This is the big lie. And most of you black folks black Americans don't bother scratching past the surface so you can see it for what it is. Just a big damn lie, just a big excuse to exploit something. And despite what my man here is saying here, let me see, I want to go to this content. Charles Irby said there was already a market, the white man just expanding the market. No, that's like comparing a dog to a werewolf. It wasn't like that. Okay, yeah. We won a war, we got some slaves, war's over. These people, you know what? We keep them around, they might marry into the family, have somebody's baby. Next thing they part of the tribe. That was like servitude for a little while. They didn't have a place for jail. This is different. This ain't what we were sold into. And the Africans knew it. Our African brothers knew exactly what they were doing. It's a big difference.
Slave traders had started an arms race in Africa. They never gave any African nation enough weaponry to challenge European power, but the guns served to keep Africans fighting each other for a century. The years of conflict and depopulation left a legacy from which Africa has still not recovered.
So imagine,
many people are saying, why talk about the slave trade? We want to forget about it. It was such a terrible crime against humanity. Millions of people were sent. Again, we can't tell the number. We could talk about the number game in history. Some say 10 million, some say 12, some say 20 million, some even say 300 million Africans were sent away. And Africa was depopulated. And all these things happened. We are putting up with it right now.
So I want you to understand what she just said. By taking Africans from Africa, right? You're taking the people away. You're taking the leaders. You're taking the engineers. You're taking its most valuable resources, human being. How can you build anything if every time you look up, you got somebody raiding your little town or raiding your little village, taking half your people away, taking your leader, your mayor, your policeman, the people, the farmers, all the people. You can never build anything. And Africa is still recovering from that. It's your people that makes your nation. And so Africa itself never recovered. Why? Because its own kings and leaders and rulers sold its people away for money to its own disservice. This is what they did. This is the atrocity that slavery was.
Slave trade left an indelible mark on this part of Africa.
When I compare it with the Nazis, I think the world perhaps has not given sufficient attention to the fact that Africans had suffered a Holocaust before the Jews did.
What it does to me is just a sense of outrage, of just limitless anger. I think that our underdevelopment can be traced to this period because by 1400, people who have also used iron and domesticated animals and started cereal development, rice and corn and such things.
This black man, this black professor is basically saying that we were on line and past the Europeans. We were there already in the 14th century. And so, but because of the theft and the decimation of our people and the taking of our people, we were set back hundreds of years. This is what this man is saying. Okay, he's saying the theft and the enslavement and the theft of Africans and taking them to the New World, it set us back. That's what this black professor is saying.
We had no time to advance upon these. If you use the words of most revered explorer David Livingstone, commerce, civilization, and Christianity, the 3 C's. The first one we understand, trade. The slave trade itself was a commercial enterprise. I mean, the very forts that you will see on our coastline were not holiday resorts. They were holding pens for human beings. Then you talk of civilization. What kind of civilization were you talking about? Africa had civilizations. But because of the transatlantic slave trade, that civilization almost came to an abrupt end.
Africa was destined for a future of poverty and conflict. England's royal venture had reinvented the trade in human beings. And Caribbean planters were refining a brutal new system, plantation slavery.
All right. I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I think this has been a very interesting conversation. I'm happy we're having this conversation. It's an unfortunate conversation. It's a very uncomfortable conversation because it requires us to dispel some of these notions that we have about our brothers. But the truth is, family, we've been selling each other out for money for thousands of years, and it doesn't take that much to get us divided. But for the purposes of reparations, which is a conversation that Black folks have been throwing around in the air for the past, 4, 5, 6, 7 decades, we need to figure out who actually is at fault. And so when you begin from the beginning of the crime, when you begin from the beginning of the tort, the loss, you want to see who are all the players. And the first players involved are our own African brothers and sisters, and the kings and the lords and the governments involved at the time. And they worked with the European governments, and they kidnapped us and they sold us and they filled those demands and they brought us over here to what is called the New World. And so this is something that we have to deal with. We can't run from it. If we do, we just cowards. And we just might as well kick this down the road for a generation of African Americans that are far braver than us. If you're gonna be cowards about it, go ahead and be a coward. Turn your YouTube off. You don't have to see this, period. But before I want to make sure I acknowledge the video that I showed you guys is called "When the Slave Traders Were African Kings: Britain's Slave Trade Timeline," and it was it's Timeline World History Documentaries, and so you can check that out. I'm going to put the link in the chat room. I definitely want you all to check that out. I think it's high time that we make this part of our history. Clearly, they're not going to teach this in Black American history. And your Black American and the typical Black American African study, they're not going to teach it either. They don't want you, because this messes up what they're trying to do. They're trying to make the white man to be the bad guy so they can get all the Black people behind them so they can keep getting you to give them funding. They can't say, well, it was this one, it was that. Y'all, that's too confusing. They need to say, that's the enemy over there. That's the bad guy. All y'all get behind me, and I'm going to talk bad to the bad guy over there. They can't tell you, well, it was the Africans had this part, and the Europeans had this part, and we had some Black Americans over here doing the same damn thing that the white folks were doing over here. They don't want you to do that. That's confusing. You need to have one desert. They feel you're too simple of a people to have too many bad guys to point to. You need one bad guy, and then you get behind them. Because see, at some point, some of y'all are gonna say something like, well, hell, there's a conflict of interest in this. You see? Some of y'all are gonna say, well, damn, I plan to move to Ghana, or I plan to move to Nigeria, or something like that. And I don't want them to get sued and have to give up $1 trillion to African Americans. I don't want Nigeria to have to do that. You see? And so they're not ever going to speak the truth to you like this. But as a litigator, as a person who's simply looking at this as an exercise in prosecuting a case in a civil matter, I want to look at all the parties who are indispensable. And you cannot look at the purchaser without looking at the seller. That's like saying you mad at the drug user, but you're not mad at the goddamn drug seller. That makes no sense. You got to get both of them for their part. You heard what these people said. You heard what these Black professors from the motherland said. Not one of them was an American descendant of slaves. So this is for you African brothers and sisters who are looking. These are all scholars from Ghana and the motherland saying this. These are all Ghanaian scholars, professors, doctors saying that it was Ghana and its people and those lords and those kings, those tribal kings. It was them that played a part in this. Everybody was getting it. They would make up reasons to go run up in your tribe and your village. Everybody was getting it. Now we're gonna continue this. I got some other ones that I want to bring, other videos we're gonna talk about. I think this is important. It's not something we can handle. If you appreciate this conversation, then go ahead and contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I plan on having several lawyers come onto my page, and we're going to discuss the idea of reparations from a legal standpoint. Now, we're going to talk generally just some basic venue. We're going to talk about parties. We're going to talk about standing. We're going to talk about how we figure out who is and who would be responsible. We're just going to have a general exercise. You see, but everybody was getting it. You had people, there were people who, the king of the tribe, son got kidnapped and brought to the New World and was made a slave until they found out, oh yeah, he parted, let him go. Period. It didn't matter what religion you were, everybody could get it. They wiped out whole regions of the country. Everybody, period. There was no, it didn't matter. They didn't care about your religion. They didn't care who you were. They were coming to get you. Yeah, they started off, they had some structure, but after about year 329 out of 350, more or less, then everybody was getting kidnapped and drugged into those ships, period. Millions and millions of people, millions. Some say 12 million. You heard the scholar, she said maybe 300 million were kidnapped and brought to the New World. That's everybody. So either way, I appreciate this, you guys. If you appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Look for the next one like this, where we're going to continue this conversation. I invite anybody to come on. Tell me, did I miss something here? Because all I see is potential parties to be sued for reparations. Now, if you have a problem with that, if you don't think that, oh, well, we shouldn't sue them, well, then who we gonna get that part of the money that they owe us from? Everybody's got to pay. If we really going for it, we serious about it. The European governments, the African governments, the European royalty, the crowns, the African crowns, everybody needs to pay us for what they owe us. We got millions of descendants from the African continent between North America, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, and they owe us. And they got rich from us. They owe us, and we need to get paid for it. Look, you can love who you want to love, family. Y'all know you love your African brothers. Go on back there for the no return. Go visit the slave castle, do all that. But that doesn't stop the fact that they owe you some money. Just like if your homeboy borrowed $20 from you and didn't pay you back, you still love him, but I want my money. Right? There's nothing wrong with you wanting your money. Get your money. This is the justice that we can get. You can't put them in slavery like they had us in slavery for hundreds of years, but they can pay you. That's the least they can do. Right? Make you whole again, make you the people that you would have been had they left you alone. That's what I want. So think about that.
Only time Black men are allowed to speak is when it benefits others. So, hey, this is your opportunity to speak. I want to hear from you. And if you want to make this voice louder and clearer, then what you need to do is contribute to the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Super Chat. I appreciate you.
Dramatization.
After a car wreck, you may have to fight with a highly trained insurance company rep whose job is to knock your damaged claim down and out. It's a bad idea to enter the ring alone against a trained boxer, and it could be a bad idea to fight against a big insurance company by yourself. When the bell rings, attorney Dennis Sperling will be there to fight for your right. If you've been seriously injured in a car wreck, call me, attorney Dennis Sperling, at 866-529-2444. That's 866-529-2444.
away from you. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. Reaching from a beach seat beneath the tree. They next to me had a few too many drinks. Sauce loose and lucid. They should see the CZ scene was locked down in conflict. Now we free. They teach us all about the Benjis. He never truly believed. He received the message like breeze blowing them leaves. That means he felt what they mean and he liked to bling. Even then he knew that's not all his life would be. So he achieved and life became a breeze. A rich dude legacy. Question, is that all I'll be? There's nothing more. Surely before I pass this door home and gone, I prove these hustlers wrong. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. Billy parked on the boulevard, Wraith on the way, but they asked him to pay for that ghost, didn't scare him away. Got that Rolls Royce money, that millionaire toy money. He don't even drive them cars, just ride when it's sunny. His sons like him, they like stunning, but it's been day 400 since he talked to his mama. Too much childhood drama, child with too much to ponder. An adolescent mind wonder, was a rude dude with it, grew up and got cool with it. Now we through with it, could speak for a week on it. Got grown, passed on it, dude still high as hash on it. They let they light pass on it, I say let it go, homie, lost son, you owe it to you. Too much time to lose. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. So many lost sons trying to find their fathers, trying to find their youngins, both sons and daughters. No need for repeat, ain't trying to compete. He forgave everybody involved in the name of peace. Tried to stay and keep it G, decided it's better to flee. They want to see how he living somewhere by the beach. Took back what was stolen, now he's where he should be. Lost son legacy, homie, book 1 through 3. Rules to live by, how to find happiness and peace. Not easy as he's making it seem. You see, happiness, joy, and love, peace. Money alone won't reach, fight every day to maintain peace. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. I'm moving on away from you. Moving on away from you. Rules to live by. Volume 6, Lost Son.
Can do. What's up, you guys? Can you hear me? This is Dennis Sperling. If you can hear me, push the number 1 button. Welcome back, everyone. This is Dennis Sperling, also known as Uncle D. Can you hear me? This is Dennis Sperling. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you guys. As you see, the background has changed because I'm on holiday in Hispaniola. It is an island off the coast of Florida. Well, it's an island. It's one of the greater Antilles. Many of you all know it as DR, but in actuality, this island is separated into 2 different countries, 2 of the oldest slave colonies. Hispaniola specifically, or Santo Domingo, being the first place that slaves were brought from Spain in 1490. I'm sorry, in I believe 1500, actually 1501. This is the first colony. The slaves were brought here from Spain. They were already slaves, African slaves they were in Spain and then they were brought here. And so this is a historical place for those of us who are descendants of the African diaspora who were kidnapped and brought to the Americas. So it's important that we begin to understand that. Now, in my historical figure context, I want to talk about Ahmad Baba, leader of the Songhai Empire. And this topic is going to be about how we as Black people allowed our religion to divide us. Now, it's important that we talk a little bit about Ahmad Baba. Okay, he's a very he's a renowned Muslim scholar, and he lived from 1556 to 1627. If you can hear me, hit the 1 button. If you can hear me, hit the 1 button. If you can hear me, hit the number 1 button. Everybody who can hear me, hit the number 1 button, please. I want to make sure everybody is here and everybody can hear me. If you can hear me, hit the number 1 button. Let's see here. And make sure you get the likes up. So either way, I will go ahead and proceed. So here's the thing. Ahmad Baba was a Berber, he was a writer, he was a scholar, he was a political provocateur in the area then known as the Western Sudan, called Timbuktu's greatest scholar. He wrote more than 40 books. Ahmad Baba made an effort to end racial slavery, criticized the association of Black Africans with slaves, particularly criticizing some Muslims adopting the narrative of curse of Ham found in the book of Genesis. Okay, so basically what I'm telling you is that at this point, remember in 1556 to 1627, the slave trade to the New World was in full swing. What was happening was they were basically just taking any Black person they could get because they believed that they all deserved to be slaves. When I say they, I'm referring to the Arab slave traders were taking any slave trader, any slave they could, any Black person they can get in Africa, and even if they were Muslim. And so what Ahmad Baba did was wrote a treatise that said, no, you can't take anyone because there are those who are believers and you can't take them. Now here's an ironic part. He was making an effort to end racial slavery because even back in the 1600s or the 17th century, there was still racism existing. And so they believed in the curse of Ham found in Genesis, which says that those with Black skin were, had to serve others. Okay. Now here's the odd thing. The odd thing is he would say that some people, some tribes in Africa do deserve to be slaves, not because of their color, but because of their belief system. He named specifically the Mosai, the Gormu, the Borgu, the Busa, the Mandi group in Western Nigeria and Eastern Benin, the Dagoma, the Kotukali or Temba. And here's the thing, the Kotukali were first exposed to Islamic religion through contacts with the Hausa and the Fulani herdsmen in the 1700s. By the mid-1800s, the Kokoli territory had been swept by Muslim influence, causing religious wars in the area. So basically what they're telling you is they had their own set of beliefs at that time, okay? Now, today they're primarily Muslim, but Islam was forced upon them. Now here's another one. We always talk about the Yoruba tribe. The Yoruba religion is the basis of a number of religions in the New World, notably Santeria, Umbanda, Trinidad Orishi, and Haitian Voodoo, and the Candomblé. So I can put this all in the context for you. And if you can hear me, hit the 1 button. I want to make sure you guys are getting this lesson. Basically, what he was saying was you can't take all these blacks. Okay, not all of them are meant to be slaves, but there are some who are not Muslim, or they believe they have these indigenous beliefs, or their beliefs are a mixture of Islam and something else. In other words, they're only half-hearted believers. Those people you can take. So when we say stuff like, I can trace my heritage back to the Yoruba tribe, you're probably right. When you can say, because see, those people, it was sanctioned, it was basically legal to take those Africans because their religion was not Islam. So this great African scholar, Ahmad Baba, said, yeah, he basically had to cut his losses and say, well, look, they're going to take these blacks anyway. At least let me save my Muslim brothers. And so, invariably what happened is they end up taking all these different tribes, the Bambara, the Mandinka, the Fulani, the Husa, the Kotakole, the Tumbongu, the Bubu, the Karmu. See, the whole point of his replies was to challenge the belief that all Sudani were indistinguishably slaves because they were black, and to condemn the illicit enslavement of Muslims as a group. In other words, like I said, they were. I guess the word Sudani. Of course, I'm not Muslim, but the word Sudani apparently means like black. If you black, you designed to be a slave. You see. So this was just interesting. They were basically just snatching any black person they could. Now, there's a lot more that we can learn about the slave trade, but I want you guys to check this out. I have some video footage I want you guys to check out. I'm gonna pull it up right now. You can hear me hit the #1 button. Make sure you get the likes up. And I'm going to see if I can bring this in here. And this is something that I pulled up, I think is interesting. All right.
And when you add religion in the mix, it gets even more complex. Take, for instance, the most renowned scholar of Timbuktu, the Songhai scholar, Ahmad Baba. He pretty much helped us define who could legitimately enslave other people and who could legitimately be enslaved themselves within the Songhai Empire. The opinion of Ahmad Baba went on to shape the attitudes of Muslim West Africans on the legitimacy of enslavement and the permissibility of trading in slaves. He literally goes on to list a few ethnic groups he deemed as enslavable. Whoever now comes to you from the group called Maasai or Gurma or Busa or Borgu or the Gamba or Kotakoli or Yoruba or Tumbogu or Bobo or Karmu. All of these are unbelievers remaining in their unbelief until now. And thus their enslavement was legitimate. Now notice Ahmad Baba, being the intelligent Songhai man that he was, notice he didn't say some Songhai people can be enslaved. It's important, based on our discussion, that we realize how he completely left out his own ethnic group, which of course was the Songhai. As wicked as this may sound, it was clear that there were rules when it came to slavery and who can be enslaved. Let's go to another region to find out what slavery meant from their perspective.
All right, and that is from Home Team History. That gentleman is here on YouTube. Check out his book. But so basically you're seeing in the mind, so here's the thing. How did we get over here? A lot earlier on, it was basically a free-for-all. Now, a lot of us, we hear about these things. We hear about, our people didn't sell our own people into slavery. And in actuality, they did. They did sell us, our own people, our own black brothers and sisters, our own African brothers and sisters did sell us into slavery. It was big business. There was money to be made. A lot of people will say, no, they didn't know what kind of slavery they were selling us into. Here's the thing. The Arab slave trade had been going on for 1,400 years. They knew the atrocities that Arabs had inflicted upon Africans once they became slaves. They understood that. And also, you know, there were some horrible things going on. Slavery is slavery. And then here's another thing. At the point where it's 100 years old, 200 years old, people have gone over and come back. There are actually people who were slaves in the New World, got free, then came back and became slavers themselves. I'll talk about that in some videos coming up. But the bottom line is, family, it shows here how religion, right? How we allowed a religion to separate us. Genetically speaking, there's no difference between Ahmad Baba and any other African on the West Coast, of Africa, Ahmad Baba, but he allowed his religion to separate us. See, this is what we allowed to happen. So this is something that we have to begin to consider. Now, I think, and I'm not sure, but we may have some Hebrew Israelites in the chat room, and I think they will probably point out to us that those actual members of those different tribes that were deemed worthy of enslavement were actually Hebrews that had immigrated from what was Egypt or the Middle East or something like that. I think that's their theory. I'm not sure. I don't profess to know much about their religious beliefs, but I think that's what they're saying. But the bottom line is, family, this is something that we should address. Now, at a certain point, you know, they were just snatching up people. You know, they were just snatching people and taking them away. And I'm going to talk to you guys about this over the next couple of days. Being here in Hispaniola, I think it's important that we begin to get a very concise history of the slave trade and get a better understanding of it, because as it is this point, I don't think we have a true understanding. I really don't think our brothers and sisters want to believe that our African family, our African brothers and sisters, sold us into slavery, knowing that this was the atrocity of the Western, the transatlantic slave trade, and the conditions in the New World would be as bad as they knew. You see, and that's something that we have to deal with. We can no longer run from that. We have to understand that they were doing what human beings did, and that was in their best interest. Now, their saving grace is this, and we talked about Mansa Musa. We talked about his pilgrimage to Mecca, maybe 2033, more or less. I'm 1333, and the world saw his riches, and they saw the riches of West Africa. And so after that, the world decided to invade West Africa and take from West Africa what it had. So it did. It came, invaded the Portuguese. All these people came and robbed and stole and waged war. And they basically robbed West Africa. So it reduced the people to poverty and made them weak. And then what did they do? They came and took their most vital resource, their people. Africa's people were being stolen from it. And so when Ahmad Baba comes in, then he says, okay, we got to get some order to this thing. You can't just take all black people. All black people are not deserving of slavery, irrespective of what the Curse of Ham says. Some of them are Muslims. Now, there are those who are what do you call lackadaisical, or have these indigenous beliefs. You can make those slaves, but you can't make these Muslim slaves. But even then, those were his African people. Those people are genetically identical to the rest of us. So we have to examine the fact that even Ahmad Baba, in his great wisdom and scholarship, allowed or gave justification for the enslavement of his African brothers and sisters. I think this is a very interesting concept. I think it's a very interesting conversation. Those of you who would like to join in, please join in. I would look forward to hearing from what you have to say. We're going to get straight into the point here. Make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Join the conversation. Let's talk about this. I have a few more stories to share about Ahmad Baba. Specifically, let's read a little bit more about him, and so that we can be abreast of who he is. All right, let's see if we can get him in here. I will do my best. Anybody wants to in the room, you're welcome to come in. Please contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Okay. So let's see here. All right. A little bit about please contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Ahmad Baba was born on October 26th, 1556. So let's see here. Near Timbuktu. All right. He was a teacher. He moved to Timbuktu at an early age to study with his father. He eventually came under the tutelage of the great scholar known as Muhammad Abu Bakr. And I'll bring this screen up so you guys can see it. He was a teacher. He moved to Timbuktu at an early age to make sure you see this. He eventually came under the tutelage of a great scholar known as Muhammad Abu Bakr. Okay. All right. I'll bring this screen up so you guys can see it. Bring it up now. He moved to Timbuktu at an early age to study with his father. He eventually came under the tutelage of a great scholar known as Muhammad Abu Bakr, who would have profound influence on his intellectual development. Ahmad Baba spoke highly of his professor as being one of the best of God's virtuous creatures, and that his like will never be found again, he wrote. All right. In his undergraduate days, Ahmad Baba asked Muhammad Abu Bakr to lend him a rare treatise on grammar. The great master teacher gladly complied with his request and furthermore searched through his library for other books that would be service to his pupil. Ahmad Baba remembered, and he acted thus notwithstanding the fact that he had passion for books and that he collected with order, both buying and causing them to be copied. All right, so let me see here. I think he says when he arrived in Morocco, he was in prison. However, due to his great reputation of being one of the greatest scholars of his, so he'd basically gotten trapped and in jail, put in prison, whatever. But the Arab scholars begged and petitioned for him to be released. In the Moroccan text from the period, Ahmad Baba was praised as the Imam and the erudite, the high-minded, eminent among scholars. Ahmad Baba, he was released a year after his arrival on May 9th, 1956. That shouldn't be it. It's not 1956. That's incorrect. All of the believers were greatly pleased with his release, and he was conducted in triumph from prison to the principal mosque in Marrakesh. A great many of the learned men urged him to open the course. Now, I want to skip past this part because I want to just tell you who this guy is, right? So, he's a big deal. He's a religious scholar, blah, 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 blah. Now, ironically, he had at some point had an audience with the sheik, and he basically let him know how pissed off he was at the way he was treated when he got there. So this is what this black man did. He basically let him know he was pissed off at how he was treated, and he didn't hold back. And so even in the situation where this man is in somebody else's, he's just a religious scholar. He stood for what he believed in. Now, let me see. Dollar Will said there was no forerunner to chattel slavery. Slavery was not eternal, and the multi-generation beforehand. I get that, Dollar. And I'd love for you to come in and have this conversation with me. My point being that at what point after 400 years of slavery did they not realize what was going on? See, it's easy to say, oh, let's blame the white man. It's hard to say that our own brothers and sisters sold us into slavery And yeah, we can say for the first 20 years they didn't know. From, I don't know, 15, you can say from 1501 to, 1521 they didn't know, right? Maybe we could even, we could say they didn't know for the first 100 years. From the first slave being brought over, let's say they didn't know all of it. From 1501 to 1601, they didn't know. But at some point, Dollar will. Our Black African brothers, because they were getting messages back, because they were getting people who had been enslaved and then were released from slavery, they knew what the atrocities that we as their brothers were suffering. They knew, they had to have known, because otherwise they would just ignore it. What I'm trying to tell you is they just didn't care, because they did what human beings did, and that is look out for themselves. Yes, understand, Africa had been put in a dire situation. Our wealth had been robbed. The resources were low. I get that. And I understand where you're coming from. But at what point did they realize what we were dealing with? After you get all the people coming back from overseas, yeah, this is what they're doing to those Negroes over there in Santo Domingo. Man, look what they're doing to those blacks down there in Haiti. Man, they had a rebellion down there so bad. Your child was born into slavery over there. At what point in that 400-year time period, do we stop making excuses? You understand what I'm saying, Dollar?
What's happening, brother?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
Good. Yeah, I think what the question you ask is valid, and we have to ask it in a way that's not rhetorical, because we have historians, and I don't think that we have put that question to historians of African history that are in the diaspora and continental African historians. And that, I'd say that's the first part. We have to, I'm
gonna ask you a question. You got straight to the point. At what point after the first slaves were brought from Spain to Hispaniola, I believe it was 1501. At what point in this, from 1501 all the way up to 1865, when slavery ended in the United States, and I believe it ended in Jamaica, in the Dominican Republic, right after the Haitian Revolution. But at what point did our brothers in Africa realize just the extent of the atrocities that we were suffering here? Because you can't say at no point they knew.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think no one is saying that. I'm saying we got to ask that question legitimately without rushing to a judgment and just await the answer. Likely, yeah. And that's why
it's been 400 years. At what point are we going to come to this? I don't think we're rushing. We want to know now. It's been 400 years.
So we need to ask the question to the historians, and they likely have answers to say at this point they knew. But I think that we listening, our modern.
I'm using some video, use some text from some Ghanaian scholars, and they knew very early on. I mean, matter of fact, they will tell you that none of the actual European traders entered into the hinterland. It was always Africans who went in and captured other Africans. Now, we like to say, oh, they're victims of war. We like to say that this is what that was. No, but at some point, they would just go and kidnap people. Yeah, it might, all of that broke down. And so Stanley Collins is here. I believe Stanley is a member of the Hebrew Israelites. Stanley, I actually spoke earlier about a Muslim scholar, Ahmad Baba, who basically designated certain tribes as legal to become slaves. And those tribes were the Mosai, the Gormu, the Borgu, the Bariba, the Busa, the Yoruba, Bambara, the Mandinka, the Fulani, Hassaf, Kotokoli, Tumbunghu, Bubu, and Karma. I believe that's what the Hebrew Israelites will say are the different tribes from Israel who immigrated there. I believe that's what he'll say. But according to Ahmad Baba, he basically said that they're not Muslim. Yes, they're black, but they're not Muslim. not all blacks are subject to be slaves, but those who are not true believers, they are definitely subject to be slaves. So that's what he said. But go ahead, Dollar. I didn't mean to cut you off. I wanted to acknowledge, because I think that that's an interesting point that those Hebrew Israelites bring up. It's another explanation, but Ahmad Baba brought it back earlier. They weren't true believers, so, you know, they deserve to be slaves. But go ahead, Dollar.
Yeah. Another aspect of it, just to clarify the question, because I'm not trying to duck this. We do need to get into this. But my question for you is, can you just clarify the question? At what point did they know what?
Well, I think they knew it. I mean, see, here's the thing, and I'm going to put some videos up over the next couple of days. But you have historical accounts of people being kidnapped, brought to the New World, and then released and coming back and becoming slaves themselves. I mean, becoming slavers themselves. Like literally, they got captured. They got captured, brought to one of those Caribbean islands or whatever, saw all the atrocities, stayed there for 10, 12, 15 years. They were petitioned. Somebody petitioned for their freedom. And then they managed to come back and they themselves became slavers. Black slavers.
That's great information to know.
Yeah, it'll be.
But then again, in the history, if you look at,
so it was well known, is what I'm saying. The atrocities of what was going on in the New World was well known. They had boats going back and forth all the time. It was a triangle. Those people were talking. Yeah, man, it's bad over there, man. Blah blah blah. It's bad over there. They knew everything that was going on.
All right.
So my thing is, it's very difficult for us as black men, black people, to accept the fact that our own black brothers and sisters actively knew what was going on. So we rather say, oh, no, they didn't know. We just blame the white man. But the truth is, our African brothers did what human beings would do. They did what's in their potentials.
Two things. One, we say slavery, and we say that, historically, that's a plural. Okay, so slaveries was normal.
The transatlantic slave trade. I'm talking about Africans being brought.
Can I make my point? Can I contextualize my statement? Let me contextualize my comment.
Right.
That in the history of inhumanity and cruelty of man to man, whether that's this thing that we call African, which they didn't think that way.
No, they didn't.
And so how would they, I'm not justifying transatlantic slavery or from the other slaveries historically, but that's just where we come from in our bestial treatment of human beings. We, not black people, humans. Okay, so I'm trying to say, at what point, I want to know at what point did quote, here I go, the Africans or some tribe, if I can pin it to say this tribe knew.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is they always knew. They knew early enough. They knew. I'm saying that I would say that they knew within the first 10 to 20 years what was going to happen to these blacks that they kidnapped. They just didn't care because they needed money. They needed material. It was a triangular slave trade. They brought the slaves over to Africa. They brought the slaves from Africa to the Caribbean. Sugar and other products.
I got all that.
When you finish, sugar and other products were taken to Europe, and then supplies from Europe were brought, like metal and copper and those sort of things. Those African kings, they needed that.
I got that. I'm trying to make a point. I would like to get a historian to be able to tie it down and look at it from the different.
Let me give you brother. I'm going to post up some videos earlier. I'm going to post up some videos later on and talk about it. But right now, what we're talking about is division and how we allow religion to divide us. You see? Clearly, Abu Bakr knew that his African brothers and sisters were being kidnapped and brought overseas to become slaves. And he said, well, you know what? Yeah, but you can't take these black Muslims, though. Just because they're black, that doesn't mean they're slaves. So he made an active choice. Now, he also said you also can't take any of these people from the Songhai demographic, but those happen to be his own people. You see, so he made a calculated decision. No Muslims, and you can take these natural tribal people that, you know, have that African spirituality, to leave the black Muslims alone. So he knew.
Oh, I'm not debating any of that, you know. Shout out to Sarnetta and people on that sector of the pro-black space.
But that's
you know,
I'm not all black. I'm a realist. And
well,
so,
I'm a realist too. I'm pro-black.
Historian. I'm just making an argument. Because see, here's the thing, brother. We as Black Americans, we're living in a fantasy land. We don't have any friends. You know, and until we begin to put this in a historical, until we put it in the correct context and realize you damn near on your own, but you don't owe anybody anything. See, this is my whole point of having this conversation. I love and I acknowledge our African brothers, but they turn their back on us. You see? And we can't not see that. See, I'm a lawyer. If I'm going to sue for reparations, I'm going to sue all those corporations in the United States that benefited from slavery and inherited money from those people. You know, they came up. And I'm also going to sue those same families in Ghana, Nigeria, and those governments that benefited, because those are necessary parties. See, it wasn't the white man running into the interior of Africa. It was these kingdoms. It was these kingdoms and their tribesmen running in there, getting people and bringing them back to the shore. White men, all the scholars will tell you, white men wasn't running 100, 200, 300 miles into the interior of Africa, kidnapping black folks. All of them need to be sued because they were all culprits in it. You see, so we got to get out of this fictitious, oh, our brothers, it's almost like we don't want to believe that our brothers would do that to. Yeah, they saw us as a commodity. They needed something. They needed what the Europeans were offering. Yeah, now, and I'm gonna say this, yeah, the Europeans had come in and they had robbed us. They saw what Mansa Musa had done. He had all his wealth, so they came and parked their boats off the coast, and then they went in and robbed us and took all our gold and left us in a deplorable situation. So we didn't have anything else to sell but each other. So we start turning on each other. They start turning on the weaker. The kingdom said, well, I need this. We go get them Negroes from over there and ship them to the white folks, and we'll get money for that. That's how it went. They did what human beings were supposed to do. All of them are culprits. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And we can't soften that anymore. We have to acknowledge that they were all culprits. They were all culprits. And no matter, and we had, oh, well, you know, they didn't know what they were doing. They did know what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing.
All of them.
Reason for it. They did it for greed. They did it for money, period. They did what human beings do.
All of them that participated.
Every last one of them.
That participated.
After 400 years of it, you don't think the word got back to what was going on?
All of them that participated.
Listen to me. After 400 years, okay, it's year one, maybe they didn't understand. Year two, year 50, maybe they didn't understand. But after 350 years, you don't think they realized what was going on?
Are we saying the same thing, that all of them that participated were culprits?
All of them are culprits.
Not
every
the ones
last one of every last one of them.
Not just the ones that participated.
Every last kingdom, every last tribe, every last African government, every last one of them are in part responsible for our kidnapping and enslavement and shipped over here to the Americans.
Not just the ones that participated.
Every last one of them that participated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm trying to get, that little bit of clarity, because when we say Africa, our brothers soldiers, yes, some of our brothers did, but there were other countries.
It was rampant, brother. It wasn't some. It was the vast majority of. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The vast majority. Everybody was stealing and bringing bodies into the shoreline and putting them in these ships. They had hundreds and hundreds of slave ports, like along the African coast. Man, everybody was involved. It was a big deal. It was a big business. It was like the drug business. It was big. It was a big deal. People getting paid, man.
Everybody in that region.
Everybody.
We come from that West Coast, right?
Well, it's not just the West Coast. It's all along everything. If you start, I got a video I'm gonna pull up later on when I really dig into this. Right now, we're just talking about the division. But how we allow religion to divide us.
Oh, you're right. You're right on that. You're absolutely right.
And it's important to learn who this man is, Ahmad Baba, because he was a black Muslim scholar right, who said, yeah, I'm acknowledging the fact that y'all taking black people because you just say they're black and because they're black, they deserve to be slaves under some theory of the curse of Ham. But you can't take these black Muslims. However, you can't take these Yorubas and these other people, these Fulanis and these folks over here. The reason you can do that is because they're not Muslim. And you also can't take my people from the Songhai, my people, my tribe. So he made a calculated decision, Dollar Will, you see? And people base that, they base on, in part, they base who could be kidnapped and who can be taken and enslaved based on his scholarship. He was put in a bad situation. You see what I mean? Because they were just taking every black person they could get hold of.
Yeah, I'm not in disagreement with what you're saying. I'm saying there are places and spaces, pro-black spaces on YouTube.
You can't.
I can't make my statement.
I'm not pro-black. I'm just talking to you like a litigator, and I'm trying to figure out who's responsible. That's it. We don't do pro-black on this page. All right, go ahead.
I'm just saying that there are spaces where those questions are discussed, and to the extent that that information is there, and the evasions,
brother, we've been talking for like 30 minutes, you and I alone. I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna move on to the next person. Do you believe that at some point the Africans knew what they were doing and the atrocities? We as Africans, we as the blacks who were kidnapped and brought to the Americas, do you believe they knew exactly what was going on and didn't care?
In the context you phrased that question, at some point, absolutely, and for the people,
sir. Next question.
They also believe
that. The next question. At what point do you believe they knew? Was it 100 years, less than 100 years, or more than 100 years?
Without some information, I wouldn't even guess it. I would need some.
So you don't know.
I don't know. Right.
I think it was within the first 100 years they knew exactly what was going on. And I have some scholarship that prove that. And the reason I say that is because Ahmad Baba knew it within the first 100 years. And he was a scholar. And that's what his scholarship was about. That's why I base it on. That's why the whole point of me bringing that up. From 1556 to 1627 was his lifespan. And he wrote that article in the late 16th century. So they knew. He knew. He had a very detailed understanding of it. This wasn't the type of slavery that you could. That's why he was adamant about, no, you can't take all of us over there. This wasn't that normal slavery. If it was just a normal slavery, he wouldn't have a problem with it. The slavery that they were used to. This was different. He knew it at that point. That's why he wrote that scholarship. I mean,
there's no ducking that part. And even on the continent, they have to face up to. They don't even talk about it. A lot of tribes don't even discuss it among their own people. And there's a lot of continental Africans that they're not even taught about transatlantic.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but see, we can't let them slide out of it.
Correct.
Yeah, but we can't let them escape from it. They're responsible. You see? So anyway, I appreciate the brother. I appreciate the back and forth, man. Don't take it personal, but this is how we build. You know what I'm saying? But thanks, Dollar. I appreciate it, bro. We're gonna go to Armani Bliss. Armani, man, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey man, how you doing?
Armani
Can you hear
Bliss.
me?
I'm good, yeah, man. So I'm generally I want to talk about how we allow religion to divide us, for something as simple as what you believe or who you consider God to be, your spirituality, something you can read and touch. Many of us were sacrificed into slavery, and we've been here, our ancestors, and we've been here ever since,
Right. I think, yeah, you can hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes, sir.
cool. So I think, I would just say this. I don't have much to say though, but I say I think they kind of knew immediately of how heinous the treatment is going to be. I think that I guess the things I've read and the pictures I've seen, they got the slaves into these collar-like chains, both like hands and feet, and I'm pretty sure through that whole process of capturing, looking at like the blacks that are capturing other blacks and also the whites, how they're handling them, you kind of know that like shit is going to be hell for them. And also putting them like really like squashed up into ships, like only have like a 2x2, and also putting them like really. Putting them like that was an echo, but like putting them like in like a 2x2 square like space. And I know they had, and like I don't know, they knew what was going on, and I guess for them it was more like not for morality, more for survival. Like you said before, Dennis, you said like they're victims of war, so other blacks were against other blacks, and like if this white guy is giving me guns to really take me out. I mean, this white guy is giving me guns to take out the other black tribe, and my tribe can survive, and I can just keep my women. I may have to do that. And I know that seems wrong though, but it's like you said before, Dennis. It's just like it's basic human nature. So
I mean,
nothing there.
They survived. They did the best they could to survive. I mean, it is what it is. But as looking at it as a litigator, I'm suing everybody. Because everybody, the people who ran into the woods and ran into the wilderness and got you and kidnapped you, I'm suing the people who sold you to the people who had the boats. I'm suing the people who ran the boats or shipped you from one place to the other. I'm suing the people who enslaved you. All of these people are culprits. You see what I mean? And it's indistinguishable as to who's at fault. And the only argument that here's the arguments that I heard from my African brothers. They say stuff like, well, slavery was normal, and these weren't our brothers because they were from different tribes and they spoke different languages, and what else? They were different religions, so they weren't actually the same people. That's what they say. But when I listen to stuff like that, that sounds pretty hollow. Y'all look alike. Yeah, you might speak a different language, but just because this lion roars one way and that lion roars another way, they still lions, right, Armani?
Yeah, totally agree.
That's a BS excuse to justify it. That's what I'm thinking. You see what I mean?
Yeah. It's just a justification. I don't know. It's just about power hungry and and who can take control. I think they were thinking about immediate gratifications. Just like obviously all of it's not acceptable, but there's thinking about hey, if I get their land, I can keep their land at this moment,
So, the crazy thing was, even like some of the people, and again, this was a very deep subject, and this is not something that we could this is just the first conversation that we're having on it. But, there was even instances where the Portuguese were just going too far. They were coming in taking anybody they could get, they would take, to the point where some of the chiefs were like, well, we justified you taking some of these people, but you've taken our nobles, the children of the nobles. You've taken everybody. People were at a certain point, it was a free for all.
Yeah,
and everybody was getting gaffled up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. Because that's one of the reasons why Africa is divided in their countries the way they are today, because because the Europeans pretty much divided them into their own territories.
They go ahead.
But that's pretty much it. Yeah, they divide. The British got some. I guess the Dutch and like the Portuguese. They all got their own piece of the land of Africa, and they made it to their own territories. And that's why it was a free for all.
And let's talk about, and anybody else who wants to come in. But we also should talk about the effect that it had on Africa. See, what happens if you got an engineer and he's building a bridge, and the next thing the engineer disappears because he's been kidnapped and taken across the ocean? Then you got to find somebody else to build that bridge, right? Or what happens if the prince who's supposed to take over power from the king is kidnapped and taken overseas? That means what? You're losing people. You're losing your most vital resources. You're losing your people. And so imagine having millions and millions of black people taken from Africa it sets you back for 400 years. You can't even set up an infrastructure because your people keep getting taken. You understand what I'm saying, Armani?
Right. Your people keep getting taken. Your infrastructure keep being warped or damaged. It's kind of like you start from scratch in some sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Now, Stanley Collins, I believe he's a member of the Hebrew Israelites. He said, we weren't the same people. We migrated from Israel to the interiors of Africa running the Romans. See, the problem, Stanley, with that is that when we take these genetic tests, we can see exactly where these folks are from. And so that doesn't pan out. Maybe that theory was good before we had DNA tests, but now it fails because the DNA tests prove otherwise, Stanley. If you want to come in and have a conversation, we can, but we are in effect the same people. And look, the Arabs saw us as the same people. They thought we were everybody who's black, y'all all in the same group. They were taking Muslims, tribal folks, until Abu Baba came in. Ahmad Baba came in and said, no, you can't take the Muslims. And you can't take my people either. But anyway, Tyree, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I think this is an introduction to a very interesting conversation that I want to have with my Black American brothers. And this is not just pertaining to Black Americans. We also have our West Indian, Afro-Latino, Central African, Central American African brothers, South American African brothers. The vast majority of the slaves were taken to the Caribbean. Africans who the entrapped Africans, enslaved Africans, taken to the Caribbean and South America, not the United States. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And man, I think so. You were talking about how long before they realized like what was going on. I think it was like very beginning they knew what was going to happen. Like they knew that slavery was not like a peaceful thing. It wasn't something that people do like to somebody that they like or something like that. Because the whole thing, if you've ever read like the Willie Lynch letter, like it talks about perpetually doing something for 1 year, and the people will do it to themselves after that year. So they'll follow in line and raise their children in line after a year of doing that. And so I think that we probably realized that we were in slavery like maybe like 100 years or 200 years afterwards, because I think it was Frederick Douglass that didn't know that he was a slave like until after he got out of slavery.
I think, and I want to clarify what I'm saying here. There's always the excuse we give our African brothers that they had always had slavery on the continent. They didn't know that the slavery that we would be suffering would be a different type of slavery where children who are born of slaves would also be slaves for life. They couldn't work their way out of it. That was a different kind of slavery. And so we give the excuse to our African brothers and say they didn't know what they were doing. And I'm saying that if the first slaves were brought from Spain to Hispaniola in 1501, and the slavery went on from 1501 all the way until 1865, at least in the United States, at what point in that 365-year period did our brothers not know, our brothers and sisters who were still capturing us and sending us overseas, at what point did they know we would never escape slavery? It wasn't the type of system that they had in Africa, that our children and our children's children would be slaves, that we were being treated harshly and beaten. At what point did they know exactly what was going on, especially when you have scholars like Ahmad Baba who said, look, this is so bad. This is not he had to distinguish between his African Muslim brothers and his African or his Black Muslim brothers and his Black non-Muslim brothers and say, you can take them, but don't take mine. If it was the normal slavery, then if it was a normal slavery they wouldn't accustomed to, he wouldn't have had to write a letter about it. He wouldn't have to write some sort of scholarship about it. So I think they knew. I think they knew very early on. I think their scholars knew about it early on. I think it was I think people coming from the New World, coming back telling them, explaining and talking about what they had seen and what they had undergone. I don't think we can give our African brothers any excuses anymore. I think they knew what was going on. Those kings knew. Everybody knew. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. I feel the same way, man. They knew from the beginning, man. It wasn't. That's why it was, like you said, to get a specific people to do this, not to get everybody. And then it got so large that everybody started getting engulfed in it, and everybody started taken. But just like you said, man, I think from the very beginning, man, it was something that they knew. They knew the outcome of it. They knew what they were doing. But I feel like as a human being, like, your thing is, hey, I'm going to capitalize on whatever it is around me. If I can sell this, if I can sell this over here and make some money off of it, then I'm going to capitalize on that. And then it eventually just started moving into human beings. Like, I'm going to capitalize on this weaker person over here and get them to do what I don't want to do.
You know what's crazy, man? And I'm going to ask you this, Tyree and Armani. Like, we act like this is, like, not unheard of. In our lifetime, we've seen Black people sell drugs, hard drugs like heroin and cocaine to each other to make profit, knowing what it would do to our brothers and sisters. Children coming out with deformed fingers, children with mental issues. We see what it was good, but we did it anyway. What was our excuse for doing it? Well, if I don't do it, somebody else gonna do it. I gotta make money to feed my family. It's either me or them. So we've done this before. This is not something that's not unheard of in our community. And I'm talking about as late as the 1980s and 1990s. We've sacrificed ourselves for money before, for greed, for our own self-preservation. We've thrown our own Black brothers under the bus for that. I'm gonna shoot him up because of the color of his rag that he wears, his t-shirt. I don't like his neighborhood. We've killed each other for less. So generally speaking, the question is, what lessons can we learn from allowing religion to separate us and do atrocities to each other? But generally speaking, we recognize that there are those who will capitalize on our differences. And so what do we do about that, Tyree? Do we continue to let it go? Because it seems like it's pretty easy to divide us, in my opinion, Tyree. And then we'll go back to Armani Bliss.
Yeah, man. So I feel like I do agree with what you're saying, man. I never really thought about it so much, like the drug selling and slavery thing, like, because it's somewhat the same thing.
I use that because we can agree that they're both immoral and we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, like Black drug dealers, they don't go to white neighborhoods to sell drugs. They sell it in the Black neighborhood. Yeah. And those Black Africans, they went out and captured Black people and brought them to the coast and sold them. That was also immoral. They knew what they were doing. You know, and we just need to go ahead and accept that. Stop making excuses for them. Stop romanticizing Africa and giving them the benefit of the doubt when they did what human beings do. They looked out for number one. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah. And so, I just feel like it's, if I think about it from the standpoint of why people sell drugs and things like that, man, at some point it is survival, but then you get an abundance, and it's like, okay, it has to be greed at some point, because you could stop, and you could be okay. And I just think at some point it becomes greed, and I don't really know how to get greed out of people, or how to get people not to be materialistic, to want things, because people are always going to want things and want to show off things to other people, and I feel like that'll keep it going, man. That'll keep it going.
It's an interesting conversation, like how do you separate people from their greed? But I don't know if we can do it, so that means we'll always be destined to be exploited again. But thank you so much, Tyree. Armani Bliss, man, what else you got to add to this conversation? Been patiently waiting, and then we'll go back to Tyree. Anybody else who wants to join in? I hope you all are disturbed by this conversation. I hope that this conversation makes you upset. I hope that it's forcing you to think about things that you wouldn't normally. I hope you're uncomfortable with it. That's the whole point of this. I hope we have differing opinions. I hope this is highly contested, but this is something we need to talk about. Reparations is something we like to talk about, but who do we sue? As an attorney, I tell you, we sue everybody. And so you can't sue one and then let the other one off the hook. Armani Bliss, what are your thoughts on this conversation?
I mean, this is a lot. I mean, it's not really any like one particular solution.
Can we accept first the fact that our African brothers were just as responsible as the Europeans who bought us at the shoreline?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
absolutely.
First step, yeah.
We can absolutely, acknowledge that. But like you said, how to get out of that is hard because I mean, I don't believe like it's only just blacks on blacks. I think it's also other races too. But I think we're a little bit different.
It's just a human thing, basically. Saying.
Yeah, it's just a human thing, and like we are the least educated, least wealthy people, and if we can't get it from, I don't know, it's just easier to exploit people that you already know.
So
or look like you.
R2 said that would bankrupt African countries more than they already are. But so what, brother? Look what. Yeah, okay. Well, who cares?
I'm not justifying. No, it's just I don't know how to get out.
There's a gentleman in the chat room saying if we got our reparations that they owe, along with what the United States and these other European countries, would bankrupt African countries. But look what they did to us.
Yeah, why do they care about their?
They haven't offered us lifeline. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't care about other African countries. I mean, not in a bad way though, but it's just like we should care about ourselves first and then move on to others. But
because it's like they cared about themselves first. So,
right. Right. It's not even that. Like, as an American, you should care about your own people, then other countries, not the other way around. So even though African countries may suffer, I mean, we should come first. I mean, absolutely. That shouldn't be a question. That should not be any kind of question, because their loyalty is them, not to us.
Well, see, my thing is there was a wrong that was done, and everybody responsible should compensate African Americans for that wrong. If we can trace these, let's say we can trace the Ghanaian government back to the point where it was a kingdom, and that king authorized the capture and selling of certain people within its kingdom. And that kingdom, that government inherits the responsibilities and liabilities of that kingdom which it took over. So you got to pay. Period. Everybody gets sued. The companies, the insurance companies, and insure the Africans. Everybody gets sued. And let the court sort them out. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I think that at this point, right, to really fix this, and this is like a fantasy thing, right? This is kind of like if everything was perfect, at least for the black people are in America, whoever they are, if African Americans from the Caribbean, Africa, doesn't matter. Because black people in America, this only way we can actually.
Randall, this guy named. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm kind of getting off the subject. The only way you could fix this kind of like animosity is that we need like some kind of like big shot black person, like let's say a billionaire, and he gives us maybe, I don't know. Now, it's too complicated to talk about it, but I was going to say somehow give us.
There's another avenue we can take, but I want to. Randall says, so what? They didn't care about us. Right. They didn't care about us, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And we need to stop romanticizing what our African brothers did. It's, they didn't know they were selling into slavery. After 350 years, they couldn't figure that out. Just stop saying that. It just sounds ignorant. Don't give them the benefit of the doubt like that. Assume that they did know exactly what was going on, at least after the first 20, 30, 40, 100 years. They knew exactly what was happening. They knew they knew the type of slavery they were selling us into. They got the reports back. They knew what was going on, period. They knew it. They knew it. They acknowledged it. That's why I'm telling you, Ahmad Baba, that scholar, and him writing that letter is telltale sign that they knew what was going on. That's why he didn't want his people to go over there. This wasn't some normal slavery that's been going on in the motherland for thousands of years. This is different. You slave, your children were going to be slaves. You're chattel slavery. This was different. You weren't treated with respect. You weren't treated like a member of the family. You were treated like the horses and the cows and whatnot. He knew. That's why he didn't want his own people to go. You see? In the motherland, sometimes a slave could end up becoming king. You were just more like a servant. You wasn't going over there to be a servant. You were going over there to be a piece of property. And Ahmad Baba knew it. And that's why he wrote that scholarship. Like, okay, if y'all gonna take them, don't take my people. Don't take my people. Leave the black Muslims alone. Y'all can take them Yorubas and Fulanis and all those people, those non-believers, but don't take my people. You see what I'm saying, Armani Bliss? They knew. They knew. And right. He wrote that back in, I believe, 15. When did he write that? He wrote that article back when he got to Morocco in 1592 or something like that. So he knew. But go ahead, bro. What else you got to say?
Yeah, I mean, so like, yeah, I mean, yeah. They knew. I guess this conversation is about just really acknowledging this. Yeah. But at this point, don't have animosity between anyone because we still need to stick together.
I mean, I don't know. Shit, we got animosity from the part that white folks played into it. You see what I'm saying? So why can't we have animosity towards the Africans? You know, I mean, they part. I mean, yeah, okay. We love our brothers, but the bottom line is they did something very heinous and very wrong to us. You understand?
Yeah,
but what? Because they was the ones running up in our houses and villages and kidnapping our ancestors, bro.
No question. I'm talking about like moving forward. I'm talking about like today. Like we're more
money, and we can move forward.
Well, I was saying like, all right, hold on, I'm confused now. So all I'm trying to say is that like, yeah, we can acknowledge that they did heinous things though, but just even today moving forward, like we still have to somewhat stick together because we're more likely.
What's here's the problem though, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. All right, we stick together to what end? For them to turn their backs on us again, brother.
All right. I see your point.
I'm just asking. Just give us our money, and we'll go on about our business. You see what I'm saying? We can love you, and let's first acknowledge what happened. Let's acknowledge that you were fully aware of what happened. Let's acknowledge that the governments and the kingdoms in Africa were fully aware of what was going on, just like the European and American businesses were fully aware of what's going on. All of y'all pay us, and then we'll figure out how we can reconcile after we get paid. You see?
Yeah, but that's not realistic, Dennis. I don't think that's
what's not realistic. Nigeria has a $500 billion annual gross national product.
And yeah, but another thing, Dennis, is that like I don't know. I mean, the things right. The Africans today, right? The way I see them, like I have one friend we're wearing now. I mean, they have no animosity between us, and we have no animosity between them. But in fact, from what I heard, like,
some that would disagree. There is some animosity.
Yeah, I'm
not here to talk about animosity. But you know, there's still those differences. And when our African brothers and sisters come to the United States, they voice those differences, you know, even sometimes our West Indian and Afro-Caribbean brothers. But the bottom line is they need to pay us, and they can feel how they want to feel. Just pay us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, right, even though like you go to Nigeria and they say they did X, Y, and Z, but how can you prove if that Nigeria was actually from? How you can prove that tribe was from Nigeria? Like after the slave trade, they couldn't move on.
They have written records. They have scholarship. They got where they were picked. They got records. You know, they know that this port was here, this port was there. That was sanctioned by this king, that government, whatever. They have records. They even have treaties signed between European governments and different African tribesmen. You know, the great thing about Europeans, they always kept good records. So what my whole point is, we need to stop romanticizing our relationship with our African brothers and just acknowledge it for what it is. at some point very early on, they knew exactly the type of slavery they were selling us into, and they didn't care because they put profit over our humanity. That's my whole point of having this message.
Right.
Yes, they justified it by saying, well, there's a different religion, and therefore, yes, we're not the same people. Same thing that Stanley Collins is doing here. He said, well, they sold us because we were a different religion. We're not the same people, even though genetically we're identical. So and that's the same thing. But go ahead.
I got nothing else to say.
Okay, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You guys appreciate the honesty of this conversation, because this is not a joking conversation. This is not something that I know it's a different tone and demeanor than I normally have, and you guys probably didn't expect this to come in. But these are the type of conversations that we as Black men need to have. We need to talk about it. We need to be honest with each other. See, if we can be honest with each other and say, yeah, y'all was wrong to us. You can't sit there and say you didn't understand what kind of slavery you was telling us into after 350 years. You knew after the first 20 years. You knew exactly what was going on, what was happening. And so you can't say you didn't know. And we as Black Americans need to stop romanticizing it and pretend like, the Europeans are so bad, and these Africans who was running up in our villages taking us, they didn't know. No, you can't pick and choose. All of them need to pay reparations, period. Every last one of them. And then after that, then we can come to some sort of understanding about where we'll move on or how we can move on from there after you give us our money.
I think China.
I got a question. Go ahead, Tyree.
Yeah, I think China's about to do some slavery to Africa with all the money that they're lending to them. And I think something of that same nature is going to happen to Africa here soon. Just with how much China is moving in and building so much up, and Africa's not going to be able to repay this money that China is lending to them, because they're exporting their wealth to them. They're exporting all the resources from Africa to China, and so I think like you said, they knew what was going on. And like you said, everybody's involved, from the ships, the people who had the ships, the people who kept the laws, the kings, the queens, like everything. Yeah. So, and I think it's just like you said, like we have so much pride in Africa, but every time an African comes over, like they don't associate with you. Like they don't associate with you.
We got some good brothers. It's not all of us. You know what I mean? It's not all of our Africans.
Absolutely not.
Here's the thing. I can be cool with somebody, but they still owe me my money and I still want my money. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm still cool with my African brothers. I love my African brothers, but y'all owe us some money. Period. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. You gotta pay for the parts you played in this atrocity. And so let's not just let's get this one big lawsuit. Let's talk about it. Now there's other ways in which we can be compensated: land, different things like that, citizenship. That's a start. Try to make us whole again, give us what we lost, those sort of things. But we can't let them off the hook. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And looking at this as a litigator, it's like, how did they get on the boat? Well, if Captain John Smith just waited on the boat for them to bring who brought the Africans to him to the boat?
Yeah.
So we got to see them too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's the whole point. We can't get everybody. You see what I mean? That's my whole point, man. We got to get everybody. If you guys appreciate this conversation, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. The reason that we're talking about this today is because, I'm here in the seat of where, slavery started in the New World, Hispaniola. And I think it's befitting that we talk about Ahmad Baba. We were talking about great African scholars, and he is definitely one of them. He's a Muslim from the west coast of Africa. He put some interesting writings down back in the 1600s, in the early 1700s, acknowledging that slavery, the capture of Africans, blacks, being brought from the old world to the new world was occurring. In addition to that, he even delineated between those that can be captured legally and those that can't. Now, at that time, that region of the world was governed by Islam. The Arabs had come into North Africa and proselytized many of the Africans. And so some of the Africans remain in their traditional spiritual worship, i.e. the Yoruba, Fulani, those sort of people. He said those people, amongst other groups, were acceptable to be enslaved, captured, and sent to the New World. A slavery that they knew exactly what, what entailed. They understood they weren't coming back. They understood they were going to be definitely more than just servants because they weren't coming back. He knew well enough to know. The man wrote 40 books. He was a learned man. And he said, look, you can't take my black Muslims. You can't take you can't take people from my tribe, but you can't take these people from these other tribes, even though they are black. Yeah, the curse of Ham doesn't apply to Muslims. That's what he said. You see, so they knew exactly what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trying to write and petition and get his people up out of that. That's my whole point. But thank you so much, Charles Clark. Have you guys examined the new, I got some new emojis and whatnot. Has anybody tried to use those new emojis? I want to see if you guys can use those new emojis. I got my membership up. So try that if you will. Armani Bliss, how you doing? You got a couple of them. You had one more point you wanted to make.
Yeah, I mean, one more point about the suing, the lawsuit. I mean, the Africans, they can make an argument saying that like, yeah, that happened X, Y, and Z, but I think the average black people who live here are more wealthy than the average Nigeria because the American dollar goes further. So they're going to be less.
Just because we got money, just because we took a bad situation and flipped it and made it better, we shouldn't get our money.
They're going to be less like. They're not going to do it. I mean, they're like they said
it doesn't matter if they don't want to do it. They got banks over here and property over here. Get the judgment and seize whatever they have over here that's owned by the government. It doesn't matter what they want. I'm telling you that in a lawsuit, in a reparations lawsuit or a petition to the foreign nations or whatever, we're owed a debt. That's what I'm saying. As African Americans, we're owed a debt. And it's not just the European and American corporations and the government that owes us. It's also those African corporations and African governments that owe us, period. I want my money. I think, look, if we're going to do it right.
But how do they do that?
Old reparations. Oh, just name them in a lawsuit and prove your case.
No, I'm saying like, how would you give that money to black people?
First of all, establish that it's owed and who owes it. Let's start with that. Say again.
No, another thing is that like, how can you decide who had like slavery history, who's not? That's impossible to know.
I trace my heritage back to the King Plantation in Virginia, which was a breeding farm, which is why my grandmother's last name was King.
The only way you could trace that back if you had some white in you, and even that could be debatable.
Well, that's not how that works, brother. They took they have lots of records. They took census records. You got records, those type of records. It can be done. That's not the problem. It can be done, but I'm not gonna let that stop. But that's not a problem. That can happen. We're not talking about something that happened 2,000 years ago. We're talking about something that was a couple of 100 years old. They had written records and photographs and all kinds of stuff. That's not the issue. We're supposed to have our money, and the people who owe us are supposed to pay us. That's my whole point. That's not a problem. Figuring out what do we do after we get the money, that's something for somebody else to figure out. I want to get the money. They owe us. We're entitled to it. They did us a wrong, and we need to be compensated for that wrong. And then afterwards, we can figure it out. But I guess the main point here of this conversation is moving forward, they need to be punished for making excuses. And they need to be punished. We need to be compensated. That's what I'm saying. You let religion divide you. Okay, you did it. Now you got to pay us. You were wrong. It was wrong. That's how you make them show. That's how you show them they were wrong, by hitting them in the pocketbook. Understand what I'm saying, Armand?
Yeah, I do.
Otherwise, they don't have to pay. It's like, okay, we did it. They don't have to pay. You make them pay. Make them suffer. Like we suffer. Make them struggle. They coming up. They got nice stuff over there, and make them pay. And then they'll realize, we can't never do that again. They'll be talking about that for 500 years. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah. I'm just not convinced, but I'll just leave it.
Which part are you not convinced of? That we're owed money as African Americans from?
Yeah.
You're not convinced?
No, wait. I'm not convinced that it's going to happen. That's the thing. There's no way it's going to happen, because
you can feel that way if you want.
I mean, that's like, I'm being honest with you. Like, if you end up making that lawsuit, I can see somewhere in the government, they're going to say, you know what, we're going to do something shady. These people, Dennis Sperling and his people are not going to get this money. All right.
It might not be me that does. It might be your son or your niece or your daughter that becomes a lawyer or a judge or something like that. But what we have to start the conversation. You see what I mean? That all we're doing is starting the conversation. And so far we've been on the wrong path. We just want to get our money from white folks. So history shows and the records show that our own African brothers and sisters knew exactly what was going on. And they did it because they did it out of greed, and they should have to pay. You see what I'm saying? They should have to pay.
Right. No, I agree. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say, but
no problem. And then INIR2 said, question is how, Dennis? How are we suing? Where's the compensation going to come from? They got plenty of money in the national treasuries. That's where the money will come from. How would this be compensated? Well, we'd be compensated by taking the money out the national treasury. That's the easy answers. They got the money, file suit, prove the case, get the judgment. We'll work the rest of that out later on. You see what I'm saying? It's not that complicated. All you got to do is be able to figure out who's owed, how much is owed, and then they got class action lawsuits where you only know the name of a couple of people, but because you know the name of a couple of people, you can file on behalf of all these other people. But the bottom line is they need to be involved in any lawsuit for reparations, period. And not just reparations, but I believe we're owed money, land, opportunity, everything that we lost. We're to be made whole again, period. And nobody stop cutting your African brothers and sisters a break. They didn't cut us a break when they kidnapped us and sold us off to the white man for guns and horses and tobacco and plates. Yeah, they sold us for plates and forks and pots. They sold us for copper pots. They didn't cut us any breaks, so don't you cut them any breaks. And then we'll get some respect. Make them pay. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And look, I love you, but you're going to have to pay. That's where I'm coming from. I love you. You're my African brothers. I appreciate y'all. I look forward to visiting the continent one day, but you still got to pay because you did a wrong to us. And that wrong was ongoing and continuous all the way up to the late 1900s when Africans were still being kidnapped and brought to the New World, period. So you got to pay. We can still love each other, but you got to pay, period. We can still respect each other, but you're going to have to pay. That's where I'm coming. You and the white folks that you were in business with. You wanted the white man's money. You wanted what he had to offer. You sold us in exchange for it. I get it. You did what greedy people do. It's normal. I get it. But you still owe your brothers. You have a debt that needs to be paid, period. And I'm not saying I don't have any emotions about it. And I think that any African American, any West Indian, any Caribbean American, any South American African of African descent, we all should be on the same page about this. We need to be compensated for our loss, period. And I think we as African Americans should spearhead that thing. And I'm not saying it from a pro-Black point of view. I'm paying it from a right and wrong point of view. You owe us. All these American corporations that benefit insurance companies and, all the African kingdoms and governments that inherited those kingdoms or absorbed those kingdoms, you need to pay, period. It's not a question. It's not a question. It was something that was wrong. Look where we are. You got to pay, period. That's it. Nothing really to talk about. But the bigger point being, you allow so much to do. You allow religion and all these things. Well, one African people. Them Arabs didn't see us as any different. They saw us as one big Negro. That's why Ahmad Baba had to come in and say, "Oh no, you can't take my Muslim blacks. Go take those other blacks over there who are non-Muslim, but you can't take the Muslim blacks. And you can't take people from my particular tribe." You see? Because the Arabs came in and said, "Oh, all these Negroes are cursed by Ham, and we all going to take all of them and deport them and sell them and whatnot." So, you might divide yourself, brothers, but everybody else see you as one and the same. So that should be something to think about. But either way, I appreciate you guys. This is Uncle D. Another one of these hard-hitting conversations that make people uncomfortable. Stop pedestalizing your African brothers. They're human beings just like you. I know you don't want to believe or see what your eyes are telling you, but your brothers in the continent sold you into slavery because of greed. And they knew exactly what they were doing at a certain point in the 350 years of slavery, from the early 1600, 1501 to 1888 or whatever. They knew at some point, You can't say 300, almost 400 years go by and you don't know what you're doing. That just sounds silly. At some point, the reports got back to what the conditions were like in the New World. They were working on it. Man, y'all sending all these slaves over here from the Gambia down to Brazil. Why y'all need so many blacks over there? Aren't they doing all right over there? Aren't they like service? Nah, we worked them to death. A year later, they dead. So we need more. Keep them coming. We work them to death in the Caribbean. We need more. Keep them coming. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. Some say upwards of between 12 to 100 million Africans. At some point, you got to start asking yourself, where these Africans go? At some point, the chiefs over in Ghana and Nigeria and Togo, Benin and the Gambia and all these different places, well, why do y'all need so many? Oh, it's because y'all work them to death and they die within a year. Oh, that don't sound like the conditions that were going on in Africa. The sheer number of bodies the sheer number of Africans that were being kidnapped and sold should have let them know exactly what was going on. That we work them to death and we need a new crop, period. We're not feeding them. We're not taking care of them. We're just working them to death, feeding them what little they need to survive. And we're going to come back over here and get a new crop. You can't tell me that they thought that the slavery that existed on the continent was the same slavery that was existing in the New World at the time. Only a fool would say that. The sheer volume of people being kidnapped, worked to death, and brought back. Kidnapped, worked to death, and then and gotten rid of. You stupid at this point if you think that they thought it was the same type of slavery. It wasn't. So we can move past it as Black Americans, as Caribbean Americans, as South Americans. We can move past it, but you got to pay us. You African countries, I love you, brothers, but you got to pay us. Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Gambia, Senegal, you got to pay. It may not be this generation, but you're going to have to pay one way or the other.
Hi, my name is Dennis Sperling. I'm not a lawyer, but my daddy is. Yeah, if you've been hurt in a car accident, call my daddy. No need to scream and yell like a little kid. Yeah, no, my daddy will fight for your rights. Yeah, fight for your rights. If you've been involved in a car accident, call my daddy, returning Dennis Sperling.
Hello, I'm attorney Dennis Sperling. If you've been injured in a car wreck, call me, 713-229-0770.
Call my daddy. Daddy.
Hey, you guys, this is Dennis Sperling, and I'm back again to continue our series. We are talking again today about slavery. We're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. We are talking about some very uncomfortable subjects. Now, the reason that the transatlantic slave trade is something that Black men should definitely talk about is because 80% of those Africans stolen from the motherland up until about, 1806, I believe it was, were Black men. And so for the most part, it was about 80% Black men, 20% Black women for about 320 something years. And then for about the last 50 years, up until 1865, when slavery ended, that's when they began to bring Black women over. It was a business. It was Black men doing the labor of white men and the rest of the world for no compensation. We as Black men have a great misunderstanding about the true nature of the American institution of slavery. Black American women take the position that they were the biggest victims under slavery because they were both used for forced labor and to satisfy appetites of their slave owners, the sexual appetites, that is. However, the facts are up until the late 1800s, Black men were at least 80% of the slave population in the United States. Black women were all but excluded from the transcontinental slave trade. It wasn't until 1808, after the international slave trade was banned, Black women began to be brought in numbers equal to Black men. And this is only because they were imported to the United States and used as breeders. Moreover, a large percentage of free Black women owned slaves. And despite the romanticization of it, these were not their relatives. They owned them outright and used them for the same reasons as their white counterparts. Furthermore, Black women were often liberated and emancipated by their slave owners for the fact that they gave birth to the multiple children, and those children were oftentimes the progeny of white slave owners themselves. Thereafter, those slave owners even bequeathed those newly freed Black women ownership of all of his former slaves. The only true victims of slavery were Black men and boys. We don't understand the true culprit, which is greed and capitalism, and that there was an involvement by everyone, every nation, irrespective of race, creed, religion, which also includes our own African brothers and sisters and our African American brothers and sisters, many of them former slaves themselves. As to the question of reparations, the first issue is who are the proper parties, meaning who are the defendants that will be sued in this regard. And as an experienced trial lawyer and civil litigation attorney, I want to examine it. The conversations about liability and fault associated with our free Black American brothers and sisters who are also slave owners. So today we're going to have another uncomfortable conversation about slavery. Now, before we get going good, I want to warn you that some of this is information that many of you have never heard before. It's not something that's comfortable to talk about. This is not things that will talk to you in your schools. I know I was never taught anything like this, at all. And so, many of you may be offended by it, but I think that it's something that we have to address, because if we don't begin to address it, then we really can't ever get an answer. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to start the video. We're going to start off with a gentleman named Dr. Claude Anderson. I know he had a brief career in politics under the Jimmy Carter administration, but he brings up some good facts. Many of those folks in the conscious community know this man, but let's listen to what he has first. We're going to establish a foundation. Fair use.
What he has to say on the matter.
Back over 200 some years ago,
Because you see, the fork in the road, that was the biggest darn death hole for black slaves in the country off of the eastern shore. See, when Virginia, South Carolina, and North Carolina went into the slave-producing industry after the Constitution outlawed slave importing after 1808 into this country, they had to have another way to create babies against slaves. So they started bringing in black women into the country then in mass numbers. And most blacks in the feminist movement don't even understand that. They think that slavery was about black women. It was not about black women. Slavery was about man to man, men to men.
Okay. So the first thing I want to hit on that, he basically told you that oftentimes African-American women or women in the black feminist movement would say, we were slaves, we were victimized by the white man, and we were forced to do labor, and then also our sexual, we were unmasked, we were exploited sexually, you know, so we had slavery for black women, and they're only imagining. They're saying slavery for black women was horrible, it was twice as bad. Who could imagine? And then forced to carry a baby for a white slave owner that sexually assaulted you. See, the problem with that theory is it falls apart when you actually begin to look into history, when you actually begin to do the numbers. Now, I didn't come up with those numbers. That's Dr. Claude Anderson's numbers, and he's going to point out where he got those numbers from. As an attorney, the only thing I do is bring the experts up, let them explain what happened, and then let you, the fact finders, or here the jury, which we the fact finder, you're here, the public, to make an assessment for yourself. If you're only anywhere from 20% of the slaves brought to the United States, those are women. That's it. Over 320 years. They weren't even being brought in droves until, and even those women that were here, those were basically women that the white slave owners used for sexual favors. And so those women would often end up having children for that sexual as a master. They were literally sex slaves. They were literally there, and they would be rewarded for their progeny. They would be rewarded for having the master's babies. And so those of us who consider ourselves red pill, those of us who consider ourselves having an understanding of female nature, recognize, number one, that women have no racial loyalty. All of them, white, black, brown, whatever. Very rarely will they be loyal to a race. Women follow power, they follow strength. So given the option of being following the man who runs the plantation, or a man who's a slave on the plantation, knowing that the one who is the owner who runs the plantation can make your life easier, who are you going to side with? Who are you going to willingly cooperate with? And I'm not saying that by any means being taken and forced to, from your land where you were born, your language, by no means is that a vacation. But what I'm saying is women are survivors. We all know that. And given the option, at some point they acquiesced. At some point, after 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of master and his kinfolks, his babies, and they realize, you know what, this is a good option for me. I could end up owning these slaves. You have to understand that for the most part, you black brothers didn't have those options. The sisters, the black women had that option. You didn't have that option. And that's why you have the vast majority of black slave owners being black women as opposed to black men. Now, I'm beginning to understand why the question of reparations is usually just something that we talk about theoretically, because between the African kings and countries that kidnapped their brothers and sisters and sent them to the United States, knowing what they would have to go through, doing it all for money, between the Africans that actively participated in it, and now the African Americans that also participated in it, I'm starting to see why the reparations question was never taken serious. The primary beneficiary of reparations would be those who suffered the most, and that would be black men. And so I see now why people don't really want to do it, why people don't really want to go through with it. Because again, the primary beneficiaries would be black men, based on what we're seeing now. So let's continue forward. And moving forward, let's see what else Claude Anderson has to say.
It's about blacks against white men and black men and white men against black men. That's what slavery is about. 80% of all the slaves coming to the country were basically black men. Under the Constitution in 1789 says you got 25 years to cut out and no more bringing in slaves. And it's in the 3 states that pushed to get that 25-year postponement from 1789 up to 1808 was South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. We said, give us a chance to get situated because we need these black slaves. And why they need black slaves? Because they said, because the wealth of these states and the wealth of these colonies, the wealth of this nation is in black slaves. That is the primary generator of wealth. Black slaves are a form of currency. It's like money. That's who generates the wealth in the country. A black slave was like a walk-in express card, a Visa card. A white man who owned a slave did not have to work. He could earn money just by renting that slave out and going earning it. And so South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, they started bringing in black women in here so they can impregnate them and started getting babies free, where they were paying about $25 or $27 a piece to get them off the coast of Africa. Then started selling for $800-900 at about a 1,500% profit margin in the United States. They didn't have to do that any longer. They started using black women, impregnating them, and raising free black slaves. But once they raised those slaves, they then had to take them across the country. And the biggest death toll for receiving them was called a fork in the road. That was in New Orleans. New Orleans was a fork in the road. They made those blacks walk from Virginia, South Carolina, and North Carolina all the way barefooted, in chain, all the way to the fork in the road in the New Orleans area. And it's sort of ironic that with the whole enslavement process and the marches across America to the fork in the road, that the fork in the road has not changed. Why not older? Black folk are still marching, still going someplace, still in chains mentally, and still winding up producing wealth and income and enriching other people. Black folk have enriched every religion, every ethnic group, every culture. They've enriched in every nation. They've enriched everybody on the earth but themselves. They are the primary engineers of wealth. The wealth of this nation was built on the backs of black slaves and Indian land. And
all right, so you guys got that. Basically, what you get from that is that 80% of the slaves brought to the United States before 1808 were black men. And that's from Dr. Claude Anderson. You can look him up. He's a renowned scholar. He's a African-American history, African-American movement type person. I do know that he worked for the Jimmy Carter administration back in the 70s. So the next thing we want to talk about is we want to talk about black slave masters, okay? Because in the question of reparations, it's not just about the Africans, not just about the Europeans who purchased the Africans from Africa. It's not just about the African kings and the governments that succeeded those royal families that must pay reparations, but it's also about the slave owners who received wealth. And those slave owners were not all white. They weren't all white men, and they definitely weren't all white. There were many of them were black men and women. Now, interestingly enough, because of the favoritism that the slave masters showed black women, because they were their sexual objects, some of them were their baby mothers. Because of that, these guys had a soft spot, like the simps that they are. They gave these women slaves. They freed them oftentimes after the end of slavery. So we're going to go ahead and bring that issue up, and we're going to talk about that. So I'm going to go into the next. I'm going to go into the next video, which is called. And you can. All these links are all these links are here for everybody to choose to link up to. They're at the bottom in the description section. And so we're going to go ahead and proceed with this one. And I'm going to fast forward here and there, but I want you guys to hear some of what's going on in here.
As we think back to history, a lot of the things that were taught to us in the school with regards to slavery has always been a focus on blacks being owned by white. What we don't talk about is the blacks who sold the blacks to the Europeans who actually brought our ancestry over to this country. What we don't talk about are the other peoples of the world who've actually been enslaved in history before. A lot of us know history where there was a group long ago who was actually enslaved for over 400 years. So today we're going to talk about free blacks who actually owned slaves. Now, during this period of time, in this country, there were actually 4 million blacks. And of that 4 million, about 250,000 of them were actually free.
Listen to that.
As we take the time to study who owned slaves,
about 250,000 black people were free. Out of 4 million, about 250,000 were free. So listen to this.
Relative to the size of the population in this country, be it black, white, or Native American, blacks own a larger percentage of slaves as it relates to the other races that were here. There's also evidence that blacks own white slaves. And then some free black people in this country bought slaves. And I'm not saying every black that were free actually owned slaves, but a large number did. Since 1654, continuing right through the Civil War, blacks owned slaves. Now, we can actually stop right there.
So before this country, before the United States was even founded, there were blacks who owned other black slaves. Okay, that's basically what they're saying. And it's not saying that all of the free blacks owned slaves, but for the most part, they saw it as a capitalistic endeavor. If you were free, you probably, you were trying to build a business or a company or something like that, or whatever, a plantation, you needed the labor. And so not only did they, there's some indication that what he's talking about is that there was a law that came into place, I believe it was 17 something, and I'll come up with the case in a minute, that there was a black man who owned a slave, and the slave said, "Nah, I'm getting out of here." It turns out the owner was black and the slave was black. But one of the rulings said, well, blacks can own blacks, but blacks can't own whites, or what they refer to as Christians. That was like a code word. So up until that point, there is some evidence that blacks had white folks as what they would call indentured servants, not quite slaves, but they had to work a debt off. So that's what he's referring to. But let's continue watching.
Just throw this in that the very first slave owner in this country was a black guy named Anthony Johnson. And if you don't believe me, look him up yourself. The very first slave owner in this country was a guy named Anthony Johnson. Now, as we review these numbers, it is too extensive of a list to include every black person that owned slaves. So for the sake of time and the sake of you having to listen to me share this information, I'm only going to include everybody that owned 10 or more slaves. A lot of times those who own less than 10 were actually owning family members, and there was a sign of benevolence so that they could keep the family intact. So I'll respect that. This is a compilation of various books, various study. I've had some folks tell me that most of these slave owners that we say were black don't count because they were Creole or mulattoes. And normally you find those people with those labels coming out of Louisiana, the French purchase and things like that. And I myself, before my mother married and my stepdad, my last name was a French last name.
All right. So this gentleman is going to be reading off a set of documents. I have posted them on my Facebook page. Please, when this is over, go to my Facebook page and download those documents. They're in PDF form, not PDF. They're in JPEG form, so you can download them directly to your phone or whatever and then you can print them out so you can have them. This is what he's reading from right here. So let's continue. He's talking about black slave owners, and those Those are some of them.
So we're going to keep that in mind as well. So when folks tell me that we can't claim this as being black, they're totally off the mark, because these same folks are excited about our supposed first black president, who is also of mixed heritage. These same folks were excited about Tiger Woods being on top of the golf world, and Tiger Woods is of mixed heritage. Now, as a side note, when you want to educate yourself a little bit more, go look up Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, Warren Harding, and Calvin Coolidge, who all had black fathers. Check on Dwight Eisenhower's parents. His mother was black. And if you want to figure out who the very first president of our Continental Congress was, look up a guy named John Hanson, who was a Moor. And a Moor is a population of people from Northern Africa. So we cannot claim to have a black president while at the same time claiming that these slave owners were not black because of the Creole or mulatto label.
All right. Now, I'm going to stop it right there, but I want to point out some points. Basically saying a lot of people will say, oh, well, the black slave owners, they only owned their own family members to make it easier for them. But that's not acceptable, because that might have counted for those black slave owners who owned less than 10 slaves, but it doesn't count for those black slave owners in America. When we talk about African Americans, we're talking about African American slave owners that own more than 10 slaves. This is all the only people he's talking about. So everybody after this owned multiple slaves, okay? Multiple other African brothers and sisters.
Now, in the case of those in Louisiana, there's a lot of those, as I mentioned. You know, we had the French purchase, Louisiana purchase from the French and all that. So that goes hand in hand. There's a lot of mixed ancestry. So we'll start off with John Carruthers Stanley, who was born a slave in Creighton County, North Carolina. He was the son of an Igbo mother, and Igbo is a tribe of people in southeastern Nigeria that's still prevalent today. And her master, who was John Wright Stanley, he became an extraordinarily successful barber and speculator in real estate in New Bern. As Lawrence Swinninger points out in Black Property Owners in the South, by the early 1820s, Stanley owned 3 plantations and 163 slaves.
Wow. And
even hired 3 white overseers to manage his practice.
So this black man had 3 plantations and owned over 163 slaves in South Carolina. This black man, his mother was an Igbo, his mother was straight up from Africa. See, we can't allow our fear of exposing the truth, that we helped oppress ourselves, that we took advantage of the financial system that white folks set up to benefit them. We have to accept the fact that our own people owned us. Now, we're going to talk about this too, because some of y'all going to say stuff like, oh, well, he probably was treating them better than the white man. He hired 3 white overseers. You understand what I'm saying? He hired 3 white overseers to keep them 3 plantations worth of slaves. 163. That's a huge plantation. There's only 100 families in the South that own over 100 slaves in the first place. So let's keep watching.
Property. He fathered 6 children with a slave woman named Kitty, and he eventually freed them. Stanley actually lost his estate when a loan for $14,962 he had co-signed with his white half-brother, John, came due. After his brother's stroke, the loan was Stanley's sole responsibility, and he was unable to pay it. And see, the image that we're looking at on the screen right now, Black Masters, a free family of color in the Old South, is actually a book written by Michael Johnson and James Rourke, and it's talking about William Ellison and his family. Now, at the death of William Ellison on the eve of the Civil War, he was wealthier than 9 out of 10 white people in South Carolina. He was born in 1790 as a slave on a plantation in the Fairfield district.
Now we're talking about a different black man now. Okay. Now William Ellison, he was born in 1790, and he died in December 5th, 1861. He was a U.S. cotton gin maker and blacksmith in South Carolina, and a former African-American slave who achieved considerable success as a slave owner before the American Civil War. He eventually became a major planter and one of the medium property owners and one of the wealthiest property owners in the state. According to the 1860 census, in which his surname was listed as Ellison, he owned 63 black slaves, making him the largest of the 171 black slave owners in South Carolina. So there were 171 black slave owners in South Carolina. He held 40 slaves at his death and more than 1,000 acres of land. From 1830 to 1865, he and his sons were the only free blacks in Sumner County, South Carolina, to own slaves. The county was largely devoted to cotton plantations, and the majority of the plant population were slaves. Ellison and his sons were among the number of successful free people of color in the antebellum years, with Ellison particularly outstanding. His master has passed on a social capital by apprenticing him to learn a valuable artisan trade as a cotton gin maker, at which Ellison made success. He took a wife at age 21. After buying his own freedom when he was 26, a few years later, Ellison purchased his wife and children to protect them from sale to slaves. The 1820 Act made it more difficult for slaveholders to make personal manumission, but Ellison gained freedom for his sons and quasi-freedom for his surviving daughter during the American Civil War. Okay, so this man, all these people were not this man's. Children, family members. These are people he owned outright that weren't relatives.
He got the state, far country from Charleston. In 1816, at the age of 26, he bought his own freedom and soon bought his wife and their child. In 1822, he opened his own cotton gin. Now, see, that's a whole nother point right there. If we took the time to understand the real black history, we'll understand a lot of black folks actually owned business during the time that we were supposedly all enslaved. Mm-hmm. So black men were about business back then too. And Ellison became quite wealthy. By his death in 1860, he owned 900 acres of land and 63 slaves. Now this is a kick in the bucket right here. Not one of his slaves was ever allowed to purchase his or her own freedom.
You hear that? So this black man who owned slaves in South Carolina, he didn't let not one slave go free, period. None of them went free at all. He kept them all. All right, so he wasn't one of them, oh yeah, I'm gonna let my knee. This was not benevolent. This was a business. He was in it for the money and in it for the greed, period. You see what I'm saying? So y'all have to accept that. So he, just like the rest of him, his family, and those people who benefited from slavery, they also should have to pay reparations. They must. You got to name them all. Let's continue.
Now we're going to move on over to Louisiana. By 1830, in Louisiana, several black people there owned a large number of slaves, including the following. In Point Coupé Parish alone, Sulphur de Lunde owned 38 slaves. Lefroy de Queer owned 59 slaves. Antoine de Queer owned 70 slaves. And the de Queers are actually some of my wife's ancestry. And as I mentioned,
let me tell you something. I know people. I lived in Louisiana for a while, and I know members of the de Queer family. I've seen that name float around, and they are very proud of their heritage. They are very proud that they're successful Negroes and had money, and they are very proud of that. Okay, so many of these folks know that they're descended from black people who own slaves. I know a young lady who actually worked for me in my law office as my office manager several years back from Louisiana. And she would announce, yeah, I used to own slaves. She was very proud of that fact. Many of you know people who own slaves, who are black, who came from slave owning families. you haven't asked enough questions, and because this is just something that's unheard of, you don't really ask the right questions. Let me tell you something else. I went to visit my adopted family in North Carolina, and I found it very odd as I was looking through their family album that many of them were very fair-skinned. And I said, well, where's the black people at? You know, well, we mixed with white and Indian. I'm like, okay, I'm looking through the family photo. Everybody is light as that wall behind me back there. And I'm like, where are the black people at? And I'm sitting on this. How did these black people get all this land? Where did this come? Y'all been having this for hundreds of years? How did y'all get all this? And it dawned on me like, oh, they own slaves. They had a street name. They consider themselves a black family. And you know, I understand now why my adopted grandfather, who was a very dark-skinned black man from North Louisiana, made my adopted grandmother sell that land, sell her portion to that land in North Carolina, and they moved to California to the Marine base where my adopted father and his brother and sister were raised. The black man didn't want to have anything to do with that. His wife, my adopted grandmother, being a very fair-skinned woman, I understand now. I understand now. It was just unspoken. It's like when you got a cousin that sell dope, but you don't really want nobody to know. This is kind of what we're looking at. You know, but it happened. And a lot of these people, a lot of these black American people who brag about what their family had. My grandma owned land in Alabama. My granddaddy owned land in North Carolina, South Carolina. My people own land in Virginia. What they're really telling you is we own land, and if they own land, they more than likely had slaves, black slaves, working for them because they weren't allowed to own white slaves. So keep that in mind. They're very proud of this, so you shouldn't have any problem when extracting your reparations out of them in any forthcoming lawsuits.
You know, this was never shared with her by anybody in her family. And down from the New Iberia Cave area of Louisiana, this is where they were from. Leandre Severin owned 60 slaves, and Victor Duperron owned 10. In St. John the Baptist Parish, Victor Deslandes owned 52 slaves, and in Plaquemine Brûlé, Martin Donato owned 75 slaves. In Bayou Tech, Martin Norman and his family in St. Martin Parish owned 89 slaves. In the West Baton Rouge Parish, Barrett Pollen owned 69 slaves. The Ricard family owned 27. Phil's Honore owned 30. Francis Gerard of Washita Parish owned 33. And C.C. McCarty in the upper suburb of New Orleans.
Listen to these names. Many of you guys know a famous Honore. That was that general that came down after Hurricane Katrina hit. Remember that guy? He was an Honore. Here's another thing. Many of those prominent blacks after Reconstruction, they end up going to Congress and whatnot. Many of them are wealthy slave owners themselves in the South. Many of these black slave owners have more money than the white slave owners. You see? Now, I'm not saying that the black slave owners outnumbered the white slave owners. What I'm saying is they existed. What I'm saying is we have Judases among us, and we have to accept that. We have to look at that. We have to examine that in any forthcoming lawsuit, because if you just try to make this a black and white thing, they're gonna say, well, what about the Negroes that sold the slaves to us in Africa? What about the Negroes that were our cohorts and participated? What about the Negroes that own slaves here in the United States? They got streets and parks and cemeteries named after them and all that. What about them? Y'all not gonna sue them? Make this. You got white people who didn't even get to this country till after the 1920s when they got shipped over here from Ireland and Scotland, and you got black people right here that owned your people, owned our people, owned their own people, owned us, interbred with them, all that. So everybody's got to pay. Everybody's got to pay. Everybody owes you what they owe you, and they all got to pay.
Orleans owned 32 slaves. Now, the 13 members of the Montoya family, led by Nicholas Augustine Montoya, collectively owned 215 slaves up in Natchitoches, Louisiana. which I mentioned, that's where my side of the family from.
You got to understand something, brothers. If you own 250 slaves, you were super rich. So you got a family of black people before the Civil War that owned 250 slaves. They were super rich. There was only 100 families in the South that owned more than 100 slaves. So if you got a family of black folks that own over 200 slaves, they are super rich. This is what was going on. Why is it that we were never taught this? I see now why that reparations question dies amongst because when you start scratching below the surface, it becomes very uncomfortable because people now have to start looking at their grandmas and their great grandmas and their great granddaddies in a different way. Great granddaddy owned slaves, but great granddaddy was black, yeah, but great granddaddy owned slaves. See, now you're going to have to look at, well, damn, we might be one of the defendants involved in this case, or whatever we recover might be diminished by the fact that we were part of the culprits ourselves. This is what you have to look at when you look at the question of reparations. This is it. This is all in here. Let's keep looking. Everybody needs to be held responsible, though. Nobody gets off. The whites, the blacks, the Africans, the African Americans. Everybody has to pay. Everybody has to pay this horrible debt.
It's from on my mother's side. T. Sandlin of Jefferson County owned 12 slaves and J.B. Packard owned 11. The Duplessis family collectively owned 30 slaves. Joseph Curiel of Point Coupé owned 40 slaves. Sarah Hamrock of Natchitoches owned 12, as well as Florentine Corner, who owned 16. And Charles.
Listen to all these women. Listen to all these women who own slaves. See what would happen. During that time period, a woman, white women included, the only property they could own outside of their husband was slaves. So the vast majority of the property that women own in general was held by them, their slaves. They couldn't own land, but they could own slaves. So these were their slaves. This was their property. So that's why you got a whole lot of women whose husbands and paramours and daddies bequeathed them slaves. So a lot of these women own slaves. Think about that.
Moliere owned 10 slaves. V. Rilliot owned 49 slaves in St. John's Baptist Parish. And C. Perrin and St. Dusan owned 38 slaves collectively. Laurent Malvo of Bellevue owned 18 slaves. In Bayou Mallet, Jean B. Guillory owned 18. And back over to Bayou Tech, Valerian Osan owned 27 slaves. Jean Lasassier owned 19. Joseph Balky owned 18. Jean B. Moulion owned 52. And Jean Gallo owned 12. In St. Mary, Filippo Boutte owned 10. And back to the upper suburbs of New Orleans, Louise de Vivier owned 17 slaves. Sonique Grand Maison owned 13. Cantrell de Forge owned 11. Missy Campran owned 10. Monique Boulant owned 10. Pierre Roupon owned 13. Virginia Mangona owned 10. Dershell Rhodes owned 11. Genevieve Rigobert owned 16. Rose Lanois owned 13. Desiree Athanase owned 11. Daniel Duperrier owned.
Yeah, listen to all these women. Listen to all these women who own slaves. All these black women. These are all black women that own slaves. And again, if you guys want this link to what he's reading, I put it in the chat room. Continue listening though. And I want to address one question. Our Alexis says, Dennis Sperling Unfiltered, don't forget the Native American tribes who owned slaves too. Not only did they own slaves, but they call them the 5 civilized tribes. They fought on the side of the Confederacy to keep their slaves. In other words, when the North was fighting the South and the Indians, the Indians sided with the Confederacy to keep their slaves. That's how serious they were about their slaves. They fought against the North.
10. Gabriel Mokalos owned 11. Louise Levant owned 10. Eulalie Mandeville owned 13. M. Dupai owned 11. Constance Rivera owned 17. Caroline Miller owned 13. Pierre Saint-Amand owned 17. Lord Piero owned 13. Wade de Vallon owned 10. And Cecil Marcoux owned 10. Now we move on to down in Iberville Parish, where Antoine Duplessis and his wife Claire Pollock owned more than 70 slaves when they were married. According to Thomas Clark, by 1864, in the midst of the Civil War, they actually owned 100 slaves, worth $94,700. Now, 1864, and their worth is $94,700. I haven't put the math figures to that, but it would be a substantial fee today. So it was very substantial back then. And if we go by the standard that money actually increases, well, doubles every 10 years, it's supposed to double every 10 years on everything except our salaries. That's a whole lot of money. And during Reconstruction, he became the state's first Black treasurer, serving from 1868 to 1878. Now, Andrew Durnford was a sugar planter and a physician who owned the St. Rosalie Plantation, 33 miles south of New Orleans. And say 33 miles of New Orleans, so you're probably looking at somewhere like Morgan City, Thibodeau, Homer, somewhere around in there. Or here then.
$94,000 would be worth about $1,574,733. Basically, that black man who owned those 100 slaves, he was worth about $1.5 million. Okay, so that family that owned 260 slaves, they were worth about a little over maybe $3.5 million. So you had millionaire slave owners, millionaire black slave owners in the South before the Civil War. Black people that own other black people. This is what you're dealing with.
The way, at least. In the late 1820s, David O. Whitten tells us he paid $7,000 for 7 male slaves, 5 females, and 2 children. He traveled all the way to Virginia in the 1830s and purchased 24 more. See, it was all about business.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't about people. It was about business and economics. Now, I never said it was right. You know, don't make that mistake. I never said it was right. I don't believe enslaving anybody is right. But
let me tell you something. When they say stuff like, they just did it out of, love for their family, they only bought their family, that's a damn lie. They did it because if they didn't do it, somebody else was going to do it. They did it because they had to make money to feed their families. They did it because everybody else was doing it. They did it because it was legal. They did not care about your black behind. They were blacker than you. Some of them blacker than you were. Some of them sleeping with the damn slaves themselves and then selling the children off. Our own black brothers and sisters were involved in this horrible system. And again, I'm just putting it in context. See, this is information that is not readily shared. We talked about our African ancestors, our African kings and queens that we venerate so much, who worked along with the Europeans, who waited on the coast for our African agents to come and bring the black men and women to them. All right, so we know that our African brothers and sisters were involved in it. And then we also know that our own African American brothers and sisters here in the United States held as slavery. If we want reparations, everybody has got to pay for this harm. Yes, the white man has to pay too, but we proved that case. We know that. We know that he's culpable. But what about these black slave owners who weren't any better than the white slave owners? They have to pay too. Everybody has to pay.
It was a system of economics. Eventually, Durnford would own 77 slaves. When a fellow Creole slave owner liberated 85 of his slaves and shipped them off to Liberia, Durnford commented that he couldn't do that because self-interest is too strongly rooted in the bosom of all that breathes the American atmosphere. And see, that's an old nother.
You heard that? Now, you have one black man, a mulatto man, who freed all his slaves, and he sent them to Liberia. Liberia is a country in Africa. Send them back over there to Africa. Y'all Y'all free now. Y'all go home. I'm sending y'all. He shipped them all back to Africa. And another black slave owner said, oh, hell no. I ain't sending mine. I got to get my money. I'm not doing that. And then so this dude named Jeb started saying, look, this is the problem that I have. Jeb starts saying, how they going to pay? They're all dead. I mean, that's the same silly response that we get when we talk about white folks who own slaves. White folks say the same thing. Why am I responsible for what my ancestors did? They're all dead now. I don't own any slaves. But you got the benefits of it. Many of these black people who own this land, many of these black people who were able to go to these colleges, you know, they had that. Where do you think some of these black colleges came from? We say, oh, they were started by slave owners. Many of those slave owners were black. Many of those slave owners who donated the land were black. Who contributed to forming these colleges, they were black. And they would send their children to these colleges. Everybody always says stuff like, well, Howard University was started by former slave owners or by former congressmen who were sleeping with those women in Washington. No, it was also started by black people who had money, who had land, who had slaves, and wanted their children to go to college. So they sent them up there to Howard and some of these other elite black colleges, Hampton, Howard, all these other places. Where you think the money came from? You got millions of black people roaming around the South with nothing, no shoes on, and then all of a sudden, you got a certain class of black people that become governor, and they are during Reconstruction. They're governors, they're mayors, they are congressmen. Where did they get their education from if all of us just got free and it was illegal for us to read books? Where did all these black congressmen come from? Many of them were slave owners from the South. That's what I'm telling you. They just benefited from we free now. Okay, yeah, we were slave owners, but we still black, so we're just gonna benefit from that too. They won. They were able to hide under their blackness and pretend as though they were victims when in actuality they were victimizers. That's what these black slave owners did. Let's keep on reading. Take this medicine. And I know it's uncomfortable. It's supposed to be uncomfortable for you. But everybody needs to pay. And the first way, and the reason we're learning about this, so you can go ahead and set it in your mind that they need to pay.
Other thing, we complain about all the ills of America, but we American when it's to our benefit. The wealthiest black person in Charleston, South Carolina in 1860 was Maria Weston, who owned 14 slaves and property valued at more than $40,000 at a time when an average white man earned about $100 a year. That's amazing, isn't it? Now, even though she was the wealthiest, she didn't own the largest amount of slaves. The city's largest slaveholders were a guy named Justice Angel and Mistress L. Horry. Both of them owned 84 slaves each. In Savannah, Georgia, between 1823 and 1828, according to Betty Wood's Gender, Race, and Rank in a Revolutionary Age, Hannah Leon owned 9 slaves, while the largest slave owner in 1860 was Cyprian Ricard, who had a sugarcane plantation in Louisiana and owned 152 slaves with her son Pierre, many more than the 35 she owned in 1830. So we talk about 1860 from 1830 to 1860. In 1830, she had 35. In 1860, she had 152. So she wasn't looking to free anybody, her and her son.
Listen to that.
According to
these slave owners, they fought against freeing slaves. They didn't want to free their slaves. They didn't want to free their black brothers and sisters. They didn't want to free anybody. And they wanted all mulattoes. You see what I'm saying? They came in all different colors. You see what I'm saying? All of them daddies and whatnot wasn't black. They were just outright free black people. We gonna own some slaves, period. And we gonna use this system just like they're using the system.
To the economic historian Stanley Ingerman, in Charleston, South Carolina, about 42% of free blacks owned slaves in 1850. And about
42% of in Charleston, South Carolina, 42% of free black people own slaves. 42%, that's damn near half. Damn near half of the free black people own slaves. Now I want you to hear something else that's very important. I'm gonna run that back a little bit, because I want you to hear this in context, all right?
Carolina, about 42% of free blacks owned slaves in 1850. And about 64% of these slaveholders were women.
Did you hear that? In Charleston, South Carolina, basically 42%, a little under half, of the free black people owned slaves. And did you hear how many of them were women? Let's run that back. I want you to hear that. That's important. So you can know that these lovely ladies benefited from slavery. They benefited.
Free blacks owned slaves in 1850. And about 64% of these slaveholders were women.
64% of those slaveholders, of the 42% of free blacks that owned slaves, 64% of them were black women. 64% of them were black women. 42% of the free black people owned slaves, and 64% of that group were black women. And see, I think it's hard for you brothers to accept the fact that our lovely ladies have always received the benefit of a privileged position here in the United States because they're women. They're not considered a threat. They're able to render sexual favors. They play the game. And they reap the benefits of it. So why do they have even an incentive to? The vast majority of the slaves were men anyway. Black men specifically, at least up until 1808. This is what you have to understand. Do we understand female nature? Do we understand human nature? People are going to do what's in their own best interest, irrespective of color. And you know, ladies said, we're the most educated group. You've always been a privileged class. Of course you're going to be the most educated. You're the most educated group now. You have been. The vast majority of the wealth amongst the free blacks were held by women because they own the majority of the slaves. And that's how it went. Daddy died, master died, left his woman some slaves, left his daughter some slaves. That's her wealth. And see, a lot of you black men are hard-headed. You know, you don't believe fat meat is greasy. You looking at it in your face, it's like, damn, I feel like these sisters is working for the other side. You know, you'll talk about one Harriet Tubman, but you won't mention these hundreds and hundreds of black women that own slaves. Think about that. You've been brainwashed. And that's because you come from that mother goddess simp chip that's been implanted in your head. You still trying to make an excuse for why these black women own slaves. Oh, they was just doing it out of, you know, love for their family. Not with 163 of them. I'm just saying, fellas, I mean, these are the facts. And there was black men that owned slaves too. And you know, not all of them was mulatto. They were just straight up brothers. But let's keep on listening. Now think about it. If you was that goddamn white, you would just light skin, you would just pass for white. These was black folks owning other black folks. Keep on listening.
Greed, Greed, in other words, was gender blind.
Greed was gender blind. That's
Carter G. Woodson also tells us that some of the husbands who purchased their spouses were not anxious to liberate their wives immediately.
Now, here's the thing. Some of us say stuff like, oh, husbands just purchasing their wives. Okay. And that, okay, we get that. But there's also cases where these same black husbands who purchased their wives sold their wives back into slavery when they got tired of them. Go ahead and keep listening. It was a horrible situation. It was power and greed and human nature all up in this.
Said that advisor would put them on probation for a few years. And if they did not find them satisfactory, they would sell their wives as other slaveholders disposed of Negroes. He then relates the example of a black man, a shoemaker in Charleston, South Carolina, who purchased his wife for $700. But on finding her hard to please, he sold her a few months thereafter for $750, gaining.
So this man purchased his wife out of slavery for $700. And then she was so difficult, even though he's not only your husband, but your slave, she found it so difficult to adhere to what her black husband had to say. Zero respect for him, right? He said, well, I'm gonna sell your butt. And he sold her into slavery for $7 and made a $50 profit. And there's instances where wives did the same thing. Black wives did the same things to their husband. So let's keep listening.
$50 by the transaction. Now, from this point forward, I'm just going to go ahead and mention a city or county and a state and the individual's name and how many slaves they actually own. So in Clark County, Alabama, we have a guy named P.T. Harris who owned 24 slaves and David Monarch who owned 27. In Mobile County, Alabama, James Seymour owned 10 slaves and Louisa Chastain owned 14. In the city of Mobile, Alabama, Bernardaz Rosie Estate owned 14 and Madame Beauchamp owned 16.
And this is Mobile, Alabama. Now we're in Alabama, not just Louisiana, wasn't just South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. It was all over the South, okay? It was all over the South.
In Escambia County, Florida, Euphron Kennard owned 12.
Now, Escambia County, you guys know Pensacola. Y'all, many of you guys know what Pensacola. That's Pensacola. That's where Emmett Smith is from. It's that I-10. You ride I-10 all the way down. You headed from Louisiana or Texas over to Pensacola. This Escambia County is what you pass through. So it's everywhere.
In St. Johns County, Florida, Gabriel Paul owned 39 slaves. In Greene County, Georgia, Betsy Perry owned 25 slaves. In Anne Arundel County, Maryland, Richard Harwood owned 39 slaves. M. Meade owned 17.
All the way up in Maryland. So this wasn't just a Southern thing. It was black folks owning slaves all across, all across the United States. So it wasn't just a Southern thing. Keep that in mind. Maryland, Beemore, up there, big slave state, breeding state, as a matter of fact.
Richard Chase owned 15. Henry Menedier owned 17. Phillips Leitner owned 11. In Second Collection District of Maryland, Pompey Preston owned 11. And in Calvert County, Maryland, Sarah Skinner owned 13. In Allen's Fresh District, Maryland, John Hungerford owned 39. In Kent County, Maryland, Lucy Boyer owned 10 and John Constable owned 13. In Adams.
Again, this is Maryland. This is the North. You had black people own slaves in the North. So all them free blacks that was, up in the North. We lived in the North. We was free. They probably owned slaves too. There's a good chance. I'm going to say there's about a 50-50 chance that any of your relatives who are from the North and y'all lived in the North, you can trace your history back to the North. Our people were free. They probably owned slaves. Your black granddaddy, your black great-great-grandma, she probably was a slave owner because if she was free, work needed to get done. She is just cheap, buy a slave,
County, Mississippi, George Wynn owned 16. In Hancock County, Mississippi, William Perkins owned 17. In Craven County, North Carolina, well, I already mentioned that we're back to Stanley, but this is actually James Stanley, who had to be a relative, but he owned 10 slaves. In the town of New Bern, North Carolina, Dona Mumford owned 10. In Bladen County, North Carolina, Gooden Bowen owned 44 slaves. In Martin County, North Carolina, John Crickland owned 24 slaves. In Nash County, North Carolina, Humphrey Rebel owned 14 slaves. In the town of Fayetteville, North Carolina, Charles Mallet owned 36 slaves. In New Hanover County, North Carolina, John Walker owned 44 slaves. In Beaufort County, South Carolina, Alexander Brown owned 15 slaves. In Christchurch, South Carolina, owned 41. Jane Ann Wilson Thomas Strobel, Cuffy Al, Carolina, where Charles Tennant owned 38 slaves, and Henry Holmes and John Bell each owned 12. In St. Bartholomew's Parish, South Carolina.
At this point, you get the point. Now the gentleman is just reading off all the different black folks that own slaves. So this is not a fluke, okay? This is not something that's just in one state. This is not a one-off. This was a part of the. This is a system. This was the system of slavery, okay? Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this right here. Let's keep on listening. And I know this is an uncomfortable conversation. It's supposed to be. We're talking about, in the context of reparations, we got to make sure we understand who the culprits are, who are the people that are responsible. And along with those white slave owners, you also have to talk about the black slave owners, and you have to talk about the Africans. And some of you will say, well, you know, it's enough. It's enough of them that they need to pay up, and some of them were rich. Some of them were the richest slave owners in the county. This might go down to a county by county lawsuit situation. You figure out which slave which slave owner in your county it might be, you know, especially in the Carolinas over there. Looked like it was rampant over there. So we're gonna go to another one. We're gonna talk about I want to talk about this. This is a little bit about slavery itself. So give me a second. I'm gonna pull this up, and yeah, we need to accept reality. We need to stop living in the. I see now why the conversation on slavery dies, because this would affect too many well-to-do and snooty and rich black folks. This is something that they definitely wouldn't want to deal with, and this is definitely drives some wedges between Africans and those who consider themselves Pan-Africans. They don't want to talk about this.
Was that the demand for slaves during the transatlantic slave trade was fueled by the.
That's not why I'm here, okay? I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to get justice for my black brothers, specifically, and anybody else who was enslaved here in the United States. Let's continue.
Availability of a supply chain which involved African rulers and tradesmen who made a fortune out of selling people. Between 1525 and 1866, 12.5 million Africans were shipped to North America, the Caribbean, and South America, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. Only about 10.7 million survived the dreadful journey under bondage in slave ships. The slave trade contributed to the expansion of the most powerful West African kingdoms such as Mali and Ghana, as the business became one of the main sources of foreign exchange for many years. Britain banned the slave trade.
So basically, we went over this, but this is basically talking about how that the Mali Empire, these people, these countries, they became rich from slave trade, from stealing black people and selling them to Europeans on the coast. They became rich doing that. Okay, so we talked about that. We're not going to backtrack over it, but just as a reminder, now I want you to hear some numbers. They already said about 12 million. That all the experts can agree. Some say more, some say less, but about 12 million blacks, Africans were captured in Africa and brought to the U.S. and about 1.5 million died. But I want you to hear some more numbers.
In 1807, and the United States later abolished it in 1865. Brazil was the last to ban it in the Caribbean in 1888, marking the end of the barbarism inflicted on men, women, and children of color and their descendants. There were recorded protests by West African chiefs and traders after the abolition of slave trade due to the loss of revenue. In West Africa, the slave traders were known as cabochiers, and they.
You hear that? They basically saying they protested after they end the chiefs and kings and what protested after the slavery, and they was mad. You see, they wanted to keep selling and shipping slaves off to the New World. They were getting rich. They had been doing it for over 300 some years. It was part of their culture at that point. They were getting rich, destroying lives. And you can't tell me they didn't know what happened or what was going on. So let's continue.
They lived on the coast. They were usually appointed by the African rulers to deal directly with the European slave merchants. Here are some notorious chiefs and cabocchiers who were actively involved in selling their own. 1. William Ellison, 1736 to 1770. He was a prominent 18th century Ghanaian.
We talked about this one already, so let's. I want to go on and talk about Philip Burnham. This gentleman, let me see.
Was profound effect. He was a graduate student.
I'm going to talk about some other slave owners here. We heard a little bit about him.
Fat puppy here, and boy, do I have a story for you. This is a family plot.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I do churches and cemeteries involved. No church on this one. This is just a family plot. But the story is unbelievable, almost. So the subject of this story is a guy named Mr. William Ellison. He's actually in the back corner over there. You would think him being the rich guy that he ended up being, he'd have the biggest tombstone. He don't. I think you can't see it. But I think one of his sons actually has the biggest tombstone. So this is going to be an interesting story. Hang on to your hats because you're going to need it. Don't forget, if you like this video, put the thumbs up, subscribe.
Yeah, let's skip ahead a little bit. All right.
It's the stone, the William April Ellison. Who is William April Ellison? Good question. He was a slave. He was born in slavery. However, he was given a chance to do good and to buy his freedom. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about his story. So he was born in 1790, and I'm reading, that's why my attention is down here. Mm-hmm. He was born in 1790. His owner was William Ellison. As a matter of fact, later on when he was freed, he took his owner's name and called himself William Ellison Jr. He was apprenticed in 1802 at 12 years old and stayed an apprentice until 1816 as a 26-year-old. He spent 14 years as an apprentice learning the cotton gin. He learned how to be a blacksmith, a machinist, and a carpenter. And he was a master cotton gin maker. Now, usually what happened whenever an owner taught his slave a trade, something to make money with, basically the slave made the money but gave it to the owner. Had no choice. It was the laws at that time. But that's not what happened with this one. Because he was an apprentice so long, he did so much of his own work as a master gin maker, he was allowed to keep his money. That was very good of the people that apprenticed him and his owner. So anyway, he learned how to read, write, do math, which all was frowned upon for slaves at that time. They didn't want them being educated. They might get ideas about being free. And he learned, as I said earlier, how to be a blacksmith, a machinist, and a carpenter. So he brought his freedom. Seems like it was around 1818, I think, that he bought his own freedom. And you could just go to the master and say, hey, I want to be free. Let me buy myself. Here's the money. You had to go before a judge. I mean, the laws were pretty screwed up back then on how to become a free man if you were a slave. And then later on, he bought his wife and, if I remember correctly, 2 of his children, because they were also born in slavery. The master didn't have to sell them. So it seems like I'm putting the master in a good light here for a reason. It's because I am. Because of him, the master, the slave, was able to do well. But it still was, don't get me wrong, Mr. Ellison, April Ellison, as he was known, he was born by the name April because back then, from what I read, you were called by the name you were born in. So he was born in April. But anyway, obviously he had to work hard. He had to learn. He made his money. This is him. He made his money, okay? And he got to keep it. So thing with Mr. Ellison was he was a slave owner. That's right. He bought his freedom and then became a slave owner himself. In 1860, according to the census.
So check this out. So when we say our brothers and sisters who had us in bondage, they were nicer. That's a damn lie. They weren't. This man learned how to be a slave owner as an apprentice from 1802 to 1814. And then by 1860, look how many slaves this man had accumulated. And this is William Ellison. We spoke about him earlier. This is a black man.
He had he had, where did I see it at? He had around 100 slaves.
So that's about $1
I
million.
don't have it written down here. I thought I did.
A little over $1 million.
He had around 100 slaves. I think it's more like 89, 90, 91, something like that. Now, in 1860, South Carolina had 171 slave owners, black slave owners, which is a...
South Carolina had 171 black slave owners in 1860. This is at the dawn of the Civil War. The Civil War started and ended in 1865. 100 and how many? Did you hear that? This is how many of our own black people owned slaves. Listen to this, okay? Listen to this. See, this makes your theories uncomfortable, family.
The South Carolina had 171 slave.
Do you hear you hear that? 171 slave owners in South Carolina alone were black men and women. 171 slave owners. This is not a clean, cookie cutter, easily ascertainable concept, this American slavery system. Our own people owned us. People who were former slaves, who knew the atrocities of slavery, owned us. People who were slaves, escaped slavery, left the old world, left the new world, went back to Africa, still became slave owners. 171 black people or black families in South Carolina alone owned slaves. Other black people. Everybody's got to pay. All of y'all, everybody, you got relatives that own land back then that had slaves, they got to pay too. Reparations is everybody has to pay. Justice has no color. Everybody has to pay.
Owners, black slave owners, which is a shock to me. I knew that some blacks owned slaves. I just didn't realize there's that many, especially South.
White folks didn't even know. White folks, see, they have a skewed history of slavery. They go, yeah, we owned your people. Hell, we owned ourselves. We captured ourselves and sold ourselves to the United States. White people don't even know. Black people love to say white people know our history better than they. No, they don't. They're just as ignorant as you are. But the cold part about it is nobody is hiding. Your history is right here. You just don't bother to look. You rather just accept the story that's being told to you. Now, looking at it like this, from a legal perspective, who would I sue? Theoretically, under a lawsuit for reparations, we haven't even got to the causes of actions yet. Probably somewhere lying unjust enrichment or something like that. In a civil action, we got to figure out who to sue. And we must definitely sue all the slave owners in the different states, which includes who? The black slave owners, which the majority of which were women, unfortunately. So let's keep listening. Black women at that. Let's keep listening.
South Carolina. This is deep South. Come on, you know how that goes. So and he was Mr. Ellison was the biggest slave owner out of.
So one thing I just want you to point out, folks. Now we like to look at slavery and we like to say, "Oh yeah, they treated all of us bad." We were not all equal. Black folks. You had rich slave owners and their families, and you had the slaves out there working in the fields and doing the housework and being the servants. It was different even then. It's not like you had paved streets everywhere and the police, you couldn't call 911. Okay, this is what we're dealing with here. You basically had your own fiefdom, your own kingdom. And some of these black men, slave owners, and black women slave owners, they ruled these other black people like they were chattel, like they were peasants, and they had their own fiefdoms, fiefdoms. They were cruel. They were cruel. They were as cruel as the white slave owners. You don't get to have 3 plantations and 163 slaves and be nice about it. So stop giving these horrible people the benefit of the doubt.
The black folks. And he had a 900-acre cotton farm. It's all woods now, but one time this was his farm. This plot was his land. Over there, just a little bit through the woods, was his house, which still stands. The house was actually built many years before he bought it, and it's now been soaked up, or had been soaked up into the Pearl Plantation, which I talked about in one of my other videos, the one on Church of the Holy Cross, and they have it now. So anyway, surprisingly, well, maybe not surprisingly, he supported the Confederacy. He gave large donations. He wanted to join the fight, as did.
Did you hear that? This is a black man, slave owner, supporting the Confederacy. He did not care about your freedom. These are the same black people that after the war was over, they were the ones that end up becoming the governors of these different states and becoming the mayors of these different black, you know, we always talk about how well black folks did during Reconstruction and all that. And we had black folks in Congress. Many of those men were Southern slave owners. That's what they were. They were Southern slave owners. Many of these colleges that we have, black colleges included, that were formed and founded in the South, were financed by black slave owners and the money that they acquired. Some of your most horrible and atrocious policies and treatment came about from our own people treating us like that, as slave owners. They saw it as a business. They saw it as a business. Your body was just a business to them. You were just another commodity, like the hogs and the pigs and the mules on the farm. It should be painful to look at this because most of you guys have been lied to. Make sure y'all get the shares up when you. So we want as many people to see this as they can. And this is not me talking. This is these people who've done this research. This man is at the man's funeral. You don't think he exists? He is at the man's cemetery on his land that he used to own, the black slave owner, William Ellison.
His sons wanted to join the fight, but they wouldn't let them because they were black. But they certainly were allowed to support, especially with money and horses.
Let me tell you something crazy. So Frederick Douglass was trying to convince Lincoln to let blacks join the Northern Army. It wasn't until the Confederate Army allowed, basically a platoon, a coalition, a regiment of black Confederate soldiers join the army. That Frederick would say, well, look, the Confederates got blacks fighting on their side, because remember, before that, the North was losing the battle. It wasn't until they let the black men in the North join the army that they began to win. But the black Confederates had the Confederate side, the South, had black men fighting on their side. Many of these people were sons of slave owners. Many of these people were slave owners themselves, fighting against the North. They didn't want them Negroes to be free. That was messing with their money. So when we see these black Confederate slave, these people say, I'm a son of the Confederate, I'm a black dude from the son of the Confederate. I know when I see him, well, his people must have owned slaves. His people must have owned slaves. It was very common. It was very common for black people to own slaves. You had 171 black slave owners in North Carolina alone, or South Carolina alone. That's very common. When you got in cities like Charleston, 42% of the free black people. So out of every 100 people who you see walking around, black people who are free, 42 of them own slaves. That's very common. That's damn near half. It was very common for black people to own other black people, in this, especially in places like South Carolina. Let's keep on listening.
And I know that it says that he supported the Confederacy with substantial donations.
He paid.
Another thing is, he was a member of the Church of the Holy Cross, the one I've already done a video on. He was a member of good standing. That meant he come in with the white folks. He had his own seat that he bought. That's where they did it back then to raise money.
You hear that? See, that's another thing I want you guys to understand. This was not all clean. White folks coming this side, black folks coming this side. It depended on how much money you had. That's the other point that I wanted to drive home. These white folks knew if they're rich, they would much rather be around other rich white folks than some poor, dirt poor peasant, as they call them, peckerwood, that that didn't have anything. They knew each other. Right. Yeah, but that's Mr. William Ellison. Let him in. Let him in. Bring him on up in here. Of course, he gets to sit in the front of the church. We're gonna let him speak. Yeah, he black, but he different. He's the biggest slave owner in the damn county. And see, my man Vince M, good old sellout was he. Can we even call him a sellout, brother? Can we even do it? I mean, it was big business back then. I mean, they were just greedy. It was the American way. You see what I'm saying? This is what they did. And so I don't have any mercy about filing suit against them or their family or their estates or whatever they own. Just to them, it wasn't personal, it was business. So it shouldn't be personal to us. It should be business when we decide to get those of us who didn't have family members that own slaves. Those of us should definitely file suit and be compensated against those. And it's not personal, it's business. Same way they felt. Let's continue listening.
You would buy a seat, and there was some of you could actually, as your property, will it to the next generation. He's not buried there. He's buried here. I'm doing a lot of because I'm trying to fill in here. So this is an amazing story. It's a man who was determined to work hard, who had a plan apparently, whose master and apprentice, person apprenticed him, went along.
Look how the little fella, the little white dude is uncomfortable even talking about it. Because he had a theory that, all of our people owned all of your people. Come to find out, your people owned your own people. You see what I'm saying? Isn't that something? This little white man, I guess he worked. He doesn't even know how to explain this. You see, they don't even know our history like that. But pure up greed.
With the plan, and the only negative out of this, other than a former slave owning slaves, was that around here, Mr. Ellison is known about.
Mm-hmm.
And he is rumored to be one of the meanest slave owners in this area.
And listen to it. You know how we always say our black slave owners were more humanitarian than the white slave owners? Some of the meanest slave owners were blacks, men and women. So here's a story about how mean he is. Let's listen to how mean this black William Ellison former slave himself, how mean he was to his slaves.
Now the stereotypical Southern slave owner as a mean master is it's a little stretched from what I've read personal readings of people who own slaves. You talk about the struggle with their conscience and how they try to treat them good. But I read one account of a guy, in fact, he was the guy that owned the plantation, who at one point he said it's Christmas time. The little black kids, little slave kids, they're all around the windows looking in, look at Christmas decorations. I run them off, act like I'm mad, but actually I think it's kind of cute. Those are not his words, it's my words. And then he wrote about July 4th, Independence Day. We have a big cookout. Slaves get the day off, they're invited to eat, family eat, neighbors eat, everybody eats, it's a good time. But then that same gentleman also wrote, I can hear him screaming now. When you have to hold down a people that should be free, as every person should be, by force, it is a terrible thing. And I'm having to do that as I am having one of my slaves whipped for not being the slave that he is supposed to be. Now that sounds terrible. I read that and I cringed. It was just, slave owners, it was a mixed bag of, sure, some were terrible. But anyway, I'm not here to defend slave owners. I've mentioned that in video before. Since I've studied the history of this and trying to figure out why in the world would they do that. And so that's basically where I'm at with that. Mr. Ellison, kudos to you, sir, for buying your freedom. Sorry about the rumors about you being a bad guy. Don't know if it's true or not. And what happened? So in my mind, I wonder, what happened when he died? Why is the family, nobody know anything about him anymore? So I did a little bit of reading on that. And basically, they just sold the land. I thought maybe it was taken from them by Jim Crow laws or something, because those were terrible. But they just sold the land and just kind of disappeared into oblivion, I guess.
They just sold the land and disappeared. They knew they was wrong. You're not going to be, think about it. Slavery is ended. And now you are one of those black people whose family got rich or lived well during the whole system of slavery. Of course you're going to slave that land. Of course you're going to sell that land. You don't want to hold on to that. All you black folks wondering why these black folks sold that land, why these farmers, they didn't want to have parts of that. They had to get away from that. That's why they got away from that. They just sold their land and they slid away. They trying to forget what their black granddaddy did. And in a mix with most of you guys who were slaves and played the same victim role, but still had the benefit that from the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they had acquired during slavery. They just sold it all. So they need to pay too.
I don't know. But that's his marker. And by the way, his house is still standing. It's right over there. I'm going to try to get a little video of it. I'm not sure that I can. It's kind of far back. It might not be a good video. But his house still stands.
And that's the house that he lived in. Look how well he was living during slavery. This black man, 2 chimneys, a couple of houses, huge. You see what I'm saying? So all of those black folks who had family members who were slave owners, and the information is not him. You can look up William Ellison Jr. in Wikipedia. He has his own Wikipedia page. Okay, so this is not something.
Property deprived of personal rights has occurred in many forms throughout the world, but one institution stands out for both its global scale and its lasting legacy.
Make sure you get the likes up.
The Atlantic slave trade, occurring from the late 15th to the mid-19th century and spanning 3 continents, forcibly brought more than 10 million Africans to the Americas. The impact it would leave affected not only these slaves and their descendants, but the economies and histories for the Americas. About 20% of them would never see land again. Most captains of the day were tight packers.
I want y'all to listen to this. Listen to this, folks.
Chance to buy one's freedom. Others were more like European serfs. In some societies, slaves could be part of a master's family, own land, and even rise to positions of power. But when white captains came offering manufactured goods, weapons, and rum for slaves, African kings and merchants had little reason to hesitate. They viewed the people they sold not as fellow Africans, but criminals, debtors, or prisoners of war from rival tribes. By selling them, kings enriched their own realm.
This is the clean version of it. What we realized, what happened after yesterday, we realized that at some point they just began to manufacture wars just so they can have a reason to capture people, to sell them into slavery. They ran out of wars, so they began to manufacture wars, got guns from the Europeans, went out there, slaughtered and massacred other tribesmen just so they can have a reason to do it, okay? So let's keep that in mind. All right, this young man, whoever's doing this, is giving us the clean version of it. But we know it got dirty after a couple of 300-400 years of it, almost 400 years of it.
And strengthened them against neighboring enemies. African kingdoms prospered from the slave trade, but meeting the Europeans' massive demand created intense competition. Slavery replaced other criminal sentences, and capturing slaves became a motivation for war rather than its result. To defend themselves from slave raids, neighboring kingdoms needed European firearms.
It became the motive. I want y'all, capturing slaves became the motivation for war. In other words, greed is the motivation, because we're going to start a war. Greed becomes the motivation for war, because greed is going to drive us to go to war so we can capture these other black people and then sell them and make money off of it. So it's greed. So I don't have any problem with taking some of that money from those governments that succeeded those kingdoms who made those decisions. And you shouldn't either. We can still be brothers, but you got to pay us. Everybody got to pay. We talk about our African brothers. So we're going to get to this point. I want to get to something, but let's keep listening.
Which they also bought with slaves. The slave trade had become an arms race, altering societies and economies across the continent. As for the slaves themselves, they faced unimaginable brutality. After being marched to slave forts on the coast, shaved to prevent lice, and branded, they were loaded onto ships bound for the Americas. About 20% of them would never see land again. Most captains of the day were tight packers, cramming as many men as possible below deck. While the lack of sanitation caused many to die of disease, and others were thrown overboard for being sick or as discipline, the captains ensured their profits by cutting off slaves' ears as proof of purchase. Some captives took matters into their own hands. Many inland Africans had never seen whites before.
Let's skip ahead a little bit.
Most of the slaves taken were men.
I want y'all to hear this part. This is the part I want you to
of its able-bodied population. But because most of the slaves taken were men, the long-term demographic effect was even greater. When the slave trade was finally outlawed in the Americas and Europe, the African kingdoms whose economies it had come to dominate collapsed, leaving them open to conquest and colonization. And the increased competition and influx of European weapons fueled war.
Yeah. So most of the African, I think we understand that most of the people taken were men, okay? Now, there's a couple other videos I'd like to talk to you guys, but I think this is the most important because this is some actual slaves, black Africans who were captured, and they were talking. So listen to what our brothers
interviewed the former slaves, including the two women you hear in this broadcast. Himself interviewed just before he died in 1979, Falk was going on about how he believed in giving blacks the right to go to school, giving them the right to vote, giving them the right to go into anything they qualified for.
And you guys hear
and then he said,
hit the number one button.
He experienced an epiphany.
I sat down on a wagon tongue with this old black man and was telling him what a different kind of white man I was. I remember him looking at me. Kind of white man I was.
I want you guys to listen to this. All right, I want to make sure you guys can hear what our people have to say. Just in case you all are saying, oh no, slavery happened a long time ago. I want you to listen to what our black brothers and sisters who were actually slaves had to say. I want y'all to listen to that. This is important in understanding what they went through here in the United States. So this is a story of a young college student, young white man who's going down there talking to Africans who were enslaved. I think this is around 1820 or something, 1920 or earlier than that. But listen to what they have to say.
With this old black man and was telling him what a different kind of white man I was. I remember him looking at me very sadly, kind of sweetly and condescending and said, you still got the disease, honey. I know you think you're cured, but you're not cured. You can't give me the right to be a human being. I'm born with that right. Now you can keep me from having that. If you've got all the policemen and all the jobs on your side, you can deprive me of it. But you can't give it to me. And I'm born with it just like you was. My God, it had a profound effect on me.
So basically, this white man says, he goes up to this old black man who was a slave and says, I'm a different kind of white man. I'm not like the rest of those white men. I believe you have the right to vote and all these things, the right to live freely. And then what did the black man say? He said, you can't give me something that I was born to have. This is a right I was born with. But you can take it away from me if you have all the policemen and the judges and the authority on your side. And that's what you've done. He said, you still have that same disease. You just don't recognize it. The fact that this white man thinks he can give this black man, this liberal-minded white man thinks he has the authority to give this white man what his life as a human being entitles him to anyway, shows that he himself is racist. That's what this black man who was a slave trying to explain. He said, I have a right to my humanity, but you're trying to take it. This is what our African brothers did to us. This is what our African American brothers and sisters did to us by owning us. They took away our humanity for almost 380 years. So, when the question comes up, well, you're not affected by slavery. Well, yeah, we have a legacy of being deprived of our humanity, which moves forward today, which lives in our society today, i.e. George Floyd. He had a right to be left alone, to live his life and enjoy it. But that right was taken from him. And he was treated yet less than human by Darren Chauvin, a representative of the state, a representative of the government, a so-called lawman. You see what I'm saying? So this is the context in which you need to understand now. That's what the slave owner had. Our slave, we'll listen to one or two of these statements.
Furious with him, but the more I reflect on it, the more profoundly it affected me. I realized this was where it really was.
Tell you the truth, when I think of it today, I don't know how I'm living.
I remember that just as well look like to me, I can.
Been slaves all our lives. Mother was a slave, sister was a slave, father was a slave.
They know nothing about reading right. All that I know is they teach you to mind your master and your missus. Mom them didn't know where to go. She asked if she to go. Just like he told some mountain, didn't know where to go.
They are haunting voices from the past, not actors reading a script or scholars reading a text.
These are people, Look, these are our black brothers and sisters. This is another black slave owner right here.
Points out in this essay, since it's to sell liquor, they often lived side by side with slaves, on occasion marrying them, and their white neighbors tended to see them as a potentially.
All right, so that's another one. All of that is in there. That's something you guys can take a look at later on if you want to. But for the most part, I think I proved my point. I know I have not let anybody in over the past couple of days. I've not allowed anybody to enter into the conversation, but this has been a 3-day conversation, and it's been inspired, by this my trip here to Hispaniola, which is the site of Christopher Columbus, and also the site of the first slaves were brought from Spain to the New World. But I'm going to go ahead and open this up. You guys, if you want to talk about it, this is probably something you have to debrief about. I have my thoughts on it. I'm interested in what you guys have to say on this subject. Did you learn something new over the past 3 days? What's the most interesting thing? I mean, before we left, we went over the fact that white women were also slaves. But now we got, black women being the majority of the slave owners of other black people, black folks. No white man entered into the interior of Africa. They were all captured and caught by other black people. The link is in the chat room. A lot of you black Americans have something to let off your chest at this point with this new information. And remember, we're talking about it in the point of from a lawsuit, but I think that our ancestors would want us to get justice. I think that they would want us to get justice from whomever it was that caused them the injustice of losing their humanity, i.e. enslaving them. Anybody who wants to come in and have this conversation, come on in. The link is in the chat room. If you want to get the likes up, I would appreciate that. Please contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. If you like these sort of conversations, some of you, you may want to talk about the latest hip hop star, or whether or not Quavo should have took his Bentley back from Sweetie or Saudi or whatever her name is. And I guess we could talk about that sort of stuff too, but I think this is important. I think, the question of reparations is important, and it's been thrown back and forth for decades. And see, now I understand why why the academics never went too deep with it. Why? Because when you begin to dig below the surface, there's some things you can't ignore, i.e., number one, our own African brothers played a heavy part into our capture. Sisters too. Our own African kings sent their people out to capture. They waged war for the purpose of capturing slaves, not war for traditional things wars were fought over. They manufactured war so they could have a reason to go out and capture other black people. Malika, how you doing today, brother?
Peace, brother. Happy belated birthday to you.
Well, it's not quite yet. This is my birthday's coming up this I believe Sunday. I tried not to keep track, but man. So this series, man, what have you picked up, man? Starting from a couple of days ago, what are your thoughts, man?
The amazing thing is just the facts and just taking the emotion out of it. But just getting the facts and what you're breaking it down, like you see, taking it from a legal perspective, take your emotion out of it.
Right.
But just presenting the information and just absorbing it. And that's the way I do it. I take the emotion out of it and just understand the facts of what's going on. Especially when you started from Africa, how the way the kings and the actual black men that were head of certain areas in certain parts of Africa, they just sold our ancestors for money. And you just saying it's for greed. Don't take it personal. Take your emotionalism. Stop romanticizing about your people and realizing, our people can be greedy too. They saw us as a profit and a means to end to make money. And you slowly...
Go ahead. Bro.
And you just slowly started to show how the way it spread here in America. And the slave trade became a big thing. And Dr. Claude Anderson said, we built this country, but at the same time, we made white slave owners rich. We were the biggest profit during the 17 and 1800s. Yeah. And when you're...
Go ahead.
And when you did, and you just basically, you said between the mid to late 1800s, 40% of free black people owned slaves. And you said 68% of those free people were black women.
Now that was in in South Carolina, in Charleston, South Carolina. It said that 42% of, and this is what he's talking about, Malika's referring to my quote, that 42% of the free black people in Charleston, South Carolina own other black people. Of that percentage, 64% of those free black people were women. So they were black women. So there's a lot to take in, but go ahead, brother. What do you think, Malika?
And it's just, it's just when you bring that, it's like, wow, a lot of people say, well, a lot of, they were trying to save their families. And it's like, hold on. No, this was profit. And then you start going on, you start seeing you going in and you're seeing more proof of how the way, people don't go into saying, how did your family get this wealth?
Right.
How did like, okay, if you went back and you realize, okay, the Sperling family had its money, like you said, you start looking, damn, there ain't nobody that's a shade darker than me.
The crazy thing is, man, so I'm adopted into a family. My mother's from Mississippi. My adopted family on my adopted family on my biological father is from the Caribbean. But my real father on my biological father's family is from the Caribbean. My adopted father's family is from North Carolina. Okay, his father, my adopted father's father, was a dark-skinned black man from North Louisiana, Mansfield, by the name of Sperling. Now, his wife, her last name was Qualls, very white-looking, light-skinned woman, right, from North Carolina, outside of Charlotte, about a couple hours outside of Charlotte. So I get there to that Qualls family reunion. They got this big spread. Everybody looked, I mean, man, they look like some of the lightest black people I've ever seen, especially the older ones. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, how did they accumulate all this land? And I'm looking through the family photos, and I'm like, this is 2004, by the way, right? They still own this land. And I'm trying to understand myself, how did they accumulate all this land?
Exactly.
You see, and why ain't no black people in the family photo album? They readily will acknowledge their Native American heritage and their white heritage, which lets me know, oh, I get it. I get it. And it was hard for me to just accept the fact, but yeah, these people own slaves.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I mean, they were lighter than me, man. You know, and it's like, wow. You know,
but you know what? What I found out, this becomes one of the best kept secrets within our community and within our people, because we don't want to face the reality and face the truth that we did some heinous stuff to our own people.
We did some, yeah.
And I like what you said. You said, it doesn't matter. Justice has no color.
Mm-mm.
It just should be done. But then I think, you know, you had that phrase, liberal white guilt. But then we're going to have our own semi-liberal black guilt, because we're going to feel bad that, oh, I did this to my people, did this to my people in the past. But then, like how you said, okay, pay up now.
Yeah, I see why these black scholars, why after they start digging into reparations, they just drop the subject. I see why. Because if I was the defense and you came in and sued, I don't know, let's say you sued the European, some European company or something like that inherited the African, you know, this African trade company, the African gold company that bought slaves from the west coast of Africa. The first thing they're gonna say is, well, look, first of all we did was set up a post on the shore, and the Africans brought them to us. If they didn't have it to sell, we wouldn't have bought it. You see what I mean? We didn't know. They basically what happened was, and the first thing they're gonna say is that this was stolen. We didn't know this was stolen property. We thought that they accumulated these captives during war. That was the law of the land at the time, that you can take captives during war and enslave them. That's what we were buying. And so it's going to be you to prove what these people were manufacturing, these false wars, even under their own tribal rules. And so you're going to then have to put the fault on the people who took who basically what we have here, if you're talking about it in the criminal context, is the possession of stolen things, the sale and transaction of unlawful, of stolen things. The stolen things being Africans who were waged war upon by other African tribes, manufactured wars just for the purpose of being able to sell them to these European traders. As they said, the traders went into the hinterland. They wasn't running into the interior of Africa, capturing other Africans. Only Africans did that. So they were basically illegally stealing people, even under their own tribal laws, right? Under the law of the land at the time, and selling them to Europeans. So who was at fault? Everybody's at fault. Yeah, you received stolen products, so the Europeans at fault. But what about the people who stole the product? You going, let me get this straight. So you're going to prosecute the person who bought the TV, but you're not going to prosecute the person who broke into the house, took the TV off the wall, and went out the window with it. Is that what you're saying, brother? You understand what I'm saying? Does that even make sense in the criminal context? So we have to, and I don't take it personal, But we have to. And then what about the people who bought the stolen TV from the person who bought the stolen TV from the first place, i.e. the plantation owners and the slave owners? We looking at black people involved in that equation too. When 171 people in your state own slaves, and 171 black people in your state own slaves, that's a number you can't overlook. You see what I mean? Many millionaires because of slavery. Many black people millionaires because of slavery.
And you know what I realized though too?
Oh, yeah.
You did that 170 some odd.
And that's in South Carolina alone. But go ahead.
So if we start spreading that around through all the rest of the antebellum South, and even coming up north, and we start seeing, well, how many people made their money off of slavery? You got a lot of black people that ain't trying to come up off of that.
You got a lot of black people who go visit the Hamptons.
Exactly.
A lot of black people who've had money and had businesses for a long time. They come from that old rich black money. It's a lot of them. Their families made that money off slavery. And look, especially up in that Maryland area, Baltimore, Maryland,
PG County, all them people,
all of that. So all of them got to pay. Everybody's got to pay. Doesn't matter your color. If you played a part in the slavery, then you need to be sued for your reparations, your part too. Everybody's got to pay their part. But what else you got to say, Malika? Then we're gonna go to John.
It's just I like it because I like the subject matter and the topic because you're making us think logically and take the emotion out and realizing, okay, here's the facts, and this is what we need, and this is what is owed to us. No matter who you are, you played your part in this. It's kind of, I like how the way you're taking it from a law perspective, and you're making anyone and everyone involved guilty and who's a part of it. And you also you're shedding light on certain things where other black people don't want to talk about because it's that dirty little lie. And you're like, no, this is something we need to know. And a lot of us black people didn't know about that or know how intrinsically and how deep it is. And also we're finding out, like, you know, the dirty little things about our ancestors and our family.
But think about it. Out of 4 million slaves, this is what I want you to understand. If the numbers hold true, out of 4 million slaves, 4 million black people in 1860, if there were 4 million black, they said about 250,000 were free black people, right? Okay, about 250,000 of them were free black people. If the numbers hold true, that anywhere from 40 to 42% of those people own slaves, that's a large number, brother.
Yeah,
that's about 100,000 black families, 100,000 black people that own slaves, and the black people that own other black people in the South and throughout the Americas. That's 100,000. Are we going to ignore that 100,000 in the wealth that they accumulated and the land that they had? Are we going to ignore those people?
And especially at the expense of your own people.
Yeah. I mean, it was greed. It was about greed. Slavery was not about color. It was about greed, because it was about color. They wouldn't have let those black people own slaves. It was about greed. It sounds to me, this is what it sounds to me like. They didn't care about your color in Africa. They sold your black butt. They was black and they sold your black butt to these other folks, and they took you and showed you to some white folks, and those white folks sold you to whoever wanted to buy it. I think the color thing came up because they had to justify how, because it made them feel bad. You know what I'm saying? You can't be this good, upstanding Christian, Judeo-Christian person, and you around here raping and killing folks and cutting off the body parts and all that. You have to say that these are, they had to come up with some sort of note. And I'm sure some black people felt the same goddamn way. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
But anyway, man, thank you so much. John Smith, man, unmute yourself. What are your thoughts on this whole subject? I think it's interesting. I've never heard it put like this before. Not in the context of how we would prepare for the loss. John?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, you got some background noise in the back, man, but go ahead. What are your thoughts on this subject?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, thank you for unpacking all of this. I mean, very over the past few days is very eye-opening. So, and it's very seldom that you see people of our heritage utilize their skill sets to bring forth and look and kind of bring everything to bear and turn this and make us examine our history. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
But yes, I'll keep it short. Definitely, this was an eye-opening experience for me. I understand it for me. It brought some realizations of how the African American bourgeoisie kind of stands, kind of lines themselves with the dominant society because as you stated, because they don't want the covers to come off this whole scheme that's been going that has transpired. This whole this basically this Holocaust that happened. But once again, brother, thank you very much, and keep pressing.
No problem. What do you think about some of these facts? Early on, we had Dr. Claude Anderson. He said 80% of the Africans who were brought over here were men, and it wasn't until 1808 when slavery was outlawed that they started bringing women over. What do you think about the fact that at least for the first 300 years of slavery alone, it was pretty much just black men here? What do you think about that?
Well, but when we look at, anytime there's and of course, and I'll go towards entertainment. Anytime there's an entertainment space, they always show the black female getting raped or, something, disparaging happened to her. But once again, that was only a small period of time. It's almost like when you talk about the Underground Railroad going north. That only happened for a short span of time if you do the research.
Let's put it in the context. They were here because they were brought in about an 80-20 ratio, basically is what they're saying. But for the most part, they were domestics and basically bed wenches.
Yeah.
Domestics and bed wenches. White women had them over here. So remember the other day we talked about how the white women were using the breastfeed and stuff. You can have a woman working in the field all day and then have her feed your little white baby, her milk would dry up.
Yeah.
So her job was to sit around and basically make babies, and she was the master's bed wench. So she lived in the roof of the basement. 80-20%, but the vast majority of blacks, of the field slaves and the worker slaves were black men. That teaches me two things. First of all, there was never any intention to have a black population in the New World. And number two, when our lovely ladies, when black women try to play as though that they were the biggest victims in the slave trade, that's just not true because they didn't have those numbers. They would literally bring black men over here, work them to death, and replace them.
Yeah.
That was common in Brazil and the Caribbean. And there was also something that played out here in the United States. It wasn't until after 1808 that they began to bring black women over here in substantial numbers because they still had work to do. They still needed the slave population to do it, but they were no longer going to be able to import slaves from Africa. And so now you have a response when ladies say stuff like, oh, well, we did slavery and we were the biggest. No, you weren't. You weren't even here.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's a very true statement. And that's the narrative, the negative and false information that was given out about that. Mm-hmm. Because I think you stated before in one of your previous some of your previous content that most females are going to seek comfort, and they had comfort. They didn't work they didn't clear all the land. Mm-hmm. They weren't the ones out there doing the hard, intense, laborious work. And for the most part, they really weren't doing all the mental work because we had very skilled African Americans, as shipbuilders, stonemasons, blacksmiths. So we had very skilled people, but for the most part, we did really. I'll be honest with you, 90% of the work.
Put your red pill lens on for all of you guys who call yourself members of the manosphere. Put your red pill lens on, knowing what you know about female nature. You think if presented with the option of working in the fields, and there's some other slave narrations on there. Man said the master wanted us to. There's this old thing: you work from when you could see when you couldn't. But that slave that African slave, former slave, he said, no, you worked all night if you had to. You worked all night, all the way up into the night. You chopped cotton, you chopped tobacco, you did whatever you had to do, and you better not look like you're tired doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So what would you rather? Would you rather dedicate your loyalty to that man or to this white man who has you sitting in a nice, cushy spot in the house, maybe in the basement, maybe in the attic? But the bottom line is you had a better spot. Your hypergamy, well, let me say it like this. I think hypergamy governs women, and opportunism and survival is what govern them. And so, although we like to romanticize it and say all these white men were bad and they was raping these black women, I think a lot of those black women saw it as an option compared to what they were looking at. I'm not saying there wasn't a power dynamic there that coerced them, but it was definitely a hypergamy involved in that.
And I definitely agree with you on that.
And they still doing it. But go ahead.
But you know how when that particular instance happens, when we have this, like I said, this negative information, this false information, and this false narrative going on about how women were treated. And it's crazy to me how this whole dynamic has been flipped on its head. Now they have pushed black women ahead of white men. I mean, ahead of black men and everything. So it's crazy. That's the thing that I'm still trying to wrap my brain around.
Man, the crazy thing is that we learned now that our sisters were active participants in our oppression.
Exactly.
Because I want you to think about it, man. If 42% of the slave owners who are black, and we're just using South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, if 42% of them were black, and 64% of those people were women, black women, what does that tell you? It tell you they were, it was a thing to do.
Yeah. And
no woman wants another woman to outdo them. So, and here's the cold part about the vast majority of the slaves that they owned were black men.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And that once again, that just, once you brought those facts out, and I was doing some cursory research of my own, definitely that's mind blowing. But that's the narrative that they keep away from us to keep us in this pretty much the same thought stream.
Well, that's the convenient narrative, because otherwise it turns this whole thing of slavery on its head.
Exactly. Exactly.
It shows you that you as black men are on your own. You have no friends. You damn sure can't trust your women, and you damn near can't trust each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It shows you that you don't have your African brothers who you romanticize about so much have turned their backs on you long ago. That your sisters can be bought and paid for the highest price by your enemy, and they will then go along and help. And that your own black brothers will choose money over you. And if you want a modern day look at that, look at the dope game. Yeah. Some of the same reasons that these black slave owners use to oppress you were the same reason the drug dealers use. Well, somebody gonna do it. If I don't do it, somebody gonna do it. Got to get my money.
Yeah.
We know it's immoral and wrong and everything, but oh well, everybody else is doing it.
You're right about that, and that's where our morality goes out the window when it comes to a dollar sign. But one thing I'd like to point out is that I see there's these two dynamics going at black males, especially black males that from the diaspora, and I'm not talking about the bourgeoisies or the ones that have are the intellectuals.
Yeah, everybody participated. But go ahead.
Yeah, but it's almost like, so first you have the bourgeoisies working against the black bourgeoisie working against the indentured or the workers. Black bourgeoisie intellectuals, I'm sorry. And then you have black women working against this as well. So it seems like, it's like with a recipe like that, it's no wonder why, the institution of black families is where it is right now.
Right. And that's why, this to me is just more, brother, this started off with me trying to, it's hard to even talk about this. I've only been able to do like one show a day because once I'm finished with this, I'm drained.
Yeah.
I mean, but you brothers don't owe loyalty to anybody. You don't owe it to Africa. You don't owe it to the United States. You don't owe it to the black population in the U.S. or anywhere else in general, especially Black American men, because see, unlike our Jamaican brothers and our Trinidadian brothers, Haitian, Dominican, all these people who are Africans, we don't have a land. Slavery didn't end with us having a land that we could call our own. You see what I mean? At least the Jamaicans, they got a little small island, but at least it's theirs. The Haitians, they got a share island, but at least it's theirs. We didn't have that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you say American, you don't think of black men. You think of some white guy who goes to some Christian church somewhere in Omaha.
Yeah.
We didn't get that. So you brothers have a right. You are free. And you have paid a debt. And you have suffered. You've been held responsible for things that you didn't even do. You were unlawfully kidnapped. You were unlawfully chained in the hulls of ships. You were unlawfully sold and bartered off and traded and bought by both black and whites, both men and women on both sides, and Indians, Native Americans also. You don't owe anybody anything. You have paid your debt. So if you gentlemen want to get your passports and move somewhere else and do whatever it is you want to do, that's fine. You don't owe anybody anything else. And see, the main reason that black men don't leave the United States is because of loyalty to our black women, because we've been taught that they was with us from day one. They was on the Mayflower, they was chained up 50-50 on them boats. Come to find out, that's a damn lie. Come to find out, the vast majority of the slave owners that were black were women themselves. So they've already reaped the benefit of what the white man set up as a system. Our own brothers reap the benefit. Anybody who now wants you to stay in the United States, when you come to the determination that it is not in your best interest, either mentally or emotionally or physically or whatever, that your life may end, that you're stressed out, then you have a right to leave now. And see, this is something that's been my ongoing. This has been my ongoing theme to black men as a YouTube content creator. You are free. That's all I'm telling you. I'm just preaching a message of free, and I'm giving you of freedom, and I'm giving you all the reasons why you are free. Some of you are beholden to the blood. We got to hold on. Come to find out, damn near half the people that you trying to hold on for and free from oppression was oppressing you in the form of their ancestors was the goddamn slave owners, even if they were black. You trying to hold on and stand and fight for your sister, and your sister's been laying down with the white man. And your sister's been inheriting other black slaves from the white man. You see, this is what I'm telling you. My thing to you brothers is, man, you are free. You're God's children. You paid your debt to everybody. If you want to stay, you can stay. If you want to leave, you can leave, but you shouldn't feel guilty about it. This is all I'm saying. And this has been my message to you brothers. You've done enough. You're free. You paid your debt. You don't owe anybody anything, and you don't have to justify. But if they want justification, give it to them. Why don't you go visit Africa? Because why don't you go visit Ghana? Because they had 64 slave ports along the coast, and the people in Ghana right now are descended from the people that kidnapped my ancestors and stuffed them on them boats, marched us to the shore and stuffed us on them boats and sold us for rum and pots and guns. That's why. You understand what I'm saying, John?
Yeah, most definitely, bro. You really are spitting hot flames right now. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is one of the most needed conversations I think that is needed in what we call let's start at a micro level in the conscious community, but at large, the black community. Yeah. We need to have the conversation.
The conscious community, they won't hit this.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Because they Yeah, you're right.
they would offend, and they would run all the primary supporters of the conscious community are Black women, Black American women, because they benefit from the Black power system. And let me tell you, the academics, they won't hit this. They damn sure ain't gonna talk about this in their little black history classes. They're gonna gloss over it a little bit. They'll be disingenuous. They can't touch it. They'll get booted out of the school. They won't get their tenure. And most of academia is run by women anyway. Most of the Black academians are women. And on top of that, they're feminists. So you know they're not gonna hit this.
Yeah, you're right.
So the conscious community is not gonna touch it. The bourgeois damn sure ain't gonna hit it. The historians aren't gonna hit it. So all you got is a bunch of red pill dudes on the internet. Me looking at it from a legal standpoint. I didn't know what I was gonna dig. I had a hunch, but in doing the research for this, I didn't know all that I was gonna dig up in this, but having to look at it as a litigator, my first question is, well, the first thing I gotta do is figure out who's the victim and who's the perpetrator. Who the plaintiffs and who the defendant. Okay, well, the descendants of slaves, the American descendants of slaves, the FBA, another group of people did that. I could say, okay, these are the foundational Black Americans who can trace their heritage back to the plantations of what was the United States and the territories that preceded the United States. Got it. Pretty simple and to the point. We can do the numbers later. ADOS, FDA, those are your plaintiffs. Now, who are the defendants? Who are the defendants? Well, everybody, we got to talk about, we know white people in the European countries that sanction it. Yeah, okay. But realistically, they were the middlemen. Those are the ones that ran the boats. Okay, but who did they buy the merchandise from? They bought it from these African kings along, in Africa, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Senegal, the Gambia, all these other places, Angola. Well, those are the ones that stole the property. So we definitely got to bring them in. Then we bring the buyers in, and then we bring the buyers who then resold the property, and you got to bring in the plantation owners. Okay, where were they from and what do they look like? So the more you did, you like, damn, this messes up my narrative.
Yeah, so the thing about it is what you're doing is, basically discovering the chain of custody.
That's exactly what I'm doing, discovering the chain of custody. And everybody who touched us in the chain of custody is responsible. You see, and here's the crazy thing you got to understand. Would we have ever even had a slave problem if those Africans had refused to go into the hinterland and kidnap other Africans?
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't see a bunch
I don't see it
running up into the interior of Ghana trying to kidnap Blacks. Because here's the thing, the lifespan of a white man on the west coast of Africa was less than 1 year.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
They couldn't even survive. That's why when you read books like Daughters of the Trade, it becomes so important. It becomes important because it lets you know that those women and those families, those African families on the coast, helped those white men. They cooked for them, they kept them safe, they allowed them to use their contacts. They provided a shelter for them to exist. You know what I mean? Those white men would not have been able to set up shop had it not been for those African families on the west coast of Africa, allowing them to stay there. The life expectancy of a white man on the west coast of Africa at that time was 1 year. They wouldn't have made it, but yet and still they were able to survive for 380 years.
Wow. And that's crazy. That's when you think about that in terms of that, and you kind of transpose that, level of thinking to today. It's funny how they can operate in our communities and we turn a blind eye. But you go in their communities, especially up until like the 1960s, you could be dead.
Yeah.
Or, messing around in their community.
Well, no, that's not true either, brother. Didn't you hear what the man Ellison, what was his name? He had a seat in the white folks' church. What does that tell you?
Yeah.
What does it tell you? 171 plantation owners in South Carolina were Black. What does it tell you that one of the major contributors to the Confederate Army was a black plantation owner?
Well, you know what? That's
you've been lied to, even about this whole separation and segregation thing.
Well, the thing about it is, it's almost like these guys were like he was probably like had the status of an athlete or entertainer at that time.
But he had the he it was more than that, brother. He employed white people. He
was big dollars.
He was in bit. They were all in cahoots together, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. See, you've been lied to. You've been lied to. You've been pretty much everything you've been taught about slavery has been a lie. Okay, it was the greedy against the victims. That's basically what it was. That's what slavery was. The greedy versus the victims. The victims of the slave trade being those who were in bondage and didn't have enough money to buy themselves freedom. And then, ironically, the same people who were slaves oftentimes turned around and became slave owners. Isn't that something? Think about that. Yeah. Many of those who were slaves, once they bought their freedom and became slave owners themselves, and treated their black slaves the same way that the white slave owners had treated them.
Wow,
this is what I'm trying. So
that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, think about it, man. Think about the fact that we often brag on how well black folks did after slavery ended. But I always wondered this. This is something I always wondered. How in the hell? And if you look at the Congress after 1865, you had many black folks as representatives and senators and whatnot in the U.S. Congress, and then also in some of the state houses. If slaves couldn't read, how did you have so many people elected to Congress in 1866, 67, 68 during Reconstruction? Yeah. If they couldn't read. No, this was the elite slave-owning class of black people who then said, well, you know, hell, we black, we're going to use this opportunity too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were victims too. You understand what I'm saying, brother? You see what I mean?
Yeah, and once again, you're uncovering and revealing some facts that the vast majority of our community does not know or care to, or they're being willfully ignorant towards it. Like for me, I never really kind of put it in those contexts. I knew there was probably some collaboration going on, but I didn't know to what level.
Now, the reason I'm looking at it like that is because I'm like, well, where can I find these? How do I quickly find the people who, who are responsible? What's a quick way to do it? Well, okay. I know that, wealth is quiet, but it speaks a certain sign language.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when people become wealthy, what else do they want? They want to accumulate power. And so what's the quickest way to step into power? You get into politics.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, okay, well, damn, and I've always wondered, how do you get people like PBS Pinchback to be a governor of Louisiana during Reconstruction? I mean, this man couldn't even read. A lot of African slaves couldn't even read. They was walking around barefoot. How did he get that sort of stability to learn how to read in 1 year, 2 years, or whatever, get this sort of education and get the confidence of the people? Many of these people were slave owners.
Yeah.
Many of these people have been educated. This is what we're looking at. You heard all those people in Louisiana that were slave owners.
Yeah.
It's something, man. So it's a trip.
Yeah, yes, it is. And and as you stated, when Reconstruction happened, a lot of our people, didn't know how to read or write, and all of a sudden we had really this ascension of a certain black class, but of course, over time, they folded themselves into the struggle class, which they weren't.
The thing is, Charles Irby said the Boule have never cared about black people. These weren't Boule; they were just the ruling class. Boule means advisor to the king. These were the kings, brother.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. They were the kings.
Yeah.
Many of them had more money, wealth, and influence than the white folks.
Yeah.
Okay, because most of the white folks were poor and broke.
Yeah.
The vast majority of these white people that got here today didn't come till after 1905, 10, whatever. The damn famines in Ireland and Italians leaving and coming. They didn't get here till late.
Yeah.
And so this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. You've been lied to, and it's not me. I'm looking at it from the experts, from these people who you've seen on YouTube. You know, it's right there. This is not all I did was all I did was type in black slave owners, and all that came up.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? With the stats and everything.
Well, you know, once again, that's a history that we, as mostly as African Americans, don't want to examine. Let's be honest. It's a thorn. It's one of those ugly secrets that we kind of pack away in the back of a closet.
Is it really a secret?
Well, let me rephrase that. A hidden truth. You know,
hidden.
It's hidden to a point because the vast majority of people have forgotten about it.
You got streets and names of black plantation owners.
Well, yeah, this is true, but I think we have disassociated. You know, we've come to the space where we've disassociated race and, you know, the event.
Yeah,
we've dissociated.
Yeah, and see, let me tell you something again. There's a reason why I don't necessarily trust the academics. I definitely don't trust the black power types, because let me tell you why. They have to make an enemy for you. And they tell you the enemy is this white man who kept you in slavery and ran up into the interior of Africa and waged war, kidnapped all these black people and put you on boats and then brought you over here. They have to keep that as your enemy.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? What does that do? Because remember, they're the ones showing you this is your enemy. And I'm going to teach you about your enemy and how to fight your enemy. They play on your fear. You see, that's what the modern day black power folks do. That's what they stole it. They stole your heritage. And come to find out, we sold our heritage to them for a price. We sold our people to them for a price. That's what I find out. I found out that our enemy is not just those white folks who benefited from slavery. It's also those black folks who benefited from slavery and willfully did it. And what do we try to do when confronted with the fact that our own people committed these atrocities against us and oftentimes initiated the beginning of the atrocities by kidnapping us unjustly in made up wars, the purpose of which to go and get captives. We romanticize that.
Yeah.
What's to say when we go back over to Africa, another 300-400 years go by, they don't kidnap us and sell us off again.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. And
I'm not saying they would. I'm just saying this is the loyalty that we have to each other.
Yeah, and you're right. You know, the loyalty is there especially when you talk about money or greed.
Yeah.
Listen, greed. You know, the morality is off the table, and you know, you said it. You know, we always talk about how capitalism hurts our country or hurts society at its crust. I mean, it hurts the most vulnerable because it's easy to attack the broken and the poor.
All capitalism is an extension of our own inner personalities.
Yep,
we want it. We want the best. We want more. We want more than what we need. This is all that capitalism is. That's it. That's all capitalism is. Capitalism is, I want this for myself. My team is better than your team. My tribe is better than your tribe. See, the problem is history has been mistaught. You don't have any friends as a black man. Yeah. You damn near can't even trust yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't even trust it. You got slaves that became slave owners and were as brutal as the white slave owners. You got black men and black women who had black, and it wasn't just your damn family members. This is what we're dealing with, man. So, you know, I say all that to say, man, you know, brothers, you're free. You don't owe anybody anything. Nobody owed you anything. Our ancestors, you know, those slave folks, those voices you heard, they robbed us of our humanity, you know? And so it's incumbent upon you to go somewhere where you don't have to fight for your humanity. You basically are allowed to have what you were born to have, i.e. your humanity. In the United States, you're still not necessarily free mentally. Free men, you can't even go down the street without all the racism and stuff messing with your head. You got to watch black men getting shot in Milwaukee, and you know, for having air fresheners hanging on the windshield. And, you gotta watch a black man die after having some white cop kneel on his neck for 9.5 minutes. This is what you got to deal with in the United States. So you might have your little job and your 401k and your $42,500 a year, but you're still not free, and nobody's going to tell you. Your Black Power advocates, they just going to point to the white man and say it's all his fault. The historians are going to gloss over the part that blames, women, because they feminists and not goddamn selves. And so unless you go out there and do the research on your own, or me, I'm just looking at it from a monetary point of who do we sue? And it's only because of that you're able to, many of you are learning about this. Because had I not said, well, who would I sue if you always talk about reparations? I'm tired of hearing the conversation. What we going to do about it? Okay, who do we sue? If it wasn't for me doing this, which is largely an academic exercise, would we really even know about it? Would this be something that's on our minds? But anyway, brothers, you guys are free. Don't owe anybody anything. That's been the whole point of this message. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, John Smith.
No problem, brother.
I appreciate all the donations. This has been probably the last one I'm gonna do this extensively. We'll talk about this in the future, but I look forward to the comments. I look forward to what people have to say. I have my own take on it. I would like to hear what you all have to say. At the end of the day, all I did was show you videos and give you commentary. And so if get mad at those historians and people who decided to put this information in the place where I can put the links. All the links are in the description. Review them, talk to them, see what you think about it. I gave you some links to some documents. I've actually ordered all the books referenced. So I'm looking forward to that reading about Black slave owners. But other than that, brothers, you don't owe anybody anything, man. Go where God wants you to go. I love you guys. I appreciate you. I hope you guys appreciate the time and energy I put into this. If you appreciate what I'm doing, contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Let me see. We got one more. Soldier Boy says, can I call in? I agree with what you're saying, but just want to get to a bottom line of offsetting all these being brought forward. My point is just to solve the problem, to see problem. Well, okay. The whole point, Soldier, was we talking about reparations, and clearly we're not going to get a political response, right? So we're going to have to take matters in our own hands. So maybe what I'll do is, based on this, I'll get a group of lawyers together, and I'll ask them to review these videos, and I'll see what would be the next step we would take now that we know what we know. I kind of think that we would probably go with, and I'm answering Soldier Boy's question. I was about to get off, but and I don't want to go too much longer because I don't want to go into 3 hours. But if you guys want me to keep talking about this, go ahead and hit the like button, hit the contribution button, and I'll keep talking about it. But putting this together, now that I have a rudimentary understanding of the facts, who the parties are, I would say you could literally go county to county. Those of you who could trace your heritage back to, let's say, South Carolina. Let's say we'll use that gentleman, that owner of that plantation in South Carolina. What was his name? Williams? What was his name, man? I forgot his name. John, what was his name? Do you remember the man's name?
No, not off the top of my head, brother.
Well, it's at the beginning of the video. Let's say you were a member of that black man's plantation. William Ellison was his name. William Ellison Jr.
There you go, yeah.
Ellison Jr., born April. You trace your family's heritage back to him. You allege unjust enrichment. You then file a lawsuit, and in the county court, district court, and you begin. You pull whatever records you can pull. If there are other parties, you figure out where you came from. If there are any records, the census is going to have a lot of information. Now, of course, you're going to have a lot of procedural hurdles, like it's going to pass the statute of limitations, all that different stuff. But you file anyway, and then you take that matter up to the Supreme Court of that state and see what law you can create. But, that's the simplest way. There's also class actions you can file against certain corporations that were inherited by other corporations, white corporations. And then you can also begin to sue countries like Ghana and these other places, and you can trace. I will use DNA evidence. It would be a conglomerate of things. It's complicated, but technology is allowing for us to get down to the minutia of where we came from. And so, estimates can be made, but if we really want to do something, we can. You can pretty much create a lawsuit to do anything you want it to do within certain aspects. So it's not that big of a deal. It's just a matter of doing research and moving forward. Where would you go to world court? Hell no. I go right down to that federal court down there in Manhattan, or that other one over there in Brooklyn. Or if it's somewhere in South Carolina, go there. That's what I would do. I wouldn't, why do I go to world court? I want a judgment here in the USA. Sean, how you doing? How can I help you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. What do you want to add to this conversation? You guys want me to keep talking, contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I'll talk a little longer. What's your question, bro? What's your statement? What do you want to add to this? Sean, unmute yourself. Sean, there you go. Oh, go ahead. Oh, well. Sean, you got to unmute yourself. All right, you there. Go.
Yeah, the narrative makes sense that, blacks would own each other as slaves and create a lot of self-hatred because we continue to keep blaming just Caucasian people and other groups of people. But just looking at just the data and the fact speaks for itself that, if we were owning each other and probably the cruelest.
I don't think it was hate. I think it was greed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we throw that term self-hate around. Self-hate and narcissism seems to be, I don't even know what that means anymore because there's a clinical definition of self. Self-hate means you just gonna go ahead and shoot yourself. To me, if you hate yourself, shoot yourself. True. This is just greed. Listen, we don't even need to romanticize it. It's just flat out greed. They did it for the money. You see what I mean?
So how do you think the results will come to be if we say that a lawsuit went in against different companies or?
Yeah, I don't care what they think. I just want my money back. I want my money. Period. I'm not emotional about it. We can still be friends, and I can sue you. You see what I'm saying? We can still be brothers, and I'm suing you, my African brother, for the money that you owe us. Period. There's nothing emotional about it. You owe a debt, and we want our money. You owe it to us. If you don't give it to us, we're going to file a suit and start seizing your property. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's going to be hard. It's not impossible.
Hard.
It's not impossible, but
tell me why it's going to be hard.
Why would it be hard? Because we see now, just in terms of corporately, how
why would it be hard to draft a lawsuit in federal court? Let's say you suing the country of Ghana or its representative, and file it for $402 and serve them via the habeas, via the Hague Treaty.
I don't think it would be difficult to draw up the document.
So what's the hard part?
The hard part is that I don't think a lot of us, meaning African Americans, would feel that narrative or what they did need to be exposed.
And that's why I was telling you earlier. That's why reparations, oftentimes the conversation just fizzles out. You understand now?
I understand exactly.
Have you been following my page long, brother?
I have. Yeah, I have.
What do I say about black men? What's one of the things I tell you guys about yourselves?
Well, the only thing I've heard you say time and time again, that, we can do anything that we put our mind to.
Yeah. I do say that. You're a beautiful, wonderful human being.
Right. All of those subjects.
What else do I say about you?
I'm not sure what you're trying to.
You're goddamn nice.
True, you do say that a lot, and you did.
I promise you, if it was a bunch of white men, if it was 20 million white boys in this country that can point to a system or a country that helped enslave them, Ireland, a white country, wherever, England, they would sue, and they wouldn't have a problem about getting their money. But see, you guys are so concerned about offending your African brother. We don't want the narrative. Just get your money. You want reparations, right, Sean?
Absolutely.
You think we deserve reparations, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, in order to make us whole again, we got to sue everybody involved. That includes those successors of those African kings and queens in Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Senegal, all those places. That means we also got to sue those shipping companies, those white-owned shipping companies out of Europe, and also those European crowns. And we also have to sue the plantation owners here in the United States. And if you're in the West Indies or wherever you at, then those people too. But the bottom line, everybody has to pay. And we don't need to be emotional about it.
But you bring up a great point, in terms of pay, because everybody benefits.
They all benefit
from our suffering, including recently, which is another subject, the Black Lives Matter.
Well, let's not get off subject, brother.
We're not gonna get off subject, but I think
that's a whole other conversation.
But the benefit, falls on Black people who are in power now. That if we keep with the narrative that is just
the Black people who are in power now want to maintain the status quo. That's what they want you to do. Is start filing suits against African countries and people who might be related to them.
Absolutely. And
who benefited, who were slave owners themselves, black slave owners themselves. They don't want you to touch that. And your Black power people, they don't want you to touch this either.
Absolutely.
Everybody talk about, Black, okay, so that means one of your people comes from a family of people who own slaves. Should that person then be able to be involved in a reparations lawsuit? Because they were now a culprit. Think about it. Think about that.
I think it would get kind of
it's gonna get nasty.
It's gonna get really nasty, because if you
it's gonna get nasty. It's real nasty. Yeah. Because you're gonna literally have brothers suing brother, cousins suing cousins. But oh well. It is what it is. This is how justice don't have. It was an ugly position, but if you want reparations, everybody has to pay.
True.
And you don't need to be nice about it, but there's no need to be emotional about it either. I'm not emotional about it. Like I say, you can sue your own goddamn family members. There's nothing to be emotional about. You owe a debt, pay it. Don't pay it, you get sued. How hard it is to file a lawsuit? Not hard at all. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And looking at different lawsuits,
you brothers just got to grow some backbone.
Y'all too
long. You're too nice, and you want to get along. You're more concerned about being liked than you are about being respected. That's the main problem with Black men. You want to get along. You don't want to make enemies. You already got enemies. They already don't like you. Your own brothers don't like you. At least make them respect you. You got to stop caring so much about what people think, and you worried about being the bad guy. Embrace being the bad guy. Be that guy. Yeah, we sued all y'all. And then we bought some first class tickets to Accra. That's how that was our coming home party. You see what I'm saying?
I'm following.
We broke your country with $1 trillion judgment. We're gonna seize each and everything piece of property that you have in this country. And it might not be one big lawsuit. I don't think it'd be literally hundreds, thousands maybe, but it could also be a class action suit. But the bottom line is, if you want reparations, stop talking about it and be about it, and recognize people who are just talking to you. You see, a lot of these historians, they don't want to hit that. There's too many hot buttons in there. And a lot of these Black power, the whole Black power movement now, this pro-Black movement now is really a pro-simp, pro-Black woman empowerment movement. I don't care about that. I just want the money. If you want, I'm a problem solver. And the way I solve problems is through lawsuits and negotiation. Let's get the lawsuits filed. Let's get the evidence. Let's make sure we have a couple $1 million behind us, and let's pick a target. And I've told you guys before, some of the softest targets are going to be these African countries because they have no defense. Who do you think is going to stand a better chance? A Black American plaintiff in front of an American judge somewhere in South Carolina suing an African country for his family being wrongfully taken from Africa? Or do you think you think that judge is going to give that African country a break? Or do you think they're more, or are you trying to sue a white corporation in an American court? They don't care about what you do to that. Okay, so you sue the black company. Same thing with that whole Osama bin Laden, them suing Saudi Arabia and whatnot. After 9/11, the judge allowed them to sue that country. You understand what I'm saying, Sean?
I'm following you. I'm following you.
Yeah, so it's not hard. When you say, I hate that, brother, I hate that about, I hate that, man. I mean, some of the comments on my page, you will never get any money for reparations. It's too hard. I hate that, man. That's disgusting to me.
We're already giving up.
It's like man to man when we talking about let's do this. There's always somebody in the crowd who say it's too hard, we can't do it. I hate that, brother. I literally hate that. You already defeated before you get out on the mat. You already defeated before you hit the field. I hate that attitude. And that's why a lot of black men, you're just gonna be destined to be losers, man, because you defeat yourself. I mean, you are descended from the first man on this planet who has traversed this planet, who built monuments to themselves, invented mathematics, religion, science, everything. And you are telling me you can't file a lawsuit? It's too hard? It's on something that everybody knows happened? This is not even something we really even have to recreate. You got people who studied years and years and worked on PhDs. You got the experts, you got the forum, you got the plaintiffs, you got the defendants. You put enough money behind it, somebody will give you all the research you need. That's what experts are for. You can't say that, Sean. You know, and I'm assuming you're a black man. You can't think like that. You gotta cut that out. See, this world belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. And so if you're gonna have that attitude, you're just gonna die out, brother. We gotta eliminate that weakness in us, brother. I mean, I'm telling you from a place of love, but we can't come into the pace that we can't do it. It's gonna be too hard. Imagine how that sounds to me. And I've just sat here for the past 3 days and did 16 hours worth of research and been talking to y'all for literally 8 hours on how we can do it. And you say it's too hard to do. You see how disappointed I am in you, Sean? Or that, not just you, brother. I'm not picking on you, but I'm disappointed in that mentality that we have. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
I understand.
And so don't think like that. You know, just don't think like that. Don't even come out the box like that. Okay?
Okay.
God bless you, brother. I love you.
All right, take care.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate all you guys, you know, and I don't want to be too harsh because I'm coming from a place of love, but you got to change your attitudes, brothers. You got to, because that same attitude is what's getting us eliminated. You're too goddamn nice and too easy to make quit. You got everything you need. You have everything you need to be successful in this world. But your own minds, you've already, because of the low self-esteem that we have, because of the messages society has sent to you about what you can and can't do, and your station and your role and your social status in life, you know, you don't believe you can. And I'm telling you that God is a God of justice. And God wants black men to have justice, just like he would want any oppressed people to have justice. Any people who are unjustly done. And whoever it is needs to pay. And y'all need to recognize that, you know, and recognize that, you know, I don't have a problem with a person because they were a slave owner. I have a problem with a person because they were unjustly enslaving my people. And there's a debt that needs to be paid. I don't care what color they were. You need to pay me because I wasn't a slave. I have some ancestors who were slaves, but I wasn't one. Maybe if my ancestors were sitting next to me, they would have a different opinion. All I'm saying is there's a debt that needs to be paid. And I'm looking at it purely from a position of a lawsuit. That's it. There's no emotion involved in it. But, you know, if I got people who say, well, we can't do it and it's too hard in my corner, like, damn, I don't want to hear that coming from my back when I'm trying to fight forward. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So change your attitudes, brothers, especially you black men, because you were the ones that did slavery damn near by yourselves. And so if you don't want reparations, stop goddamn talking about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it then. If you're not man enough to step up and say, well, we're going to get this and this is how we're going to do it, here's the plan. You know the academics aren't going to help you because they're conflicted out. The damn Black Power people don't want to touch it because if they do, they're going to offend the people, a lot of the ladies who are slave owners, Black women themselves. So they don't want to touch it. And it eliminates them being able to be the victim. This literally has a potential of overturning society. And what we see as norm and abnormal. And it upsets too many people. So they don't want to touch it. But if you brothers don't want to hit it,
Hey, what's up, everybody? If you appreciate the format, and you appreciate what we're doing here, then make sure you contribute to the Cash App. Make sure you contribute to PayPal. Make sure you donate to the Super Chat. It's only you and your contributions to keep this thing going. Thanks. The only time black men are allowed to speak is when it benefits others. So hey, this is your opportunity to speak. I want to hear from you. If you want to make this voice louder and clearer, what you need to do is contribute to the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Super Chat. I appreciate you.